We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
The world of business is one filled with men and women willing to dine with risk. And when we seek African business shapers, we see individuals who have denied self to build conglomerates. From controlling over 90% of diesel trade in Nigeria to almost throwing in the towel, then getting on the Forbes list, we present Olufemi Peter Otedola. The Nigerian businessman and philanthropist was born in Ibadan, the capital of Oyo State, on the 4th of November, 1962, into the family of late Sir Michael Otedola, the governor of Lagos State from 1992 to 1993. The University of Lagos Staff School, Akuka, welcomed Olufemi for his primary education and secondary education at Olivet Baptist High School, Oyo. Olufemi proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife, for his first degree, graduated and joined the family printing press business, working hard and gaining experience. Femi Otedola ventured out starting Center Force Limited. The company focused on finance, investment and trading. The oil and gas sector was Femi Otedola's next port of call. From quite a very humble beginning in the oil and gas sector, utilizing connections and networks of family and friends, he cultivated partnerships in diesel supply chain. Him being the last man to the final consumer, challenges breed opportunities, and in Femi's case, it was a late delivery of diesel from his supplier with a broken truck, and he caught the idea. He could do better and provide better services. He ventured into diesel supply business, buying diesel from a retailer and supplying to companies. Femi Otedola encountered several difficulties securing his supply and timely meeting the demands of his growing clients. This definitely was an opportunity he identified in the fuel retail market. Otedola secured the finance, and Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited was born, petroleum products marketing and distribution company. Otedola, owner and chairman of Zenon, in 2004 invested 15 billion naira in downstream infrastructure development and acquired storage depots at Ibadan, Apapa, as well as 4 cargo vessels, amounting to a combined total storage capacity of 147,000 metric tons. Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited also acquired a fleet of 100 DAF fuel tanker trucks. By 2005, Zenon controlled a major share of the Nigerian diesel market, supplying fuel to most of the major manufacturers in the country, including Dangote Group, Cadbury, Coca-Cola, Nigerian Breweries, MTN, Unilever, Nestle, and Guinness. Zenon Petroleum and Gas was the name on major invoices and Femi Otedola the name on every lips, playing toe-to-toe with major multinationals. Zenon, in a very short period, silenced the competition and almost unilaterally determined the price of diesel in Nigeria. The competitors came to Zenon for supply. Femi Otedola, with the massive success Zenon Petroleum and Gas achieved, bought a 28.7% stake in African Petroleum. Otedola branched into the financial sector and aggressively stocked up the shares of leading financial houses. He became a top shareholder in Zenith Bank, United Bank for Africa, and the largest importer of diesel in Nigeria. He acquired major shares of Africa's Finance Corporation, Mobile Oil Nigeria Limited, Chevron Texaco, and Visa Phone. Otedola has his hands deep in real estate investments, including an acquisition in February 2007 by Zenon of Stalin House in Victoria Island, Lagos from the federal government. Lagos, London, Dubai, Monaco all have the signatures of FO Property Limited. He was appointed chairman of the Transcorp Hilton Hotel Abuja and tasked with driving its expansion and upgraded to a 7-star facility. Otedola has served as a member of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council since 2004. Was appointed by President Goodluck Jonathan to Nigeria's National Economic Management Team. Otedola is chief executive and president of the Seaforth Shipping Company Limited and was at one point Nigeria's largest ship owner after extending control over the distribution of diesel products. One of his ships, a flat-bottom bunker vessel with a storage capacity of 16,000 metric tons, was the first of its kind in Africa. In January 2006, Otedola was appointed a non-executive director of Transnational Corporation of Nigeria PLC, a multi-sectoral conglomerate established in 2004 by then President Olusegun Obasanjo to respond to market opportunities requiring heavy capital investment in Nigeria and across sub-Saharan Africa. He held this post until February 2011. Otedola was appointed chairman and chief executive of African Petroleum in 2007 through the acquisition of controlling stake in the business. Following Otedola's entry into the company, African Petroleum's share price rose sharply, increasing the market capitalization from 36 billion to 217 billion naira in 6 months. In March 2009, Otedola became the second Nigerian after Aliko Dangote to appear on the Forbes list of dollar-denominated billionaires with an estimated net worth of $1.2 billion. Otedola announced the move to upgrade African Petroleum's liquefied petroleum gas storage terminals in Lagos, Kano, and Port Harcourt in October 2009. Harsh economic conditions necessitated by the slump in the oil prices and credit squeeze of 2008-09 led African Petroleum to record a loss in 2009. With the world oil price crash came difficult moments for Zenon and Otedola. He was very close to complete bankruptcy.
I said to myself, I was not going to have friends and enemies. I was going to have only competitors. I had two options: commit suicide or weather the storm.
African Petroleum, rebranded in December 2010, changed its name to Fort Oil PLC. Otedola paid his near $1 billion debt and invested in the financial industry, making him a top shareholder in Zenith Bank and United Bank for Africa. Otedola restructured the business, focusing on technology and improved corporate governance, and in 2012, Fort Oil returned to profit. Otedola financed 57% of Fort Oil subsidiary, Amperion Limited, which acquired the 414 megawatt Giregu power plant for $232 million in 2013. Fort Oil improved financial position and diversification into power generation resulted in a 1,321% rise in its share price. The first half of 2014 saw the company's pre-tax profit more than double year on year to 4.1 billion naira. Revenue growth for the whole year was 33%. Fort Oil sold 70% of its equity to Swiss commodity trader Mercuria Energy Group in September 2015, giving Fort access to global commodity markets. The deal was thought to have given Otedola an estimated $200 million. In 2019, Femi Otedola sold Fort Oil PLC and announced plans to change focus from oil to power with his company, Giregu Power PLC. Giregu Power PLC became the first power generation company to list on Nigerian Stock Exchange, demonstrating to stakeholders in the sector how they can fix financing and make profits sustainably. The company's market capitalization is now 726.75 billion naira, and the share price now 290.7 naira from the 2.5 billion shares that were listed at 100 naira each. Otedola, the chairman of Geregu Power, sold down a Geregu stake to bring on institutional investors. In October 2021, Femi Otedola was announced as the single largest shareholder of First Bank PLC. FBN Holdings, the parent company of First Bank Limited, witnessed a commendable 437.9 billion naira surge in market capitalization. FBN Holdings appointed billionaire Femi Otedola as the new chairman of its board of directors, effective January 31st, 2024. Femi Otedola has had its share of controversies. Zeno was among the number of companies named in an alleged fuel subsidy scam report. This was followed by a case against Farouk Lawan for bribery. Otedola has also lost in the ever-evolving competing space of business acquisitions. Transcorp and Huheli Power Plant are two notable projects he closely bidded and lost. Femi Otedola philanthropy is quite remarkable. Otedola made a 300 million naira donation to the completion of the National Ecumenical Center in Abuja. In 2007, he gave 200 million to the State Security Trust Fund in a drive to reduce crime in Lagos. Donated 100 million naira to the Otedola College of Primary Education in Ekpe. In 2008, he donated 80 million to the Faculty of Agriculture at the University of Port Harcourt. Femi Otedola pledged and redeemed $25,000 to the Super Eagles in the match against Algeria in 2019 AFCON. He gave all 750 students of Augustine University 1 million naira each. Femi Otedola sits comfortably on the Forbes billionaires list of top 20 richest people in Africa. Femi Otedola is married to Mrs. Nana Otedola and have 4 children: Olawumi Christy Tolani, Florence Ifeoluwa, Elizabeth Temi, and Fewa Otedola. Olufemi Peter Otedola is a standout astute business executive. Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo early into the Adeliji Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. Souq Enlightenment.
So hear the sound of wood being cut and they think stress, dust, wahala. They say, I beg, who won't suffer with saw and hammer? To them, woodworking is messy, tiring, and just not worth the trouble. But others, they see something else. They see polished tables, handcrafted shelves, stylish stools. They see beauty, value, and serious money. Because yes, cutting wood may be tough, but the hustle can turn into pure profit. My name is Grace Komolafe. Welcome to Cashcraft, where we show you how every skills can become money-making ventures. Today, we are talking woodworking, from basic tools to beautiful designs, and how to turn timber into treasure. Now, let's cut into it. Step 1. Pick your project. Before you saw your first board, ask yourself, what do you want to build? Furniture, shelves, decorative wall panels, or maybe customized kitchen boards. Start small. A simple stool or bookshelf can teach you the basics and still fetch good money. Let's move to step 2. Tools, timber, and a plan. You don't need a massive workshop to start. Basic tools like a measuring tape, hand saw, drill, clamps, and sandpaper will do. Choose durable wood like teak, mahogany, or poplar for long-lasting products. And don't forget the blueprint. Sketch your project or download free woodworking plans online. A clear-cut list saves you time, wood, and costly mistakes. Let's move to step 3. Cut, build, finish. Measure twice, cut once. That's the golden rule. Then assemble carefully. Use wood glue and screws for strong joints. Once it's built, sand smooth and apply a finished varnished wax or paint to protect and beautify. That rustic table or wine rack, it just went from workshop to showroom. Let's move ahead. Step 4. Sell like a pro. Now the magic part is turning your craft into cash. Who is your customer? Young couples, urban decorators, cafe owners. They love custom, handmade, and unique. Use social media to showcase your work. Instagram, Pinterest, and all of that are gold mines for visibility. You can add pricing, yes, delivery info, and behind-the-scenes videos. Look, that's a great catch. You need to let people see your videos where you are doing your work uniquely. That's an addition and validation. Now, want more reach? Yes, attend fairs, pop-up shops, or sell via platforms that you know. A whole lot of them are out there. Let's move to step 5. Stand out to scale. Offer engraving, custom-sized or eco-friendly finishes. Don't just sell a table, sell a story. Yes, you can see the emphasis. Sell a story, handcrafted in Ibadan or upcycled from reclaimed wood. People pay more when the product means more. Network with interior decorators, real estate agents, and even planners. Your one shelf may become a hotel's full order. But of course, no business is all smooth wood. Power issues could happen, tool costs, and inconsistent wood supply can slow you down. Still, with skills, strategy, and smart marketing, woodworking can take you from small workshop to a big warehouse. So here is your takeaway. And don't forget to do your proper research, because this is only a heads up, a wake-up call that you can do it. Woodworking is not just craftsmanship, it's cashmanship. It's a business of creativity, precision, and pride. Whether you are making one stool a week or outfitting full apartments, this is a hustle that builds literally. This has been Cashcraft, and I am Grace Komolafe, reminding you that if life gives you timber, turn it into treasure. Until next time, build bold, build smart.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome to Souq News Television, and we are reaching you live from our studios in the commercial city of Lagos. I am Oyinpriye Krumale. Now let's begin. The World Bank has urged the federal government of Nigeria to issue a presidential order increasing excise duties on alcohol, tobacco and sugar drinks. This directive is a key requirement under a $750 million loan aimed at improving Nigeria's non-oil revenue. According to banks, the latest report, the country has received only $1.88 million so far, and a minimum of $10 million is tied directly to this excise hike order. Although Nigeria currently imposes tax on these products, the World Bank said existing rates are too low to meet revenue goals. It warned that delays in legislative reforms, including the pending implementation of sin and green taxes, could hurt the overall success of the program. Despite modest progress in boosting tax revenues and oil income reporting, key disbursement targets remain unmet. Economic experts have expressed mixed reaction to the proposed tax hikes, which will soon believe higher excise duties could boost government revenue and reduce harmful consumption. Others warn of greater financial strain on households and businesses already burned by inflation and rising costs. The World Bank rated the program's progress as moderately satisfactory, but highlighted political risks and slow implementation. Moving on, President of Dangote Industries Limited, Aliko Dangote, has revealed plans to export up to 16,000 tons of fertilizer daily within the next 2 years, potentially generating between $6.5 million and $7 million in daily revenue for Nigeria. During a visit to the Nigerian Ports Authority headquarters in Lagos, he said this move would make his company the country's largest supplier of foreign exchange. Dangote also announced that coal exportation would begin in few weeks alongside the export of polypropylene and cement. Dangote stated that the company's refinery operations would not export less than 25 million tons of various products, and its fertilizer section would load nearly 8 ships per day. With projections of handling over 600 vessels annually, they stressed the importance of collaboration with the Nigerian Ports Authority to expand Nigeria's marine and blue economy sectors. He also emphasized the need for government support to provide the NPA with modern equipment and infrastructure. The managing director of the Nigerian Ports Authority, Dr. Abubakar Dansoho, commended Dangote's appreciation of the one-stop shop policy for crude naira transaction, which he said had improved interagency efficiency. He revealed that ports operations now handle over 57 vessels monthly and confirmed government approval of the national single window. With NPA nearly ready to launch the ports community system, plans to modernize the Tinkan and Apapa ports are expected to begin in the third quarter of the year. Now, Kenya has thrown support behind Morocco's autonomy plan for Western Sahara, marking a shift with potential economic benefits. In a joint statement after high-level talks in Rabat, Kenya called the Moroccan proposal the only realistic and sustainable solution to the long-standing conflict. The move was accompanied by the opening of Kenya's embassy in Rabat, signaling deeper diplomatic and economic engagement. The new alliance is expected to boost bilateral trade. Morocco, one of the world's top fertilizer producers, has agreed to fast-track soil nutrient exports to Kenya. Both countries also plan to collaborate in renewable energy, tourism, fisheries, cultural exchange, and regional security. Kenya is also seeking to balance trade by expanding exports of tea, coffee, and fresh produce to Morocco. Additionally, it has backed a Moroccan initiative to give landlocked Sahel countries access to global markets via Morocco's Atlantic ports, a plan that could improve regional trade logistics and open new opportunities for Kenyan businesses. And off we go to the Gold Coast. Ghana's Ministry of Foreign Affairs has shut down its Washington, D.C. embassy after a corruption audit exposed an unauthorized visa payment scheme, raising concerns over diplomatic transparency and service integrity. Foreign Minister Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa announced the temporary closure of on Monday, stating the decision aims to overhaul embassy operations and restore investor and international confidence in Ghana's foreign service. The audit uncovered that Fred Kwateng, a locally hired officer, redirected a visa and passport applicants to his private firm, Ghana Travel Consultants, collecting illegal fees between $29.75 and $60. The payments deposited into his personal account bypassed Ghana's official revenue system. The fraud, believed to have operated since 2017, has been handed over to the Attorney General for legal action and financial recovery. The embassy shut down. It's already affecting consular and business services for Ghanaians and the international clients. All embassy staff have been recalled, and a forensic audit is ongoing to assess losses. Minister Ablakwa emphasized that while the disruption is regrettable, Ghana remains committed to clean governance, which is vital to maintaining trust in trade and diplomatic partnership. Now, China is set to increase its investment in Africa by promoting stronger corporate cooperation across multiple sectors. Shen Xiang, director at the Ministry of Commerce, West Asia and Africa Department, told reporters in Beijing that African countries have experienced steady economic growth and an improved business environment, encouraging more Chinese firms to invest on the continent. Over the past 5 years, Chinese direct investment in Africa has averaged more than $3 billion annually, while infrastructure construction and manufacturing remain key focus areas. Shen noted a growing diversity of Chinese companies involved in African projects, including a rising number of small and medium-sized enterprises. The ministry plans to boost collaboration by supporting industrial parks, logistics, energy, projects and trade integration aligned with Africa's development goals. It will also foster partnerships among young entrepreneurs to deepen ties and maximize mutual benefits. Now, many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at Souq News Television. Coming up shortly is Just Africa. Do stay with us.
The Trump administration has once again thrust U.S. immigration policy into the global spotlight with the recent announcement of a new voluntary self-deportation program that offers a $1,000 stipend to undocumented immigrants who agree to leave the country on their own. This incentive-based strategy is a calculated shift from the traditional, more aggressive deportation measures and is already stirring debate among policymakers, immigration advocates, and the public alike. The program, introduced in early May 2025, is being implemented by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. It allows undocumented migrants to register for voluntary departure using the CBP-1 app, after which they will receive a government-funded flight and a $1,000 stipend upon confirmation of their exit. Homeland Security officials argue that this move is designed to save taxpayers significant amounts of money. According to data provided by the DHS, a forced deportation process costs the government an average of $17,121 per individual. In contrast, The stipend program is seen as a cost-effective alternative that also reduces the strain on overcrowded detention centers and court dockets. This new measure is a part of a broader, intensified effort by the Trump administration to curb illegal immigration and tighten control over the U.S. southern border. Since returning to power, President Trump has reinstated several policies from his first term, while introducing new ones aimed at deterring undocumented migrants. Deportation numbers have surged, with nearly 66,000 individuals removed from the U.S. within the first 100 days of his new term. Family detention centers, once heavily criticized for their impact on children, have been brought back into operation, while legal aid for unaccompanied minors have seen severe cuts. These developments come at a time when the United States is experiencing a historic high in its foreign-born population. As of 2023, nearly 47.8 million immigrants were residing in the U.S., with an estimated 11 million of them undocumented. Many of these individuals have lived in the country for over a decade, raising families and contributing to the economy. Immigrants, regardless of status, are a vital part of the U.S. labor force, contributing billions in taxes and significantly shaping industries such as agriculture, construction, and caregiving. Critics of the $1,000 self-deportation offer argue that the program may oversimplify the complex reasons behind undocumented migration. Many of those targeted by the program have deep roots in the U.S., including U.S.-born children, community ties, and long-term employment. Human rights organizations warn that such policies, while less aggressive on the surface, may pressure vulnerable individuals into making life-altering decisions without legal representation or full knowledge of their rights. There are also concerns about the ethical implications of offering monetary incentives for departure, particularly in cases involving asylum seekers or those fleeing violence. From a strategic standpoint, the administration insists that this approach is a practical way to reduce the migrant population without resorting to mass raids or extended detentions. Supporters say it offers dignity and a choice to undocumented migrants while protecting national interests. However, immigration experts question the actual effectiveness of the program, noting that similar efforts in the past have yielded limited results. The offer of $1,000 may not be enough to motivate individuals who have risked everything to seek better lives in the United States. The debate around this policy underscores the broader tensions within American immigration discourse, balancing border control and national sovereignty among humanitarian obligations and economic realities. With the 2026 midterm elections approaching, immigration remains one of the most polarizing and politically charged issues on the national agenda. In the wider global context, policies like this could set a precedent as other countries monitor the U.S. approach, especially those in Europe and parts of Africa facing rising migration numbers. Questions around voluntary migration, incentives, and state-led deportation policies are likely to spark wider international debates. What remains clear is that the Trump administration's latest move is not just a domestic policy. It is a bold, controversial experiment in reshaping the global migration conversation. I am Moyosore Adibi for Souq News TV.
Jim Ovia, one of the most influential and successful businessmen in Nigeria, who has made a mark in the financial system. He is the founder and chairman of Zenith Bank, one of Africa's largest and most profitable banks. He has been described by Forbes Africa as the godfather of banking in Nigeria.
My name is Jim Ovia. I'm chairman of Zenith Bank, and I thank you all for listening to me.
This illustrious son of Africa was one of the financial leaders who revolutionized the banking sector in Nigeria. Let's take a close look into the life, background, career, and achievements of this enigma, Jim Ovia. Jim Ovia was born on November 4, 1951 in Agbo, Delta State, Nigeria, to a large family as the second son of Chief Obi Olihe of Agbobi in Delta State. Being one from a humble background, Jim attended local schools as he had lost his father at the tender age of 4. His widowed mother, together with his older brother, saw him through school. He had secondary education at Ika Grammar School in Agbo. Due to his interest in business and technology, he proceeded to the United States to study business administration at Southern University, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, USA, where he obtained a bachelor's degree in 1977. He furthered to University of Louisiana, Monroe, Louisiana, and bagged a master's degree in business administration in 1979. Jim Ovia is also an alumnus of the prestigious Harvard Business School. Jim Ovia worked briefly as a clerk in Union Bank in 1973 before proceeding for tertiary studies. Upon acquiring immense business knowledge from international institutions, he returned to Nigeria, his home country, and began a career in banking. He continued at this for years, working for banks such as Lion Bank, Merchant Bank of Africa, and International Merchant Bank. After many years in the banking industry, in 1990, Jim came together with some colleagues to found one of Africa's largest and most profitable bank, Zenith Bank. The bank was established with a vision to provide excellent customer service, innovative and technology-driven banking. Zenith Bank flourished as it drew customers who sought excellence in financial services. What started with an asset of $4 million and about 50 staff has grown into over $24 billion in assets and shareholders' funds of more than $3 billion as of June 2022. Zenith Bank is listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange and London Stock Exchange. Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes and economic instability.
We will build our own roads to our branches if we're building branches in some cities, towns where the roads are not good enough. We have also bought power plants, generating sets to power electricity into our building. When we do all this, we also even had dug borehole to supply water to the building. When we do all this, what I personally call it is BYOI, bring your own infrastructure or build your own infrastructure.
Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes. Zenith Bank has diversified its services to include insurance, pensions, stockbroking, and investment banking. The bank has won awards and recognition for its performance, governance, innovation, and social responsibility, inspired by its chairman's belief in giving back to community.
Really, it's my special pleasure, my honor indeed, for this opportunity offered by AAI to be awarded in the category of Business Leadership Award for 2017.
As an entrepreneur, Jim Ovia has made investments in sectors other than banking. They include oil and gas, telecommunication, real estate, power generation, media, and most recently, education. He is the founder and chancellor, James Hope University, Lekki, Lagos State, which has been approved by the National Universities Commission, NUC, to offer postgraduate degrees in business courses. Jim Ovia is a man who believes in giving back to society. He has engaged in philanthropic works through his foundations, Mankind United to Support Total Education, MUSTE, and Youth Empowerment, ICT Foundation. These foundations award scholarships to indigenous students and promote information and communication technology in Nigeria through various initiatives. Ovia has made donations towards courses and institutions. They include Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, NIPC, Nigerian Internet Group, NIG, Lagos State University, and National Information Technology Advisory Council, just to mention a few. In recognition of his contributions, Jim Ovia is a recipient of many honors and awards. In 2012, the University of Benin awarded him an honorary doctorate degree. Former President Muhammadu Buhari in 2022 conferred him with the national honor of the Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR. Also in 2022, Jim Ovia was conferred with the National Productivity Order of Merit, NPOM award by the federal government of Nigeria. Jim Ovia is a proud member of the World Economic Forum, the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. He is also a member of several boards and councils.
We can't afford to lose depositors' money. We can't afford to lose money that belongs to stakeholders. So you must structure your industry in such a way that the best are nothing but the best are there.
As chairman of Zenith Bank with more than 9% stake, Jim Ovia in 2015 was estimated by Forbes to have a net worth of $550 million. This net worth obviously has been surpassed since then. Jim Ovia, as a business person, founded 5 companies. They are Zenith Bank PLC, the Quantum Group, Visaphone Communications, Quantum Luxury Properties, Civic Center Towers, and Cyberspace Network. Jim is member, Honorary International Investors Council. Kay Ovia is CEO, Quantum Markets Limited, a firm that offers stock brokerage services. She sits on the board of several organizations and is chairman, board of directors of Cyberspace Limited, a leading software engineering company. Cyberspace Limited is one of the pioneers in provision of internet services in Nigeria, providing network and software services. Kay, being at the head of a tech giant in Nigeria, teamed up with her husband, Jim, to strategically deploy robust IT infrastructure at Zenith Bank, which resulted in the development of digital products and technology-driven banking in Nigeria. Kay is an alumnus of Enugu State University of Technology, Souq, where she holds an MBA in management. She is much given to philanthropy, with several initiatives to transform lives, particularly those of the underprivileged. One of her projects targeted at children and youths, Star Rising Talent Hunt, aims at discovering and projecting hidden talents. Jim is married to businesswoman and philanthropist Kay Ovia. She's also a hotelier, proudly running Starwood Hotels. Jim and Kay Ovia are blessed with 5 children: Isioma, Zephyr, Tito, Tommy, and Jesse. As a family man, Ovia enjoys spending time with his family. He also likes reading and traveling. In order to pass on his vast wealth of knowledge on business and finance to African entrepreneurs, Jim Ovia authored a book titled Africa, Rise and Shine. The book was published in 2018 by Forbes Books. The book was written after he featured in an issue of Forbes, and it became the magazine's best-selling edition in Africa, that it had to be reprinted 4 times. The book, Africa Rise and Shine, paints the picture of his humble beginning from the small town of Agbo in Delta State, and against all odds, pushed through to become a global business icon, while providing insight on how to conquer challenges in African markets, taking advantage of the opportunities. The man, Jim Ovia, is a firm believer of Africa being a continent abundant with natural and human resources. He has constantly pitched the continent as a land filled with investment opportunities in international business forums such as the Harvard Business School Annual Africa Business Conference, Bloomberg Global Business Forum, Commonwealth Business Forum, and the World Economic Forum, where he has been invited to participate and even deliver keynote address. Jim Ovia remains one of the pride of Africa and a great contributor to Nigeria's economy and the financial landscape in Africa.
Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekpetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State, on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enuowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called the Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with a daily service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakande ran for election as executive governor of Lagos State in 1979.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souq News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching Souq News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East. Souq News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching Souq News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market, Souq Enlightenment.
Very good morning to you and welcome to Just Africa, where we delve deep into the continent's pressing issues and partnering solutions. Today, we explore urban transport challenges and innovation in Kenya and Nigeria, navigating the road to sustainable mobility. As urban populations surge, both nations grapple with transportation hurdles that impact commerce, economic growth, and the daily life. Yet, amidst these challenges, innovative projects are paving the way for the more efficient and sustainable urban mobility. Good morning to you once again. My name is Oyimpriye Krumale, and I do have here with me Olumide Shokoya.
Good morning, Priya. How are you doing?
I'm okay.
All right, so I like the topic you're discussing because I was just complaining to you what traffic did to me this morning. You know, Lagos and Nairobi, Kenya, it's notoriously known for traffic congestion. In Lagos, I mean, if you're not careful, you could spend up to 4 hours in traffic. Yes, the government, they have done a whole lot. Okay. The BRT buses, the blue rail, the red rail, but you know, I think we are still tilting towards private transportation. That's private vehicles, the Danfos, the Bolwares, the Korokways, and all that. And a lot of people might say, yes, Lagos is overpopulated, Lagos is this, but you know, there are certain factors that contribute to all this: poor urban planning and reliance, and reliance on private vehicles. Like I said, adequate road maintenance, leading to potholes and bottlenecks. I mean, they said if a good driver would not may miss the pothole, but a good driver knows where the pothole is in Nigeria. Okay. That's the same of a good driver. Now, we have road expansions too. I mean, if you look at certain roads, the Ikorodu Road, and that it has been expanded, but still you seem to be experiencing this road congestion. Similarly to Nairobi, Kenya also. So you begin to wonder what can actually be done. Is the private sector coming in to do something better, or should we rely solely on the government? The BRT, like I said, is fantastic. It's a very fast transportation mode. But it doesn't, the routes are not everywhere. It has its separate routes that it takes, Korodu, Bulegba, and the likes of them. They will have the Blue Rail and all that. So it's basically something that we really need to look, and I'm glad that we have a guest this morning that would also, rub minds and see how we can move forward.
Okay. There are some of the projects that are taking place or that are already taking place here in Nigeria and in Kenya that we will be highlighting during the programs for us to have a good idea on some of the nerve centers and the tentacles, the connections of these roads and how they facilitate economic development, how they facilitate commercial activities, and how they facilitate the movement of persons and goods and services from one place in society to another. When you're talking about the roads, it's something that is not only existent in Nigeria.
Yes.
And today, since we are making comparisons between Nigeria and Kenya, for that of Nigeria, whenever the rainy season approaches, or whenever the rainy season, starts. Currently, as we speak, we are in the raining season, and it starts raining. It always betrays the fact that the government, or as a country, we have not done all that needs to be done to put our road infrastructure in place. And so even the potholes that have been there, that have been covered by dust or sand, when it rains, you begin to see they start coming alive, they become more visible to the eye, and you have ponds of water that are stagnated into those holes. And if you're walking by the roadside, you're not driving at that point in time, the tendency for them to splash you filthy water is very, very imminent.
Yes.
So in cases like that, and even in Nairobi, Kenya, well, once we look at other places, I always refer to the nice roads that we have on Lagos Island, and before then, how that road, the picture of that road is not something desirable. And the Ikorodu Expressway, the road that leads to Apapa, even though now Apapa is now frowning, is now changing to something that's not very good. But the coming into existence of the red line, the standard gauge railway track, not only in Kenya but also in Nigeria, has really done a lot to expand transportation and access to markets. But talking about access to market, I would not want to say we have done up to 50% of that, because most of the time when we speak to farmers who have harvested their crops and they need to bring in that to the city, some of these perishable goods, get bad on the road. And that's because we've not, completely explored that avenue to make sure we link the railroads and even a good road to the farming communities, where it will be very, very easy for them to railroad all the goods and services that we're having. And so when our guest comes on the program, we will be looking at these issues, some of the challenges, and of course some of the advantages, not only in Nigeria but also in Kenya, because whilst Nigeria's population sprang about 250 million or 220 million, more than that, 220 million thereabout, it has a lot to do when it comes to transportation. It has done a lot, but it is not enough. For Kenya, compared to Nigeria, would be like almost a budding economy, because we are like 3 times, if not 4 times, higher than the population of Kenya. So there are going to be peculiar transportation management systems that would have been put in place to facilitate, to make provision for such facilities for the teeming number of people in both climes. We are going to look at the methods that both governments are adopting and how these methods, are effective and efficient to bringing about commercial activities and businesses.
While you said that whenever it rains, it betrays the government's efforts, let's give them a break a bit. Let's look at it. During the rainy season, it exposes a whole lot. I remember, I think the Commissioner for Works has always emphasized people publicly throwing garbage in the gutters, especially when it rains. They've been doing a lot. They've sealed houses. So while the government has some blame, let's also share some to the people themselves. Then again, Lagos is on a, some people call it manhunt, but it's not actually a manhunt. They're on a drive to revoke houses, demolish houses that were built on canals. These are things that, cause drainages, that causes blockage. And whenever it rains, we see all this. And it's not just flooding. There's diseases and the likes of them. So in as much as, and these are factors that contribute to transportation hurdles. Yes. If you look at Mushin, I applied Mushin a whole lot because I passed that place. It's something the government really needs to look at. And I think it has been there for a while. And while the government is also doing a whole lot, sometimes you see people come in broad daylight to throw garbages on the main road. You can't blame the government for that.
Yes.
Yes. And also transportation really makes business smooth. I mean, while we have tomatoes, while we have rice coming in from Niger and all that, the roads. I mean, if you are traveling Lagos to Ibadan, I can tell you that, yes, the road is actually smooth. It's enjoyable. But from Ibadan, Iwo, and that, you begin to experience discomfort. And while that is, some people say, okay, fine, this road belongs to the federal government, the state government will say, I'm not going to do this, I'm not going to do that. Those are the things that actually make business thrive. Because just like the collaboration with Dangote and Niger and all that, trucks are going to be plying that road. And if the roads are not smooth, some of these accidents would happen, some goods will be, lost. And all that. So it actually, if we can solve transportation in Nigeria, not just in Nigeria, in Kenya, it will actually bring in more investors.
Okay. So the issue is, when we talk about globalization, one aspect of globalization is the movement of people from one country to another, exchanging cultures, exchanging ideas, and exchanging, innovative ideas. So, and when that takes place, including learning, will have taken place. Now, we're not just talking about the globalization in terms of people who are in Kenya or people who are in Nigeria and they watch television and they are beginning to familiarize themselves with the way the culture operates in Nigeria. That's part of it, but that part of globalization is not as palpable or well felt other than travel into those spaces to get involved in the process, to learn the languages of those people, to understand the behavior, the cultural disposition of these people, to understand the language and to transact business in their language, in their currencies, to engage in their communal life. That is the depth and the substance of globalization. So that is why the African Continental Free Trade Area is a very, very good platform that will facilitate the movement of businesses and the shipment, the transportation of these goods, including the services from Kenya, from the East African countries to the South African countries, to the West African countries. And all these will be positioned to make not just Africa great, but to make Africa a whole hub of connecting together to make sure that business runs and meets the needs of the 1.4 billion people in the continent. We're going to break, and on this break, we'll bring you Cash Crowd. When we return, we're going to highlight some of the key projects that took place in Kenya that's facilitating transportation and national development. We'll bring you some of the key projects that took place also in Nigeria that facilitate transportation and national development. And we'll take our conversation further. We're reaching you live from our studios at Souq News Television. It's Just Africa. Do join us again.
Welcome to Cash Crafts, the show that turns your skills and ideas into serious income. Whether you're just getting started or you're already in the business, we'll bring you practical tips, fresh opportunities, and real stories to help you grow, literally and financially. I am Grace Komolafe, and today we are digging into horticulture, a vibrant green world where beauty meets business. Ask me why horticulture, and I will give you a mind-blowing answer. So here is it. Horticulture isn't just about flowers. It's food, income, wellness, and sustainability rolled into one. From fresh fruits to ornamental plants, it boosts nutrition, urban design, environmental health, and jobs. With climate concerns rising and food needs increasing, horticulture is fast becoming the new oil. But where is the cash? Let's break it down. 7 green paths to profit, and I take it from 1. Plant nursery. Raise and sell seedlings, ornamental trees, herbs, shrubs. From balcony plants to estate palms, people pay to green their spaces. And 2. Landscaping. Design and maintain outdoor spaces for homes, estates, offices. Think aesthetics plus recurring contracts. And 3. Garden maintenance. Offer pruning, pest control, soil treatment, and seasonal cleanups, a steady side hustle for trained hands. And we move to 4, horticultural farming. Now, grow fruits, veggies, flowers, or herbs. Go organic, go premium. Target hotels, health stores, and home markets. And we move to 5, consulting. Breed new plants, varieties, advise firms, or supply rare seeds. If you're skilled, your knowledge becomes a product. And we move to 6, product marketing. Sell fertilizers, potting soils, seeds, tools, and even ready-to-use grow kits. Offline or online, green goods move. Tip number 7, training or education. You can host workshops, classes, or start a YouTube channel. Gardeners, enthusiasts, and students are hungry to learn. Now, whichever paths you choose, start with research. Visit local horticultural centers. Understand what grows in your region. Learn from experts. Your first harvest may not bring millions, but with time, this business roots deep. Remember, success in horticulture isn't only about soil, it's about strategy. So here is your takeaways. In a world choking on stress, pollution, and processed food, green is gold. Horticulture is low entry, high potential, and if done right, it fits both the body and the bank account. So, what number are you reaching for on our list of 7? All right, that's it for today on Cashcraft. Until next time, I am Grace Komolafe, helping you plant ideas that pay right here on Cashcraft.
Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us on the program Just Africa. We're talking about transportation and national development in the continent of Africa, but this time our focus is in Kenya, southeastern, the East African nation, and Nigeria, a giant in the West African bloc. So some of the key projects that are taking place both in Kenya and Nigeria that will facilitate this comparison. Let me bring you some of this project that starts in Kenya or that is visible in Kenya. And for you, I'll leave you to draw your connection. Because what's important is that when we draw these connections and we can make the differences very, very clear, it is almost similar that the economic challenges, the transportation challenges, and the business challenges that we are facing here in Nigeria is almost the same thing they are facing in Kenya, and almost you can say the same in some other African countries. So in Kenya, we have the Kenya's transport sector is a cornerstone of its economy, contributing approximately 8.3% to the gross domestic product in 2023. And their key infrastructural developments include the Nairobi Expressway. It is a 27 kilometers toll road connecting both Jomo Kenyatta International Airport to Nairobi's Westland areas, and it's completed in 2022. It has halved travel times significantly, easing congestions, and standard gauge railway. It's another one that is linking Mombasa to Nairobi. The standard gauge railway has reduced logistical costs by up to 40% to some businesses, enhancing trade efficiency. Now, electric mobility initiative is another one. Companies like Ampersand and EcoBoda are prompting electric motorcycles, offering cost-effective and environmentally friendly transport options. Now, let's bring it to Nigeria. Nigeria's urban transport landscape is marked by both challenges and transformative projects. You all know of the Lagos-Ibadan or Lagos-Abeokuta Expressway that is spanning about 81 kilometers. The expressway handles over 250,000 vehicles daily, ongoing. Rehabilitation on that particular road also aims to improve connectivity between Lagos, Ogun State. Now, let's move on to another project. Lagos Red Line Rail, that has been operational since October 2024. Now, it's a 37-kilometer rapid transit line, and it's projected, mark my words, to transport about 500,000 passengers daily, alleviating road congestions. Now, compressed and natural gas programs are in response to rising fuel costs. Nigeria is converting vehicles to CNG, aiming to reduce transport costs by nearly 50%. And the question is, what are the similarities and what are the differences? So, we mentioned the Lagos-Abeokuta Expressway that is spanning some 81 kilometers there, and we also mentioned that of Kenya having its own, and the connecting their international airports.
Yes.
Now, let's talk of national facilities like the international airport. Most African cities, and this is not just in Africa alone, most European countries, fine, the first world countries have gone way far. That we Africans and the third world countries are trying to catch up with them. But in Africa, one of the criticism against the states, and at the subnational level or at the center, is that the governors or the government most time is focused on beautifying or building road infrastructure or public facilities in the capital territories. If it is the government at the center, of course it will be in Abuja. Or if it is the government of Lagos State, it will be in Ikeja. Or if it is the government of Delta State, it will be in Warri or Asaba, I beg your pardon. So why is it that we give a primary concern to the FCTs or to the capital cities first before attending to other parts of the country? So that's one question. It sounds rhetorical, but it's what I want to ask. So we could see all that. The international airports, they are not removed from it, because when you drop there, that is the area where you have visitors coming into your country. First of all, they are going to land. First impression matters. What do you think?
I mean, if you really want to commercialize any state and you want to bring in investors, if you are able to build an airport, whether local or international, you have actually done that. But just like you rightly said, that while governors, the state governments concerned more about beautifying, I think let's leave that to politicking and the rest of them. But truly, really and truly, whenever we talk about transportation, we seem to always focus on Lagos, forgetting that Lagos is just one out of 36 states. We have the Federal Capital Territory. We have other, commercial states like that, has transportation over there. Now, yes, we talk about the Blue Rail, Lagos again. Yes, we also have our National Railway, which runs from Lagos to Abeokuta and stops at Oyo State, Ibadan.
Yes.
But I would have loved this. Another way you can actually commercialize a state is have a rail run through your state so that businesses, traders, farmers can send their goods, their produce from one state to another. Now imagine if we have a rail running from Niger to Lagos or to any other state.
Niger to Lagos?
Yes.
Okay.
You can begin to picture or imagine the commercial activities that would happen. So I think we really need, and rail is actually one of the safest. It's actually one of the safest. While they will have the downfalls, the malwares, and people have criticized them over pollution and their rascality, we have the BRT that's inefficient to cater for the size of Lagos State population. The railway too, the same thing. It's limited to the routes which it plies and all that. So what are the alternatives? We have the ride-hailing services and all that. They faced criticism, protest against high fares and all that. So it's a whole lot. But if we can begin to look at transportation in another light and see it as a way of boosting a state's GDP revenue, I think it would actually bring in more investors. Why are people coming to Lagos? All investors are always coming to Lagos because they see it as the, what's that word they call it again? There's a name they've given it now. Is it the world, the mega city or something?
Mega city.
It's because Lagos has a plan to be one of the best cities in the world. And they are really, I think there's this government continuum, even though it has to do with the fact that it's still one party, still one administration, still towing that line. But they have this drive, they have this dream of making sure that Lagos becomes a world-class mega city. And it has been yielding, even though, yes, there's been challenges with that. But what about other states? Look at Ibadan, look at Ogun State. What is their mode of transportation? What are they using? Look at Akure, look at other states. FCT is there, yes. FCT, it's like the haven or the heaven of, or the Dubai of Nigeria. I don't know. But what about transportation? These are things that we really need to ask.
Okay, if you're talking about the Federal Capital Territory, I've been there quite a number of times.
I have too. And, it's a beautiful place.
And the place, the road network in those places, something very, very classy. Every state governor will wish to have that in their state. And I'm not surprised what actually that elicited from people coming from the south when they traveled down there and they started giving the expression. But that's not to derail us from the conversation. A few information about Kenya is that Kenya's transportation infrastructure plays a vital role in its economic development, acting as a lifeline for trade, tourism, and regional integration. The country boasts a diverse transport network, including road, rail, air, and sea routes, with a focus on improving its major ports and roads. Efforts are underway to enhance efficiency, reduce congestion, and improve connectivity, ultimately contributing to economic growth and sustainable development. Now, if it's for railroad, the Kenya Railways Corporation plays a crucial role in connecting major cities and ports, facilitating the movement of freight and passengers. The improvements are being made to the rail network, including the modernization of locomotives and tracks. Now, we do remember that in Kenya, even this morning, whilst I was reading the news, there was a news about Kenya and one of its timely exports, and had to do with coffee, it had to do with tea. So if the airports, the airport in Nairobi, if it is not linked to the farmlands where this agricultural produce are produced in their large numbers, then I think it's going to hinder the growth or the smooth flow of the economy.
Yes.
I know all eyes are on Nairobi and at the moment, but the thing is, imagine the farmlands, just the way we talk about it here, that some of the farmlands, the destinations for farming, are in rural areas, and the roads that leads to those farmlands are quite dilapidated and they are not motorable roads. And if that is the case for Kenya, I am not surprised that the Nairobi International Airport, has received a new look, a new phase, and it has continued to enhance rehabilitation activities coming from the government. So if they are not put in order, and the farm produce that is a form of that's constituting about 40% or 30% to export goods in Kenya, if it's not well taken care of, it's going to affect the economy drastically. Internally generated revenue is going to swing, it's going to actually dwindle. And if that is their export produce, that means they have some form of comparative advantage in that aspect. And if they have a comparative advantage, that means when they export it, they earn in dollars, which will reduce the pressure on the Kenyan shillings. So if they are not going to put in transportation facilities to make it very, very easy for their produce in the rural areas on their farms, whenever they have harvested these products, to find their way to the international airport or to the ports, either by road or by rail, then we see a problem that is going to hinder or hamper the free flow of goods and services, and the disadvantage or the consequence of that will lead to a low turnout when it comes to earning in dollars.
And, you know, looking at rail also generates a whole lot of revenue for the state government.
It does.
I mean, just if outside here, opposite the State House here, you have the terminal, the railway terminal, and you see around 4 or 5, you see the large multitude of crowd going there. And I think the train moves at certain hours, I think around 4 or 5 or thereabouts. It has certain in the morning, in the afternoon, I think. In the morning and the afternoon, yes. And you see a lot of people. Now, imagine if I work or I have a shop at Lagos Island here, Broad Street or somewhere, and I'm coming from Badagry. All I have to do is take the rail. And it eases my business. It makes it... So that's why I asked that. Imagine you having a rail running from Niger, not just Niger, from Kano, from other northern states. Have a rail running through all this state. It would make... Because when you... Just like you're right, there are some states. I saw a video of a particular community or a particular place where there's no road. There's even no road. It's divided by water. Now imagine people, farms in that particular community. How would they bring their stuff down to the city? Or how would they bring it to another state? You can't begin to imagine the cost of transportation for them. They have to probably get a ferry or something, put it on it, then get another truck to bring it. That's even if it's coming out of the state. Or better still, they will just have to just share it among the states, within the state and all that. So I always emphasize the railway. It's one of the sweetest things that's affordable. Very affordable. Yes. It's very affordable. I mean, most of the time, except if it's just I have to just be in Ibadan at a certain particular time, I prefer to take the train.
Okay.
It is very safe. It is very smooth, and it's something that it's laudable for the government.
Okay. So another brief information about the mode of transportation in Kenya. Now, public transportation in Kenya is dominated by matatus. Matatus are known as minibuses and other privately operated vehicles. Efforts are underway to improve the safety and efficiency of public transportation system. Now, if you do not understand what matatus or matatuses are in Kenya, they are the similar representation of what we have in Lagos, Nigeria, known as the downfall buses.
Yes.
So in Kenya, they are called matatus. So the matatus, they are made for, if you understand the way transportation is in Lagos, you will understand. When I say the matatus, and the similarity of that is the way we have the yellow or white and black or white and blue transportation in Nigeria and that in Lagos. To facilitate short transportation, intracity transportation. They also facilitate transportation from relatively long distances. Not very long though, but quite a little bit long and a little bit distance. So when people go to the market in Lagos, Nigeria, they are carried about by this matatus. the case may be in Kenya, and downfall vehicles, as the case may be in Lagos, Nigeria. Well, we have almost gone out of the era of Moluwe, just that at this moment they've taken a different color, and it is now a red color, not the yellow and black color.
You know, we have the BLT, then we have the red buses. I don't know what they call them. There's that one. It's very long. Yes, there's a name. There's a particular name they call it.
It is called.
Yes.
So talking about those matatuses. The yellow and black vehicles on Lagos. So they take you all around. So it's intra-city transportation system that facilitates a short distance movement. And when they do that, it moves you straight to access the markets where you go to buy clothes, you buy foodstuff, you buy provision, then it brings you out into the main city, and they equally operate in the main city. They all have different areas, local government areas that they operate, and they facilitate movement within the city. And this sort of movement within the city, either in Kenya or in Lagos, facilitates commercial activities, because this is most times the areas where you have the informal economy quite dominated. And do remember that the informal economy is the major driver of most economies in Africa. And moving away from that, Olumide talked about the BRT system, which is the bus rapid transit system. I will not, and I don't think most Lagosians will forget in a hurry when they were, I'll call it, blessed with the former governor Babatunde Raji Fashola, who came in, and his level of enthusiasm, to transform Lagos, either by way of transportation to making sure that the bus rapid transit system, comes to life. Most people will attach it to his name, that he actually birthed the system. Other people may have another point of view regarding that. And it came, and not only did it came, the city landscape, the face of the city landscape was changed. It was planting trees. It was keeping Lagos clean. In Nigeria, and it was, making sure that at the corner of the roads there are trash cans where you'll be able to deposit or to drop trash, bottled water, used bottled water containers, and all of that. And that in itself has its own toll in way of advantage and disadvantage in facilitating transportation within a metropolitan state like Lagos and other metropolitan states like Rivers State, like the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, like Kano, like Kaduna State. Why did I say that? Because previously, Olumide mentioned how some people will go and dump trash in the drainage system, thereby blocks the movement of the drainage system. And when it does that, it does not only cause flood. And when it causes flood impedes the free flow of transportation in any metropolitan city. And so that is why taking care of that will not just be something out of the ordinary. Even though in more advanced climes, it's something ordinary that people can relate with. But we need to put more framework in terms of policy and government action to make sure that Nigerians, in all cases, in this case, within their state, obey it, yes.
One of the things I like about Abuja is the interconnectivity. They say in Abuja, if you get lost, just keep going. You'll find yourself back where you started.
Just keep going. You got lost.
You got lost. You don't know where. Just keep walking. Just keep walking. Just keep driving. You find the roads are interconnected. It's very lovely. So I think that's one of the things we need to also look at in Lagos. There are some roads. I have been a victim of taking one way. There are some roads, they will not even, you won't see any sign.
Victim of taking one way, or you took one.
I took one. No, I said victim because there should be a sign. There are some roads you will apply, you would not even know because there's no sign. You would have, and these, our law enforcement officers, they'll be waiting for you at the end of the road, smiling, looking at you like, their customer, their regular customer coming, bringing all the goodies, and they will stop you. And, it's like that sometimes. So that's one of the things we need to also look at. If this particular way is going to be a one-direction way, let's have signage indicating that this is a one-way. Because that also impedes transportation. It also impedes businesses. And you can imagine a truck plying that route and, get stopped by the law enforcement. Of course, in some cases, it will be impounded. These trucks might be impounded, and you know, that's a loss for a particular business owner and all that. So you need to look at the interconnectivity of Lagos. How can we make sure that these roads are connected? Again, just like you said, drainages, we need to work on drain. I don't know the lasting solution because people have already built houses where they are not supposed to build houses. So I know Lagos State is also on this drive, they are demolishing houses, but how many houses would go down? How many houses would have to go down for a smooth drainage system? In other climes, we have underground drainage system. Yes, Lagos was not really planned out, but we can work something out, especially on the island, the Lekkis and all that, the Ajahs. You know, right now, I can tell you in the weeks to come, you will see videos of cars buried underwater, and it is not, it's not something, it's not a good sight to see. Yes. So, I mean, I think the state government needs to look at that. The people themselves also. Maybe we need to bring back trash cans. Maybe we need to bring back all these things. Maybe we even need to bring back environmental sanitation so that if we can take care of drainages and we have less flooding and transportation, the roads are smooth, maybe that would also ease, you know, the transportation system.
Okay, so this is not just peculiar to Lagos, Nigeria. Do remember that our conversation straddles both Nigeria and Kenya, and the same BRT vehicles or the same BRT system established in Lagos, Nigeria is replicated in other states here in Nigeria. And we do say when you go to other African countries, places like Tunisia, places like Morocco, in the East African countries, you go to places like Ghana, and of course, one of our subject of conversation this morning in the places of Kenya, you know that even if the transportation system is not perfect yet, you know that it's work currently ongoing by the governments of these countries to perfect it, because we cannot underplay or downplay the role of transportation or transport systems within the cities to influence or as a channel, as a tool to spur economic activities, to make sure that commerce is the thing that happens right in our face. We go on a break, and on this break we'll bring you the uniqueness of Africa, and we'll take you to South Sudan. We'll be back in a moment. To join us again.
When we talk about South Sudan, Africa's youngest nation, having gained independence in 2011, we often focus on its political journey or natural resources. But there's something else that holds deep generational value in South Sudanese lives, which is cows. In South Sudan, cows aren't just animals, they are everything. They are currency, they are status, they are identity. Among groups like the Dinka and Nuer, a man's wealth isn't measured in cash, it's counted in cows. Cows pay dowries, settle disputes, mark the birth of a child, and even the death of an elder. Boys grow up in cattle camps, learning not just to herd, but to lead. Songs are written about prized bulls. People name themselves after their cows. It's love, not ownership. And no, they don't eat them. Not casually. Cows are sacred. They are milked, admired, and even mourned. Only in rare ceremonies, funerals, farming, or great misfortune is a cow killed for food. To eat one is to part with a piece of your soul. I'm Moyosore Adibi for Just Africa, only on Souq News TV.
Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us. I'm sure you heard the uniqueness of Africa there from South Sudan. Now, a well-developed transportation system or infrastructure is essential for economic growth, facilitating trade, tourism, and investment. Improvement in transportation infrastructure can lead to increased productivity, reduced costs, and improved access to market. Now, where am I going with all this? The last word I just said, access to market. Nigerian Ports Authority, yes. The Tinkan Port Authority, yes. And the Dangote, the recent Dangote or the Lekki Deep Sea Ports. I would have called the Warri ports, the Rivers ports, and some other ports in different places in Nigeria. But they are not as effective as the ones I just mentioned in Lagos. And ports in Africa, in Kenya, and in Nigeria gives access to market. Imagine when you go to places like Idumota, or when you go to some other well-known market on this Lagos island, some of the goods that you see, you purchase on the shelves of supermarkets or of stores, not all of them, in fact, most of them, not produced in the country. We can say some of them, rather, are produced in the country, but majority of them are not produced in the country. The reason why you can still see them in this country is because you have large ships of container vessels that moves from different parts of the country, different parts of the world, that is coming from Asia, is coming from Europe, is coming from North or South America, or it's coming from China, and it's coming directly straight. But where is it going to come to? Ships, of course, are going to only use ports. They come to berth on the ports of Lagos, and that is where we'll be able to have access to this. Now, we know that globalization facilitates not just only transportation, but the exchange of goods and services. And some of the goods and produce, manufactured goods and services that we access here in Nigeria, we get them through this form of exchange of trade, because ports facilitate trade. And we've seen that in Lagos, we've seen that in Kenya. But without transport infrastructure, this tension of commerce or access to markets would have been defeated. That's your perspective.
You yourself talked about the Papa port. Yes, port. I mean, the road and all that. You made mention it earlier on, the road, the traffic and all that. It's quite interesting why things that are supposed to actually give us revenue, generate revenue, governments don't seem to concentrate on that. They seem to concentrate more on what is going to get them elected for the next term and all that. But yes, Lagos is always the model city. Lagos is the one we always refer to when we are making examples and all that. I also forgot to make mention of the electronic vehicles that we are planning to acquire again. But then again,
in Kenya it is electronic vehicles. In Nigeria it's compressed natural gas for vehicles to be transformed from petrol to natural gas. Even though the Chinese recently said they want to build electric vehicles plant in Nigeria.
In Nigeria, so it's a good initiative. It's a good innovation. But when you look at the power sector again, you would wonder how well this would work, how well it will be able to bring this into fruition, because the power sector is also another sector that really needs emergency, really needs critical attention. But all in all, the CNG was a proposed initiative to reduce the cost or the burden of the petrol hike or petrol fee fare, rather. But how many CNG stations do we have in Lagos or across Nigeria? That's another. How many CNG buses? How many CNG cars do we have? Some people are even going as much as converting their vehicles to CNG, which a lot of experts have told us is quite dangerous, because it's an explosion if it goes south. So you really have to be careful. Whoever is doing the conversion, it's much more advisable to just get these vehicles that are actually made for CNG consumption and all that. So these are some of the things that the government really needs to look at to make sure that, yes, because if you're able to solve transportation, trust me, the revenue will double by 100%.
Yes, if you're able to solve transportation, the revenue would double by 100%. But I dare say transportation is a vehicle to industrialization, and industrialization is the dream of most African countries, which includes Kenya and Nigeria. this is where we draw the curtain on the program Just Africa this morning. I am Oyinpriye Krumale. Many thanks for watching.
And I am Olumide Shokoya. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the Souq Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart showed through his everyday life.
From the early days of humanity when people roamed the earth unclothed, to the Stone Age when leaves and natural materials were used for modesty, clothing has undergone a remarkable transformation. As we progress to the weaving of fabrics and the art of textile printing, Ankara emerged as one of the earliest and most distinctive forms of attire. Today, Ankara has evolved beyond its origins, becoming a significant cultural symbol for various ethnic groups groups, states, and nations. Ankara, more than just a fabric, it's a symbol of pride and culture for millions across West Africa, deeply embedded in their identity and heritage. I bet you've been in touch with this fabric one way or the other, but have you ever asked where and how it all began? The journey and history of Ankara is what we are about to uncover, and how it became a powerful emblem of African heritage. The story of Ankara begins not in Africa, but thousands of miles away in Indonesia, using the batik techniques. Batik is an ancient Indonesian art from where wax is used to create different patterns on fabric. The process involves applying wax to certain areas of the fabric to resist dye, creating elaborate designs. In the 19th century, Dutch colonizers who controlled Indonesia recognized the appeal of batik and then sought to replicate it. They adapted the technique using industrial methods such as roller printing to produce the fabric more efficiently and in larger quantities. Talking about its transition to West Africa, Dutch manufacturers initially aimed to sell the printed batik fabric in Indonesia and Europe. However, fabric found a more enthusiastic market in West Africa, where it was embraced for its vibrant colors and patterns. The Dutch prints, while not initially popular in Europe, became highly prized in West African countries, evolving into what is now known as Ankara. How about its cultural integration? Well, the exact individual or company responsible for introducing batik to the African market is not well documented, but over time, Ankara became deeply integrated into West African culture, symbolizing various aspects of identity, status, and tradition. Despite its Indonesian origins, it is now predominantly recognized as a quintessential element of African fashion. It is clear that the adaptation and adoption of batik by Dutch traders played a crucial role in the fabric's journey to West Africa. By the early 20th century, these vibrant fabrics had become deeply embedded in the West African culture, from bustling markets to family gatherings. Ankara was more than just clothing. It was a statement of identity, social status, and unity. Even today, Ankara continues to hold a special place in West African society, alongside other widely recognized fabrics, reflecting the region's rich textile heritage. Talking about human civilization and the remarkable transformation of covering our body, Ankara fabric stands out with a deep historical roots. Let's take a look at some of the beautiful collections and hear from one of the biggest retailer in Balogun Market, Lagos Island.
I deal in what you call it, Ankara fabrics. We have the big one, which is vegetable block wax. That's the bigger range. You have the medium range. There are also vegetable block wax. So those are the two types of category that we sell. We buy from wholesalers, which is on the mainland. Then we resell. Like people use it for ashwebi. Some people use it for ready to wear, like tailors. They use it for ready to wear. And some people just buy it for maybe like a mini celebration, or in short, all celebration, all ceremony and celebration. So this one now, this is a medium high target, vegetable block wax. This is a medium one. If you touch it, you see the texture. It's not that 100% cotton. So compared to this one is a big one. Yeah. So when you touch it, you see the difference. This big one, this medium.
This is big, this is medium.
Yes. That's the difference. This has more quality than this. So that's the difference. And it's not that this one is bad. It's just that some people's pockets that will determine if you can go for big. Some don't like the medium one. So they go for this. They based on this. Buy some that can't afford this. Just buy this.
So the rest is just about design.
Yes.
The two types that you have here.
Yes.
The rest is just about design, different designs.
It's not.
As West Africa gained independence in the 1960s, Ankara's popularity soared. It became a symbol of African pride, a rejection of colonial influences, and an embrace of cultural heritage. From everyday wear to high fashion, Ankara represented a new era of self-expression.
We are doing this machine. We have this time. So you can leave it for 5 minutes, you can leave it for 3 minutes, depends on how strong you want it to be. So and as long as you can keep it for that a couple of times, that's how it will last.
It will last, okay.
And another thing that make it fade off easily is washing machine.
Oh.
Yeah, when you are using a washing machine.
So it should be hand washed, not...
not so strong wash. You know, Ankara is not something that, especially when it's adult clothes, you know, it's not something that you rub on the floor. It's just with some particular places to wash.
Ankara is for both sex, male and female. And we have adopted it as an African one. Even some of our brothers abroad is taking it outside to do as an African wear. A lot of people see it as the easiest fabric that you can take and make anything that you want out of it. That's why no matter how dull the market is, there are influx of and it's going out. And you know it's not only in Lagos, when you bring it out, about people with all sorts of places. So that is how it spread. So you'll be surprised that you're sitting down here, you will see design today, tomorrow you come, you don't see it again. So there are some trends in Ankara, there are some outfit that is like, well, you can't specify now because anybody can wear anything, but you see some colors that are too sharp. You say that is outside color. Igbos like dull color, yellowish, and you know there are some like this one that is here now. Is an Igbo uniform. That fragrance stuff. An Igbo uniform. If you see, go to.
Okay.
If you go to function, you see things like that. And if you go to market, it's a separate, and the price is different. It doesn't move like the others.
Okay.
So you have to buy with caution.
Today, Ankara is not just a fabric, it's a global phenomenon, worn by millions. It graces runways from Lagos to Paris, New York to Tokyo. As a symbol of African pride and identity, Ankara continues to evolve, influencing fashion, art, and culture worldwide. From its unexpected beginnings in Indonesia to becoming a powerful symbol of African identity, Ankara's journey is a proof to the resilience and creativity of West Africa. However, as we move forward, what challenges and opportunities lie ahead for this iconic fabric? Join us in the next episode as we explore the current state of Ankara production and the hurdles it faces into this global market. I am Grace Komalafe. See you again. human achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ig Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ig Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Ig Mokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Ig Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Aiboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guarantee Trust Bank PLC, GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry. Throughout his career, Ig Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became President of the Nigerian Stock Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today's office.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolon Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability. slog, they say, pays. Aigboje Mokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Aige Mokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Aige Mokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's life. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. He is the founder of chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Aigboje Mokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Bumi Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist, and just like many of the others here. The piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. This is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, the Enwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, from works, done by masters like that. After a while, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, her works, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, I've got to focus on investments now.
He collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Aige Mokwede Foundation with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion, and so with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Aige Mokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session, whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations, and fellowships, Aige Mokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University, and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Aige Mokwede is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of skill, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens from leaving the tarmac and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
Aigboje is the first African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. The business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success, and this Aige Mokwede has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about how he and others turned Access Bank into a major success, showing his determination and vision.
On a personal note, I think the first thing is that I left Access Bank. I retired as CEO in 2013, and I knew that I needed time off just to recharge my battery, so to speak. I didn't think I would have more than a year and a half before my perpetual motion character, kind of took over once again. And so I wanted to use that period as productively as possible. So I had a year and a half, and what better to do in a year and a half, than write a book. And for me, it was an opportunity, for posterity to tell the story to my children in a structured sense, because before then, I just hadn't had the opportunity to sit down with my kids and say, this is what I did today, or this is what I did yesterday, and these are the highs and the lows of this journey. Herbert and I went through a hell of an experience between 2002 and 2013, and for him that experience has continued. We learned so much, we were exposed to so many things. We had really, really great mountains that we climbed, we scaled some pretty high heights and so on. And in a sense, it would be very selfish of us to, lock this up in a box and not share it with others, because I think our experience, can be used by any other person who has an ambition to go out there and do, whatever it is they seek, whatever it is they dream about. And so the notion of writing for posterity and recording this period in my life, and probably more important, the notion of preparing a way for others, you know. Those are the things that drove me to write the book.
Ig Imokwede, former managing director of Access Bank Group, returns to lead Access Holdings, replacing Abubakar Jimo. His return after a decade aims to realize the shared vision of the late co-founder, Herbert Wigwe. Access Holdings PLC, trading under the Access Corp ticker on the Nigerian exchange, began to feel Igboje's progressive impact as its stock value increased by 1.52% following his appointment as chairman. Igboje Ig Imokwede is back again. Ig Imokwede is married to Ofovwe Ig Imokwede and has 4 children, namely Ohiozoje, Aima, Morenike, and Renown. He has been able to balance his family life with his professional achievements, setting an example as a leader and role model to many. He is an ordained minister of the Promised Land Ministry. In the annals of Nigerian business history, his story stands out, showcasing the power of vision, perseverance, and giving back to the community. From his humble beginnings to global recognition, he inspires others to dream big and make a difference. His legacy remains as he continues to make strides in business and philanthropy. Tradition is a fundamental aspect of every native community. Observing it does not only remind people of who they are, it helps young people to learn and also aids in preserving ancestral history, moments and efforts that bind them together, enriching the vibrant identity their community now exudes. In India, Dhanteras is one of such tradition and integral culture of the Hindu community, a significant festival that marks the onset of the 5-day Diwali celebrations, Festival of Light, observed on the 13th lunar day of the Krishna Paksha, which is the dark fortnight in the Hindu month of Kartik. The festival is dedicated to welcoming wealth and prosperity, reflecting in its name. Dhanteras combines Dhan, meaning wealth, and Teras, representing the 13th day. This auspicious occasion is celebrated with great enthusiasm as households are thoroughly cleaned and decorated, symbolizing the removal of negativity and the invitation of fortune. People create intricate rangoli designs and light diyas to honor the goddess Lakshmi, the deity of wealth, and invite her blessings. Dhanteras has roots in the Hindu mythology, highlighting 2 divine manifestations from the legendary churning ocean, or Samudra Mantha. On this day, the goddess Lakshmi is believed to have emerged from the ocean, and devotees worship her for blessings of prosperity. Another divine figure, Dhanvantari, the physician of the gods and an incarnation of Vishnu, also appeared carrying the Amrita, underscoring the day's connection to health and wealth. Astrologers such as Vats note the festival's dual blessings traditionally associated with wealth. Dhanteras is also linked to health, with prayers to Dhanvantari promoting healing and well-being. The observance of Dhanteras, also known as Lakshmi Puja, includes varied customs across India. In Maharashtra, dried coriander seeds mixed with jaggery are offered to Lakshmi. Many light sky lamps and diyas to honor Yama, the god of death, for protection. Evening rituals involve singing bhajans and offering sweets to Lakshmi, while families purchase new items like gold, silver, and kitchenware to symbolize luck and prosperity for the coming year. Village communities extend blessings to their livelihoods, with farmers honoring cattle through rituals and treats. In South India, particularly Tamil Nadu, Brahmin families observe Danteras by preparing marundu, a traditional medicine that balances the body's tridosh, marking an Ayurvedic approach to health and longevity. In Gujarat, family gatherings feature festive meals like dabat and malpua, showcasing regional diversity. Each aspect of Danteras, from cleaning and renewal to offerings and health rituals, embodies the essence of welcoming auspicious meals. Each aspect of Danteras, from cleaning and renewal to offerings and health rituals, embodies the essence of welcoming auspiciousness, health, and prosperity for the year ahead. Grace Komolafe, Souq News Television.
Cocoa remains a significant cash crop in Nigeria, predominantly produced by small-scale farmers in the country's southwest region. Historically, cocoa served as a major source of foreign earnings until the 1970s, when the discovery of petroleum shifted the focus away from agriculture. Despite various challenges from its introduction in 1807 to the present, efforts by successive governments and the resilience of cocoa farmers have sustained its production. To better optimize productivity and ensure fair prices for farmers and high economic returns for the government, the Cocoa Marketing Board, CMB, was established in 1947. However, the goal was not totally achieved as pricing policy weren't favorable, discouraging farmers from producing export crops, and that eventually led to the board's abolition in 1986. This resulted in reduced yields and lower quality cocoa beans. Meanwhile, the millennium era witnessed a shift in farmers' focus towards more economically viable crops like oil palm due to the high cost and intensive care required for cocoa production. Cocoa production faces several obstacles, including limited access to fertilizers, unfavorable climate conditions, pest infestation, poor infrastructure, and land shortages. Also, herders' attacks on farmers have deterred farmers from expanding their farmlands. According to research, despite challenges, cocoa production has empowered many farmers and more stakeholders in the value chain, improving their living standards, enabling them to provide education for their children, cover medical expenses, and build better homes. Concerning the future of cocoa farming in Nigeria, there are mixed opinions among farmers. Some are hopeful that government reinvestment and addressing current challenges can revive the sector's past success. Others are pessimistic due to persistent issues and the trend of farmers shifting to other crops. Regardless, hope remains for the sector. Solutions like improving land-labor relations, infrastructure, and financial support could revitalize cocoa production, reduce out-migration, stabilize prices, and enhance value chain development, ultimately securing a brighter future for Nigerian cocoa farming and its stakeholders. Ojai Michael, reporting for Souq News.
Cashew nuts, ranked among Ivory Coast top cash crops, play a crucial role in the country's economy, generating substantial revenue and supporting livelihoods across the country. As the world's leading exporter of raw cashew nuts, Ivory Coast contributes an estimated $800 million annually to its economy and also serves as a vital source of income for over 410,000 families, particularly in rural areas where few other opportunities exist. Cashew trees flourish in Ivory Coast northern regions, including Bondukau and Savannahs, known for its high-quality nuts and extensive plantations, just as Worondogu and Bagwe in the north central and northwest are also emerging as key producers. These regions not only drive Ivory Coast cashew production, but also support local livelihoods and economic growth. However, the country with over 29 million citizens is yet to fully realize the potential of its cashew industry. Despite being the top producer, the country processes only 7% of its cashew domestically, resulting in lost opportunities for value addition and job creation. Specifically, a recent data reveals that only 22% of the country's cashew nut output was processed domestically in 2023, even as the volatility of global cashew prices poses risks to farmers' income and overall economic stability. Concerns also arise regarding labor practices in some cashew farms and the environmental impact of deforestation for new plantations. To address these challenges and maximize the benefit of its cashew industry, Ivory Coast must focus on key strategies moving forward. These include investing in local processing facilities to boost job creation, export value, and farmers' incomes. Furthermore, the Ivorian government body overseeing the cashew sector, ARECA, must promote fair trade practices and ethical sourcing to ensure better prices for farmers and improve working conditions. Sustainable farming practices will also help to protect the environment and ensure long-term cashew production. According to a recommendation made at a workshop organized by the World Bank, tax exemptions and access to credit facilities will help to tackle some of these challenges. Furthermore, the private sector can also invest in research to develop high-yielding cashew varieties, improve processing techniques, explore new cashew products, as well as develop and implement digital platforms that connect farmers to market in order to facilitate financial transactions. Organizations like the Africa Cashew Initiative, ACI, must also assist in data compilation in the value chain at macro, meso, and micro level. By addressing this and harnessing its cashew potential, the country can further enhance its economy and build a more sustainable future for its citizens. Israel Adeyemi reporting for Souq News.
For years, uncomplimentary features including obsolete books, lack of power supply, leaking roofs, and sparse library infrastructure have become an integral feature of public libraries. Visits to some of these facilities, particularly in Lagos and Ibadan, indicate a litany of pathetic public libraries. Attempts by governments to turn things around have been weak and sometimes non-existent. Expectedly, the impact of this on learning is telling. This is the basis of today's news talk, which focuses on public libraries. An American writer, Sidney Sheldon, once said that libraries store the energy that funds imagination. He added that libraries open up windows to the world and inspire us to explore and achieve and contribute to improving our quality of life. For many years, many young Nigerians have failed to improve the quality of their lives by expanding their knowledge or nurturing their latent reading skills, hence leave most parts of their lives in doubt, contrary to the advice by British novelist and screenwriter J.K. Rowling, who said, "When in doubt, go to the library." Public libraries play a crucial role in a country's educational system by providing free access to a wealth of information and resources through offering a diverse range of books, journals, and digital resources that are essential for learning and research. They serve as a repository of knowledge accessible to everyone, regardless of socio-economic status, in addition to supporting lifelong learning by providing resources for all age groups. Their role in promoting literacy by offering reading programs, story hours, and access to books for young readers is very crucial for early childhood education and developing a reading culture. It is in light of this that the declining state of public libraries and poor management of the existing one, particularly in Lagos and Ibadan, are posing concern to critical shareholders. These concerns are there because of the overreaching effect on the standard of education in the two states, Oyo and Lagos. Most libraries in Lagos and Ibadan share similar attributes. They range from old buildings with leaking roofs, obsolete books, empty shelves, disused tables and chairs, uncomfortable ambience, and overgrown shrubs. Also, while the world is migrating electrically and libraries digitalized to bring them up to speed and make them fit for purpose in contemporary times, most libraries in Lagos and Ibadan are without electricity and manually driven. With fond memories of borrowing books to read in Lagos and returning them to the library in the full care of the other students after digesting their contents, Mrs. Felicia Adeniyi is pained that many years after, school children are longer enjoying such opportunities because of what public libraries have become. For starters, most of the libraries in Lagos State belonging to the state government are in a ruinous state. In its wisdom, the Lagos State government some years ago has turned the age-long library on Broad Street into a drug laboratory or whatever. This reporter used to use the library in the 60s, 70s and 80s before the politicians decided to change their minds. In Oyo State, the surrounding of the Oyo State Library Board at Dugbe in Ibadan betrays what a reading environment should look like. Inside the facility is equally disheartening. Additionally, makeshift shanties cluster the precincts of the library, making it difficult for visitors to recognize his presence. Random samplings carried out among students revealed a worrying situation. While many of them hardly know where the public libraries are located, some don't even know that public libraries exist. This perhaps explains why the standard of education in the state is on the decline. The reference section, located on the first floor, is lightly deserted, with only one patron present apart from the staff. The shelves are filled with old dusty books, revealing lack of maintenance and updates. Public libraries in Ogun State are also a worrisome sight. Users no longer patronize the state library. One of the major factors causing this is because the libraries are not digitalized and facilities are in a poor state. When the director of the Lagos State Library Service, Oyadipe Ashimiyu Amao, asserted that the state libraries had been standardized and are offering quality services, one can't help but wonder the cause of the growing apathy among residents so far as the use of public libraries is concerned. But the answer is not far-fetched, as some of the existing 13 libraries that exist in Lagos State have not been developed to the expected standard. Amao had recently, at a function organized by the State Library Service held for secondary students, claimed that the state libraries offered a conducive environment for libraries. But when Souq News visited Ikeja's Secretariat Library, the National Libraries on Abamakoli Way, Butemeta, the conditions of these libraries were against the assertions made by Amao. It is completely against what the gentleman had told the public. While the National Library opens at 8:30 a.m., library users there insist that the discomfort they experience there is a discouraging factor which they have continued to bear because of the little or no choice that they have. One of the library users said that they often come to the library with their hand fans due to the lack of electricity, and when there is power supply, the air conditioners and fans may not be working. Is this what we need in the center of excellence? Let us in Lagos declare a state of emergency on public libraries because the reading culture is gradually vanishing right under our nose. My name is Bayo Olaoye.
Interest in Nigeria's lithium reserves comes as countries worldwide scramble to secure supplies of the mineral which is essential for powering the green energy revolution. In this special report by Bayo Olaoye, the need to harness this resource for growth and development is examined, with the evolution of electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems. Lithium is a key component in the production of batteries for electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems, and Nigeria is positioning itself to become a major player in the global lithium market. Nigeria's vast lithium reserves, valued over $34 billion, is no doubt attracting world attention, while lithium factories are springing up in different parts of Nigeria already. The attention of the international mining industry is also focused on lithium because it is critical raw material for the production of solar panels and electric vehicles. Analysts predict that global lithium market could grow robustly over the next decade, driven by the rapid adoption of electric vehicles and renewable energy technologies. Data from a global future market insight showed that the lithium mining industry has emerged as a cornerstone of the clean energy transition, driven by the skyrocketing rising demand for lithium-ion batteries. The surge in lithium demand is driven largely by the electric vehicles market, which accounted for over 70% of the global lithium consumption in 2024, according to an Iranian-based research firm. With countries such as the United States, China, and members of the European Union pushing for next zero emission by mid-century, lithium demand is expected to escalate further. The federal government, indeed, the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development, should intensify efforts geared at renewing and resuscitating the viable lithium industry in the country to its full potential. As Nigeria diversifies its economy into other sectors, the lithium industry offers hope and expectation that this sector would earn more revenue for the country. Nigeria should not just watch with folded arms, but must strive with the political will to develop and strengthen the country's vast lithium reserves.
Nigeria, rich in traditional and cultural heritage, is intentional about promoting history and retaining cultural values. The country has succeeded in preserving its identities and that of the forefathers for ages through folklores, folk tales, traditional ceremonies, community-based initiatives, cuisine, and most notably, museums and cultural centers. These institutions serve as invaluable repositories of history, ensuring that future generations remain connected to their roots and appreciate the diverse cultural tapestry of the nation. In Nigeria, there are over 38 museums comprising national, state, and privately owned institutions scattered across the country. Each of these museums plays a crucial role in safeguarding Nigeria's vast historical wealth, with collections that reflect the uniqueness of different ethnic groups, traditional practices, and historical transitions over time. In Lagos, the National Museum, located at the center of the city in Onikon, claims a notable collection of Nigerian art, including pieces of statuary, carvings, archaeological and ethnographical exhibits, among others. Of particular significance is the terracotta human head, known as Jema head, dated between 900 and 200 BC, which is part of the renowned Nok culture. The piece is named after Jema, the village where it was discovered. The museum is administered by the National Commission for Museums and Monuments and remain a key educational and historical attractions for visitors. Another prominent artifact housed within the museum is the famous Benin bronze head, an evidence to the artistic excellence of the Benin Kingdom.
The museum has a lot of functions, some of which are to educate, to entertain, research, interpretation, conservation and preservation of our cultural heritage. And then the museum was established, Lagos Museum particularly, was established in 1957. It was formerly referred to as Department of Antiquities. So, well, the journey so far has been interesting because, we are here, to showcase our cultural heritage, not just to the country, but to the world. And we have series of, events that we do, that involve the community. And because of that, we create that awareness that this is where you can come and, see and feel your cultural heritage, your traditions, your history. Because it is said that a people without a history is a people without identity. So the museum portrays this to the people. And over the years, that is what we've been doing. Through education, community participation, we have galleries, that we display some of our objects, our antiquities, that showcase our patrimony. And all there is to know about our cultural inheritance. And so the museum, has been doing that over the years, and, we still keep doing more.
The Lagos National Museum was founded in July 1957 by English archaeologist Kenneth Murray, following the submission of architectural sketch in 1948 at a conference on museum policy in Nigeria. Kenneth Murray collected several traditional masks from Cross River State to display in the museum's early years, according to historical records. The primary purpose of structuring the museum was to preserve Nigeria's historical artifacts and cultural heritage. Fortunately, that vision has remained alive to this day. The museum serves as a significant tourist attraction for Lagos residents and international visitors alike, offering an immersive glimpse into the nation's past. Some of the remarkable artifacts currently on display at the museum include the bullet-ridden car in which former Nigerian head of state, General Murtala Muhammad, was assassinated, pictures of previous rulers and presidents of Nigeria from different eras, a diverse collection of cultural drums, tools, and ceremonial staffs from various ethnic groups, historical crowns and caps of revered traditional rulers symbolizing their power and authority, photographs of Queen Elizabeth II and her entourage during her visit to Nigeria, reflecting moments of colonial history.
It's so immense. Museum is a reminder of what the society is all about, because a number of us are missing the link. We don't even know the role, the significance of the society we find ourselves because of foreign influence. But when you come to museum, it will bring your mind back to the original habitat, the way of life of people, how things should be seen in the society, and how we should react to phenomenal changes in our environment. Basically, we'll be doing this work of educating the general public, not only Nigerians, over 20-something years here, and the impact has been so tremendous, to the point that what we do at the museum is in consonance with the curriculum of our institutions, from primary, nursery, primary, secondary, even tertiary, even people in their corporate organization. They deem me free to come to National Museum anytime they feel like we are missing the link, we have missed a lot of things concerning the way of life of our forefathers. Even here, apart from that, we do have what is called seminar. We organize seminar for expatriates, for individuals. They come around on Wednesdays to come and listen and learn on cultural-based subjects.
I think it's great. I mean, I particularly like the circle of life that are presented in here, right? From birth to reincarnation to external influences. I think it gave a good history of Nigeria. I learned a lot about that. There seems to be some real big connection between Nigeria and Benin in terms of the history that I wasn't totally aware of. I was able to see the different artifacts and stuff that were presented. So it was quite interesting. They did, I think, a pretty good job doing a comprehensive tour or comprehensive history of Nigeria and its culture and its surrounding areas.
A visit to the Lagos National Museum offers an enriching experience, transporting visitors back in time and allowing them to connect with Nigeria's rich and diverse history. The museum provides an opportunity to explore stories of resilience, artistry, and governance that have shaped the nation. Whether you are a history enthusiast, a student, or simply a curious traveler, stepping into this museum promises a nostalgic journey through Nigeria's past, fostering a deeper appreciation for its cultural legacy. Nigeria continues to reflect the stories that shapes its people, steadfast in its commitment to promoting history and preserving its cultural values for generations to come. Grace Komalafe, Souq Perspective. traffic regulations are practices put in place in both developed and underdeveloped countries. They are designed to ensure the safety of all road users, reduce accidents, and promote orderly movement. Either you are a driver or a passenger, every road user is required to understand and follow these laws. Under obligations, drivers must possess a valid driver's license issued by the authorized body. In Nigeria, this is the Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC.
Individual, like I've just said, most Nigerians, as we know, celebrate their date of birth. And as such, when you obtain a driver's license, says for 3 years or 5 years, you already know if you do it today, in the next 5 years, when you'll be celebrating your birthday, you are already aware that your license is due for renewal. You don't have to even wait until that date. By law, a month to that date, you should start processing the renewal of the driver's license.
While other countries have their respective designated authorities, vehicles must also be properly registered and insured, with up-to-date documentation readily available when requested by law enforcement officers. Mandatory rules include observing speed limits, which vary depending on the road type. In cities, the limit is 50 km per hour, increasing to 80 km per hour on highways and 100 km per hour on expressways. Before hitting the road, seat belts are mandatory for both drivers and front seat passengers. Also, all traffic signs, signals, and road markings must be obeyed. Drivers must remember that using a mobile phone while driving is a punishable offense unless assisted by a hands-free device. Drunk driving is illegal, with penalties ranging from fines and license suspension to imprisonment. For passengers, wearing seatbelts is essential, and distracting the driver should be avoided at all costs. In public transport, any reckless driving should be reported to the authorities, and pedestrians, on the other hand, must also cross at designated pedestrian crossings, zebra crossings, or pedestrian bridges where available. They should follow pedestrian traffic lights and only cross when the signal indicates it is safe. Looking left, right, and left again before stepping onto the road is crucial and should avoid running while crossing. Making eye contact with approaching vehicles ensures they see you before you proceed. By following traffic regulations, road users can prevent accidents, protect lives, and contribute to smoother transportation for everyone. Grace Komolafe, Souq News Television.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Happy Children's Day 2025, Nigerians. Happy Children's Day. It's a special day that we get to acknowledge and appreciate, and just, let's take care of our children. Let's take care of our kids. Let's listen to them. Let's see what they have on their minds. Let's see what ideas, they have brewing inside of them. So from Souq News Television, we're celebrating Children's Day by having a conversation with the children. I'm a child too. Oh, we are the other. My name is Omobola Sandra. I am not alone on this special. I have here with me.
Shout out, Makiri. How you doing, Over B?
I'm good.
Happy Children's Day to you.
Happy Children's Day to us. Because I still have parents, and I'm still a child to them.
I'm a child of God.
right, you are welcome. It promises to be an amazing run. The president gave a speech earlier today, same as the First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, and it was a beautiful one. Ideas from the federal government for the children, things that are being put in place, laws that are being, thought of, reforms that are coming on board to ensure that, we have a safe environment, a nurturing environment for our children. The theme for this year's Children's Day in Nigeria is Stand Up, Speak Up, and building a bullying-free generation. Yeah. Were you bullied in school?
I was.
You were bullied in school?
I was bullied in school.
My goodness.
I find it difficult to believe that there's hardly anybody that didn't experience bullying while in school, to be honest.
I kind of did not, because I really didn't send anybody.
But yes, we're trying to build an environment where bullying is out of the question, out of the way, and children are safe to, experience the whole process of education and then feel comfortable while learning, make good friends, have a happy life at the end of the day, and not be as traumatized as some generations.
Exactly. A lot of adults are traumatized because of what they went through as children, and they are now projecting as adults onto their own children, which is really unfortunate, which is why we need to keep talking about it. We need the kids to speak up. We need to understand them better. We need to provide an environment where they can actually express themselves fully. Now, we have four amazing future leaders here with us in the studio, and I cannot wait for you to hear from them. I cannot wait to hear from them. How are you doing, guys? Yeah, just smile.
Happy Children's Day to
Happy
you.
Children's Day. Thank you. Have you guys gotten to that age where you're like, I'm not a child, I'm not celebrating Children's Day? Have you gotten? He said yes. Do you agree?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. So we were having a conversation with her. You're giving last-born energy. Are you last-born? Okay, yes, that's of course. So you guys don't feel like you should be celebrating Children's Day? You think you're past that?
No. You don't think you're past celebrating Children's Day?
I don't think so.
So you would like to enjoy the benefits that come with the Children's Day?
Yes.
How old are you?
I'm 15.
How old are you?
15. 14, 15.
Oh, they're teenagers. All right, so introduce yourself. Let's get to meet you.
Oh, my name is Ola Ayomide. I'm from Juvado College.
Okay.
My name is Kola Wale Deborah. I am from Miriam College. My name is Chiaha Christopher Precious. I'm from Rio Secondary School.
My name is Sunday and I'm from Miriam College.
Okay, so you're welcome. You're welcome. You are welcome. First question, let me just see. Let me see. So if you could have a superpower, let me start with you. If you could have a superpower, what would it be?
Everything that's going on.
You want to be omnipotent, omnipresent. You want to know everything. Why?
I'm not doing everything. I just want to know about the environment and other places, not only Nigeria.
Okay, you just want to have a view of what's going on everywhere. Yeah. So you can be like, this is happening in America right now. And you don't want to go there to do anything about it. You just want to be aware. What would you do with that kind of knowledge?
I don't understand.
What would you do with the knowledge?
Well, I can't blame him because you watch a lot of Superman cartoons and Superman is always saving Americans. I mean, if you watch Superman movies and cartoons, I'm like, is it that there are no problems in other parts of the world?
It's nice to hear that.
All right, so let's hear from you. What superpower would you like to have?
I'll say teleportation and how can I put it? To download everything, I see, to be able to photographic memory.
Photographic memory.
Yes.
Teleportation.
Yes.
Photographic memory. Why? What would you like to use those superpowers for?
Teleportation. For instance, now I'm a science student. I just had a hectic day from school. Going back home, I just feel like I'm home.
Oh my goodness, girls! All of us. All of us.
Brilliant.
See, all Lagosians. At this point, I think it's all Lagosians
that
would like to just.
Traffic.
I'm done with work, and I just want to be in my bed.
Serious, you have to trek home again under the sun, just oh God, how I wish we could just fly or something like that. Bam, I'm home. And photographic memory, when you are really having a hard time studying and it's not really getting into you, just let me just read this page once, and for exam, I know that I don't need to read it again.
That's interesting.
Instead of having to open the book over and over and over and over and over again. It's like, to be there.
I feel like, you're not using your superpower to help anybody. Why? Because you're having your superpowers for yourself. I mean, what you don't want to give back to the society. You don't want to be a supergirl, superwoman.
Okay,
you don't want to be Wonder Girl.
Nah, I'm not really like, I'm introverted.
You don't care?
I don't care.
She's an
I like to be behind the scenes. I like to be behind the scenes.
Oh, yeah. What would you like to be when you grow up?
A surgeon.
Wow.
What kind of surgeon?
I'm a surgeon, like, what am I operate on people?
Okay.
Oh, okay.
General medical surgeon.
So, Mike Name.
Interesting.
That's you. Last one.
Teleportation, no, time travel.
Time
travel. Oh, I'm intrigued. Why?
Interesting.
Time travel, because if I know what is going to happen in future, like good or bad, I won't look too much, because if you know what's going to happen in future, it won't come true. It won't come to pass. So I'll look at the bad side of things and try to change it for myself and my family.
Only yourself and your family.
If I know somebody that is wicked, I will allow that thing to happen to them.
Wow.
Yes.
It's the rawness for me. It's the rawness for me. That's very raw.
That's interesting.
Well, it's okay. It's alright. But I mean, there are some people that maybe people that caused World War II. You can just like tell them why. Can you
Yes,
stop?
and if I could, I would go back in time. The time when they were killing twins. I could save all those people.
Oh,
that's interesting.
All right. So what about you?
Super speed and mind control.
Flash. Mind
control.
Why are you
mind control? You have to convince somebody to put 2 meat. Mommy, see you.
Because there are times that a particular person would not match your opinion, and you want your opinion to count.
Wow.
So you would want to control the person.
I am concerned.
I thought we were trying to do this.
I'm sorry. I am concerned. Should I be scared of these people? What is going on? Somebody doesn't agree. But that is the whole essence of, So, I mean, say for example, let's go and vote. Are you interested in voting?
Yes.
Are you looking forward to voting?
Yes.
When you get to 18, you are excited about voting, like being a part of the change that we need. So if somebody is voting for another party, say no, vote for that party.
Vote for my candidate.
If you are voting for the wrong party,
how would you know? How would you know it's the wrong party?
Someone I think is wrong. Yes.
But anyway, she'll be able to do mind control. Maybe she'll be able to coerce you to do the right things.
Yeah. All right, very, very, very quickly now, because we need to go on a short break. If you could be the president of the country, tell us, what is that first thing that you do?
The first thing
you do.
Maybe to change some rules.
What's the rule?
Give us one, just one.
Nobody should have superpower. Laura, first of all, nobody should have superpower. But please carry on.
The first rule is freedom of everybody.
Everybody should do what they want to do.
No, not like what they should do what they want to do. But like, I feel like the way, the rules and regulation of Nigeria goes somehow, they are not accurate building stuff, and the streets are not like other countries, like Japan, very clean. So I would like to change the way of people, just be cleaning. The road must not be
People should be responsible for their waste.
Yeah.
That's very interesting.
I see you watch anime. Alright, if you were the president.
I'll change the economy. I'll try changing the economy first.
So what's the first rule? What's the first thing that you would do? What's the first thing you say? Like, subsidy is gone. What's the first thing you say?
I'll first try, if I want to change the economy, I'll go into the export and the import rate, like the drugs, all those things, to stop people, because nowadays we're just seeing a lot of madmen or madwomen on the streets who could be useful people to the economy or useful people to the society.
So you think it's drugs, not village people? Because I feel like
some people that will cause you to, maybe because you're already progressing in life, but still, if those people belong maybe in psychiatric homes or whatever. Because they need to process their life. Why are you disturbing other people?
So you would tackle drugs.
Yes.
That's the first thing you do. You think that you need to tackle drugs.
Yes.
I like that, and I think you should start in your school. Carry on.
I will tackle the cleanliness of the society. Yes, because the way the streets are looking now, if you go to Tinubu side, if the gutters everywhere, especially on Thursdays and Fridays, everywhere is looking messed up. And if I was president, first thing I'll make lawmans go there, clean everywhere up and do the roads so that there will not be too much hold up going on because it's stressful.
Like those who don't like stress, it's chilled life.
I'm trusting your government.
I would reduce the prices of things.
Thank God.
Yes.
I think I'll vote on it.
I will vote for you. I will vote for you.
Because at the rate of which the economy is going, the prices of things are becoming very outrageous. You would go to the market today, or you go to a store today to get one thing, then you go back maybe 2 days later and the prices have changed. And the price that they added will be so outrageous, and you think, okay, since it's like this, I should not get it. And it's something you need, but because of the price, you wouldn't want to get it. Even if you have the money, you'll be like, why should I spend this amount of money on this particular thing? So
you can forego a need because of the price, and because of that, you'd want to change things.
Yeah.
I think that's very interesting. Brilliant mind.
I think it is very interesting. What are you buying? Because adults are the ones that have all these problems. But it's okay. All right. Thank you very much. It has been an amazing run. Unfortunately, time is really not a friend. But who's the time traveler? Maybe you should go back and give us a time. At this point. But we'll take a very short break. It is still Happy Children's Day from us at Souq News Television. Stay with us.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Palm oil has long been a vital component of Nigeria's agricultural heritage, with roots tracing back to pre-colonial times. Originally serving local needs, its importance has grown exponentially, propelling Nigeria into a prominent global producer. Spread across regions like Edo, Delta, Cross River, and Ondo states, the country boasts extensive plantations and advanced processing capabilities. It takes about 4 years for oil palms to produce fruit suitable for harvest. Each tree will then continue to produce fruit for up to 30 years, at which point they will have grown to around 40 feet tall. According to reports, Nigeria's palm oil production increased to 1.4 million metric tons in 2023, witnessing steady growth since 2009, with a peak surge in 2010. Despite a surge in domestic consumption, reaching 1.8 million metric tons in the 2021-2022 crop year, Nigeria still imports 350,000 metric tons, primarily from China and Malaysia. Similarly, some of the challenges plaguing the sector include declined production, outdated equipment, and insufficient financing, resulting in a notable production deficit. To address these challenges, government intervention is imperative, necessitating increased funding, favorable policies, and enhanced environmental protection measures. Furthermore, Nigeria and other African countries must move away from the local way of producing palm oil to a more mechanized method for effective and efficient production. Additionally, fostering collaborations among farmers, processors, marketers or consumers, and equipment fabricators is vital for sustainable production and value chain development. Israel Adeyemi, Souq News.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
For years, on complementary features including obsolete books, lack of power supply, leaking roofs, and sparse library infrastructure have become an integral feature of public libraries. Visits to some of these facilities, particularly in Lagos and Ibadan, indicate a litany of pathetic public libraries. Attempts by governments to turn things around have been weak and sometimes non-existent. Expectedly, the impact of this on learning is telling. This is the basis of today's news talk, which focuses on public libraries. An American writer, Sidney Sheldon, once said that libraries store the energy that funds imagination. He added that libraries open up windows to the world and inspire us to explore and achieve and contribute to improving our quality of life. For many years, many young Nigerians have failed to improve the quality of their lives by expanding their knowledge or nurturing their latent reading skills, hence leave most parts of their lives in doubt, contrary to the advice by British novelist and screenwriter J.K. Rowling, who said, "When in doubt, go to the library." Public libraries play a crucial role in a country's educational system by providing free access to a wealth of information and resources through offering a diverse range of books, journals, and digital resources that are essential for learning and research. They serve as a repository of knowledge accessible to everyone, regardless of socio-economic status, in addition to supporting lifelong learning by providing resources for all age groups. Their role in promoting literacy by offering reading programs, story hours, and access to books for young readers is very crucial for early childhood education and developing a reading culture. It is in light of this that the declining state of public libraries and poor management of the existing one, particularly in Lagos and Ibadan, are posing concern to critical shareholders. These concerns are there because of the overreaching effect on the standard of education in the two states, Oyo and Lagos. Most libraries in Lagos and Ibadan share similar attributes. They range from old buildings with leaking roofs, obsolete books, empty shelves, disused tables and chairs, uncomfortable ambience, and overgrown shrubs. Also, while the world is migrating electrically and libraries digitalized to bring them up to speed and make them fit for purpose in contemporary times, most libraries in Lagos and Ibadan are without electricity and manually driven. With fond memories of borrowing books to read in Lagos and returning them to the library in the full care of the other students after digesting their contents, Mrs. Felicia Adeniyi is pained that many years after, school children are longer enjoying such opportunities because of what public libraries have become. For starters, most of the libraries in Lagos State belonging to the state government are in a ruinous state. In its wisdom, the Lagos state government some years ago has turned the age-long library on Broad Street into a drug laboratory or whatever. This reporter used to use the library in the 60s, 70s, and 80s before the politicians decided to change their minds. In Oyo State, the surrounding of the Oyo State Library Board at Dugbe in Ibadan betrays what a reading environment should look like. Inside the facility is equally disheartening. Additionally, makeshift shanties cluster the precincts of the library, making it difficult for visitors to recognize its presence. Random samplings carried out among students revealed a worrying situation. While many of them hardly know where the public libraries are located, some don't even know that public libraries exist. This perhaps explains why the standard of education in the state is on the decline. The reference section, located on the first floor, is lightly deserted, with only one patron present apart from the staff. The shelves are filled with old, dusty books, revealing lack of maintenance and updates. Public libraries in Ogun State are also a worrisome sight. Users no longer patronize the state library. One of the major factors causing this is because the libraries are not digitalized and facilities are in a poor state. When the director of the Lagos State Library Service, Oyadipe Ashimiyu Amao, asserted that the state libraries had been standardized and are offering quality services, one can't help but wonder the cause of the growing apathy among residents so far as the use of public libraries is concerned. But the answer is not far-fetched, as some of the existing 13 libraries that exist in Lagos State have not been developed to the expected standard. Amao had recently, at a function organized by the State Library Service held for secondary students, claimed that the state libraries offered a conducive environment for libraries. But when Souq News visited the Ikeja's Secretariat Library, the National Libraries on Abamakoli Way, Butemeta, the conditions of these libraries were against the assertions made by Amao. It is completely against what the gentleman had told the public. While the National Library opens at 8:30 a.m., library users they insist that the discomfort they experience there is a discouraging factor which they have continued to bear because of the little or no choice that they have. One of the library users said that they often come to the library with their hand fans due to the lack of electricity, and when there is power supply, the air conditioners and fans may not be working. Is this what we need in the center of excellence? Let us in Lagos declare a state of emergency on public libraries because the reading culture is gradually vanishing right under our nose. My name is Bayo Olaoye.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Welcome back. It is still the Children's Day special on Souq News Television. We have another set of superheroes here with us in the studio. How are you doing? Fine. I feel like you guys should smile. You are not the weight of Nigeria's problems on your shoulders. Neither is on mine.
To an extent.
Okay, so let's get to meet you. What is your name? Tell us your school and your class.
My name is Animashan Oluwafolawa and my school is Real Secondary School. I'm in SS2.
Okay.
Okay, can you speak a little louder?
Yeah.
My name is Animashan Oluwafolawa. I'm in SS2 and I'm from Real Secondary School.
Oh,
Real Secondary School?
Real.
Real?
Yes.
The generic.
My name is Akibayo David.
You need to speak out, darling.
Speak up. Today is your day.
Speak up. That's the thing, right? Speak up.
Speak up. Speak out. Stand up.
Sound strong.
My name is Adibayo David. I am from Miriam College and I'm in SS2.
Okay, Miriam College.
My name is Mafia Farida. I am a student of Jufado College. I am also in SS2.
SS2?
Yeah.
How old are you guys?
I'm going to be 14 this year.
Going to... Why?
She's excited about the age.
She's excited about
She's excited about the age, yes.
How are you?
I'll be 15 this month.
This month? What day?
Next month, 29th.
Next tomorrow.
That's 29. That's beautiful.
May 29. Something happens on May 29.
Something happens on May 29.
What's that?
I don't know.
Oh yeah, that's the day we get new president. Every 4 years. That's the inauguration of...
Yeah, that's it.
I'm 15 years.
You're 15 years old?
Yeah. I've clocked 15.
Clocked 15.
15. Like,
I've clocked 15.
She's not projecting.
She's not
looking forward to the
switch. The next year. Okay, that's amazing. So what excites you most about being a Nigerian? Oluwa Firiwamiwa.
Folawamiwa.
Folawamiwa. Okay. So what excites you most about being in Nigeria? What's the most exciting thing about being in Nigeria?
I just like the way there are lots of languages and different cultures. So
how many languages can you speak?
How
many languages can you speak?
I can speak a bit of Hausa, but I've forgotten some things there.
Wow, that's interesting. And you're Yoruba?
I'm Yoruba, but I can't speak Yoruba fluently.
You can't speak Yoruba fluently, and you're trying to speak Hausa.
But I understand my language.
But you understand.
You understand.
I gave you some for that.
No, it's okay. It's all right. We'll pass that. How about you? What's the most exciting thing?
What excites me most about Nigeria is that there are not a lot of natural disasters. We hardly have earthquakes.
We're on the same page on that. We are on the same page on that. You know when you hear tornadoes and you hear whirlwinds and you hear earthquakes, wildfires.
Like where is it coming from?
You know, and that's very exciting.
That's it.
What traumatized you to think of that?
I watch a lot of movies. And most of them are actually about dinosaurs and all this action movies, sci-fi.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right.
Lots of sci-fi.
That's
we'll do that to you.
It will. It will mess everything up. All right. So, how about you?
I love the culture, the religions. I love the weather also because it's not too cold here in Nigeria. And the food.
I will choose cold.
The food.
The food?
Yeah.
The food.
Yeah, the food.
I'm sorry. I just had to. I just had to.
What's your favorite food?
My favorite food is jollof rice with chicken.
So you like food, and then at the end of the day, your favorite food is jollof.
Yeah.
You lost me there. I was expecting some
I don't know.
Okay, so the theme for this year's Children's Day is Speak Up, Speak Out, building a bullying-free generation. Have you experienced bullying before? Has any of you experienced bullying? Have you experienced bullying before? Have you experienced bullying before?
No.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
I think
that's laudable because I think there are better humans in society now.
Yeah, that's really good. And you've not had cases of bullying in your school or whatnot?
No, that does not happen.
Very interesting. I kind of like that. So if you had the opportunity to be one adult in your life for one day, who would that be and why? If you had the opportunity to be anybody, an adult in your life, maybe mommy, daddy, a friend, who would that be?
I'll actually be.
Yeah,
you can.
I'll actually be Elon Musk.
Speak up.
Elon Musk.
Say it again. Say it louder.
Elon Musk.
Why?
Because he's the world most richest man, and actually the money is actually planned to foundation because all what Nigeria is lacking right now. Basic facility, food, culture, and hospitality, and everything.
That's very interesting. Very interesting.
I don't want to be Elon Musk, but maybe I want his money, but it's fine.
You just want his money?
Yeah, I do. Oh,
I've not really thought about it before.
Okay.
Well, who's your role model? Who do you look up to? Who inspires you? Who, when you hear their name or when you see them speak, who would you like to, Who
would you like to be like when you grow up? Is it Powerpuff Girls? What's your favorite cartoon?
Powerpuff.
I don't know. They didn't grow up for Powerpuff Girls. I'm sorry.
No, I watch Powerpuff.
You watch Powerpuff? Oh, that's it.
Cartoon.
What's your favorite cartoon?
Disney princess movies.
Oh, interesting.
Any of them are being like any of like Cinderella, Snow White, or Princess on the Throne. What about you?
My number one role model is my parents.
That's beautiful.
My parents.
That's raw.
But aside from them, for now, I would say Ashake.
If you had the opportunity to be an adult for a day, you'd be Ashake.
Yeah, because I like his music. I like everything about him.
Wow, that's very interesting. I didn't see that coming.
What's your favorite song? Your favorite Ashake song?
I like Joa.
Joa.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a good one. That's a good one.
That's amazing. All right. So finally, before we take a break, what would you do if you become president today? What's the first thing you would do?
Can I go first? Can I?
Yeah, you can go first.
The first thing I'm going to do when I become the president, like for one day, there are many homeless people who doesn't have a home, sleeping around.
All right.
I love to help them, maybe get them an apartment for them to stay. And there are many people starving out there. There is no any food for them to eat, or there is no money for them to buy food. Like, I'll go around the cities, look for those people and help them and give them an apartment or money to feed themselves.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. How about you?
The first thing that I will do if I become president of Nigeria.
You need to speak out, darling, so we can hear you.
Okay.
Speak out.
Okay. I would like to encourage farmers to produce more food because of without them, there will not be a lot of food going around in the country. So all what I'm going to direct all my legacy and everything to is
agriculture. That's
very important. Very important. We need food security at this time now.
Well, President, the first thing I'm talking about is how to create more employment in the society, because if everybody had a job, nobody will be sleeping outside and nobody will be starving. So the first thing I'll try to do is to increase employment rate and job opportunities.
I got you on that one. We'll take another short break. I'll be right back for the final round as we celebrate our amazing children.
Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Lee University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
Welcome back. It's still the Children's Day special on Souq News Television. And we have amazing children in the studio. Of course, we are having as much fun as we possibly can muster because today is Children's Day, the 27th of May, 2025. And I'm not alone in the studio. I still have the elegant Omobi in the studio. Omobola Sandra, how are you doing?
Maintaining my child's tease.
Feeling the nostalgic, you know.
What was your favorite thing to do as a child?
March pasts. Off the top of my head.
That came way too fast.
Left, right.
That came really fast.
Yes. I miss that. I don't even know if we still do that these days.
Anyway, what I missed the most about being a child was climbing trees.
Climb. How does... Anyways, moving on. We have a gentleman and two beautiful young ladies in the studio with us, and they're going to be telling us a little about themselves, and of course we'll be asking them some questions about the Children's Day. So without further ado, may we meet you. First lady on my right.
My name is Adeyemi Ramat from Mayo Secondary School.
Okay, nice to meet you, Ramat. Young man.
Akorede Akinubi from Mayo School.
Okay, Akorede.
I think you need to come again. We didn't get that.
Akorede Akinubi from Mayo College.
Okay.
Oh, interesting.
My name is Afolabi Amidat from Royal Group of School.
Amidat.
Yes.
Are you Muslim?
Yes, I am.
Are you from the north?
Not at all.
Okay. I thought. Anyways, nice to have you guys on the show. How you doing?
Fine.
When you think of Children's Day, what's the first thing that comes to your mind?
I think it's a special day for me and other kids of the world. For us to remember that we are special and not that we are alone. And when we do this, it's for us to go out and have fun with our families and friends. And we annually celebrate this on May 27th.
You celebrate it in your family?
Yeah.
What do you do in your family? What as a household? Maybe I can pick a thing or two.
Like, we call ourselves and organize a party together where they cook, we eat different kind of food, and we also play different type of games. Like
on Children's Day?
Yes.
So today now there's food in your house?
No.
Why is today different?
Some of them said they were going out. They were like, there's no chance, they are going to work, blah blah blah, all this stuff.
Aww.
Is Children's Day that exciting in your house? I know a certain boy of Sarah Adebi that will probably relate to that.
Shots fired, but no, you'll be fine.
What does Children's Day mean to you?
Just the day that celebrates children over the world.
That's all. My guy.
This brother is stoic.
What about you?
It's a day to celebrate the joy, innocence, and potential of children.
Hold up. There are innocent adults too.
They are. Children, mind you. Carry on.
Yeah, well, I think we should all celebrate children all over Nigeria on Children's Day.
Okay.
To honor them, to cherish them, and show how unique and special they are.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Pamper the children. That's what I get.
Do you get any treatment at home? You know,
not really.
That's something special that happens. They cook. They didn't cook today. I would have, you know.
We would have come to your house.
But that's very unfortunate.
So, do you get any special children's treatment?
No, not really. I just get gifts, not any special.
Gifts from who?
From my dad or my mom.
Children's Day has
changed. I mean, it has changed though. Our Children's Day did not.
No, but they took us to the park.
My parents, no, I was not taken to a park, mommy. Anyway.
Take Capison and Bobo.
You still take that. How old are you?
I'll be 15 by July.
Why is everybody projecting? Do you want to be old quick? I don't.
I'm currently 14.
Yes.
Alright.
How old are you, young man?
15 to 16.
15 going on 16. How about you?
15 going on 16 also.
Interesting.
So, if you were given ₦1 million, what business would you invest it in?
The way I am like this.
Are you remaining now?
The way you are.
I don't want to invest it in business. Because we have a current problem like this now. We have to relocate from where we are living.
Okay.
So I'll try to give it to my mom and my daddy.
Oh, that's beautiful.
That's
thoughtful.
That's very thoughtful.
We have a lot of family-oriented young people these days.
I feel like if you gave it to a Josh or a Moyo, they'd probably do it over the weekend. But I like the fact that we have kids who are taking responsibility at such tender age. They shouldn't, but I like the fact that they are thinking.
It gives us hope for the future that we won't have leaders who will be dropping the ball.
But do you have any business idea at all?
I start selling clothes.
That's good.
What about you? If you were given $1 million right now, would you?
I'm investing in traveling. I'm boosting my football career.
Oh, you play football?
Wait, hold up. You japa.
Well, I thought you were going. I thought it was travel agency.
Because he said he will invest in traveling
and then
boost his football. When I heard football career, I knew that it was Jack Papa was talking about. You play football. Oh my goodness. Who is your roommate? Are you Messi or Ciance?
Let me guess.
Hey.
Yeah, Messi. I wouldn't have guessed that.
That hurts. It cut deep. It cut deep. So
yes, fans.
Yeah, you are a Messi fan. It's okay. Are you sure it's not CR7? Think about it, you know.
Always.
I feel like maybe you should think about it.
What wing do you play?
I go.
You're a goalkeeper. I am a Messi fan.
Wow.
Okay.
That's interesting. That's really
You asked Messi or Ronaldo.
Okay, yeah, preference. Okay, yeah, that's true. That works.
Okay. But who's your model in football in the world?
Emi Martinez.
Emi Martinez?
Donnarumma.
Both of them. Emi Martinez and who?
Donnarumma.
Oh, really? I'm lost there.
I don't know those ones.
At that point, I'm gone.
There.
What about you? 1 million right now, what would you invest that in?
Actually, I will invest it into my dad's business.
What does your dad do?
He sells, he's a trader.
He's a trader?
Yes.
He sells?
So, on weekend, I go there to help him. So, if I invest there, it's to make the business improve more and get some larger shops and goods to sell to.
What does he sell?
He sells children's stuffs like water bottle, food flags, something like that.
So you change water bottle every time?
I'm not really used to it because that's what we sell, so I don't fancy it that much.
Oh, okay, so you've seen all of it.
You've seen it.
Yes.
Let's do something else.
Alright, it's alright.
That's very interesting.
Okay, so have you ever experienced bullying? Sure guy. Have you ever experienced bullying? Have you ever experienced bullying?
Have you seen where somebody was bullied?
Have you seen someone being bullied?
No, only in movies.
Only in movies.
I'm so grateful.
Nigeria, there's hope for the future.
It is better.
It is bettering.
Yeah, it is bettering. That's really nice because you know the theme for this year's Children's Day is speak out, stand out, and building a bullying-free generation. Because the impression is that in schools nowadays, a lot of people are being bullied. There's still peer pressure to own some things, to have certain things. Do you feel that? Do you get that? How?
It's not bullying, it's peer pressure.
Peer pressure. You get peer. Oh, okay. So tell us about it.
It's not something that is bad.
Okay.
You know when someone is trying to be in vogue. And when you do that, you get into trouble. I did it once.
If somebody wants to be in vogue, why are they getting into trouble?
I did it once. Because
I
did it once.
Oh, okay.
But I felt mommy does not give me what would be enough for me to eat at school. When I said I was buying things that I feel like eating. So there was a day she left, she was not around, and I took her money. And I went to buy it. And she came, I was like, who took my money? Because I was not the one. She asked everybody in the house. Then I confessed.
Yeah. You
confessed. She punished me. I will not collect food money for 1 week. But you will eat.
So you didn't collect food money for 1 week. So did you learn a lesson from that?
Yes.
So now you are contented. So now you are contented.
Yeah.
I like the fact that you're strong enough to actually put yourself out there like that.
That's beautiful. Integrity.
That's very strong emotional intelligence there. I like that. What about you? Have you felt peer pressure?
Never.
So you don't want to go into your...
No. That's beautiful.
Okay. Good one.
I like you.
He's so confident in himself.
Very confident young man. I like that. Very interesting.
Not at all. Well, are they kind of good peer pressure or bad peer pressure?
Yes. You can tell us a story.
The good effect of peer pressure to me is that when I was in a younger school, I was not really that brilliant. When I saw other kids doing well, I was like, okay, these kids are just like me. Why can't I just be like them? It really helped me focus on my studies. And now when I'm in secondary school, I'm doing great than before.
Are you top 3?
Yeah, sure.
You're top 3?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's good.
That's good. All right, before we need to wrap up at this point on our Children's Day special on Souq News Television. If you become the president of this country today, what's the first thing you would do? Amidat.
Oh, first thing I would do, I'm going to have the less privileged. Not really, everybody is the less privileged to me nowadays.
I don't think you understand the power.
The power that the president wields.
You have as
the
the president of Nigeria. What is the first thing that you do? It's still the less privileged.
Not really the less privileged also. I'm going to do a lot of things, build roads, schools, and even complaints for students who are in the university now, after they graduate, so they'll be able to find a job easily instead of staying at home for about 2 years looking for a job. I'm going to build different complaints and school for students that are not going to pay at all.
What do you want to be when you grow up?
So you rev employment.
Yeah.
I want to be a lawyer or an entertainer.
Wow. Those are poles apart.
No one is saying you want to be an entertainer. I mean, let's know.
There are different parts of entertainment. You want to be entertaining like us?
Not at all.
And you want to be, somebody said you like Ashake. Who's your favorite artist?
Artist? Must it be a Nigerian artist?
I don't know, it can be anybody. As long as
Okay.
the name I can pronounce, Bujunkyo.
How do you know?
Okay, so it's
Not them. Let's
exactly.
Oh, he's not an artist.
He's not an artist.
He's an actor.
He's an actor.
Korean actor.
Yeah, sure.
It's okay. But it's not Lee Min-ho.
Not at
It's
all.
not right. I feel like we're losing a lot to China at this point, to Korea at this point, but okay.
I will start the sporting department.
See, guy.
Okay, Nero, not do.
You establish a sporting academy, like a school where people can come, different sports, not just football. That's amazing. We have that.
Health
We
is
don't have
wealth. That's good. Paying
not just-
attention to your...
Listen, you want to make money, so health is wealth.
I'm trying to see the positive side. Why is it money that's interesting?
Because of money.
Oh God, I'm doing.
But I'm with you.
I would like go to churches, like local places that will fetch out, like scout the less privileged that can do some sports, some stuff, and bring them out every day.
That's good. That's good.
I'll do the same thing as Amidat said.
What did Amidat said?
She said she will construct roads, build hospitals, that be less privilege. And I like people to see people satisfied and happy.
That's deep.
That's deep. But
That's a motherly
Yeah.
instinct.
Well, I hate to break your heart. You can't really make everybody happy.
But to the best of your
It might not be all of them, but at least they should know that this person is doing something for us.
We go feel it.
All right, that's a wrap for today. Thank you very much for joining us in the studio, and to all the children all around the world. Listen to your elders and always have a mentor. I think that is not, emphasized enough. You need to have a mentor, somebody you can talk to, somebody who, helps you on your path, to what you want to achieve in the future. So even if you want to be a footballer like him, you need to have someone in the sporting world that you talk to, that encourages you, and that you can share things with you. And that will, just help you in alignment with your path to success. Very, very important. Rashad?
Definitely. And if you notice anyone being bullied or you are being bullied, please speak up. Stand up for yourself. Okay? The world has moved past victimizing the victim, so to speak. So speak up for yourself or tell somebody about it. If you know somebody close to you that's being bullied, tell somebody about it, and I'm very sure something will be done. And I think that will make the society as good as we would want it to be.
More children. Happy Children's Day, everybody.
Happy Children's Day. Bye for now.
Musk is a visionary entrepreneur leading innovative ventures in technology, space exploration, electric vehicles, and renewable energy. Musk was born on June 28, 1971 to a South African engineer and his mother, a Canadian model and nutritionist in Pretoria, South Africa. His talents for computers and entrepreneurship emerged early, and at age 12, he created and sold a video game. Musk studied physics and economics at Queen's University and the University of Pennsylvania. In 1995, Musk founded Zip2, sold to Compaq for $307 million. He also co-founded X.com, which became PayPal, acquired by eBay for $1.5 million in 2002. Driven by a vision for humanity's multiplanetary future, Musk founded SpaceX in 2002, developing affordable rockets to support International Space Station mission and NASA's Artemis program. He became a major investor in Tesla 2004, launching electric vehicles like Roadster, Model X, and Model 3. Tesla unveiled the Cybertruck, beginning deliveries in 2023. Musk acquired X, formerly known as Twitter, in 2022, aiming to enhance future and transparency. Musk has at least 12 children from multiple relationships, including Justin Wilson, Tallulah Riley, Grimes, and Siobhan Zilis. Through SpaceX, Tesla, and other ventures, Musk shapes technology and innovation globally, and his influence extends beyond business into politics and culture.
Interest in Nigeria's lithium reserves comes as countries worldwide scramble to secure supplies of the mineral, which is essential for powering the green energy revolution. In this special report by Bayo Olaoye, the need to harness this resource for growth and development is examined, with the evolution of electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems. Lithium is a key component in the production of batteries for electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems, and Nigeria is positioning itself to become a major player in the global lithium market. Nigeria's vast lithium reserves, valued over $34 billion, is no doubt attracting world attention, while lithium factories are springing up in different parts of Nigeria already. The attention of the international mining industry is also focused on lithium because it is critical raw material for the production of solar panels and electric vehicles. Analysts predict that global lithium market could grow robustly over the next decade, driven by the rapid adoption of electric vehicles and renewable energy technologies. Data from a Global Future Market Insight showed that the lithium mining industry has emerged as a cornerstone of the clean energy transition, driven by the skyrocketing demand for lithium-ion batteries. The surge in lithium demand is driven largely by the electric vehicles market, which accounted for over 70% of the global lithium consumption in 2024, according to an Iranian-based research firm. With countries such as the United States, China, and members of the European Union pushing for next zero emission by mid-century, lithium demand is expected to escalate further. The federal government, indeed, the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development, should intensify efforts geared at renewing and resuscitating the viable lithium industry in the country to its full potential. As Nigeria diversifies its economy into other sectors, the lithium industry offers hope and expectation that this sector would earn more revenue for the country. Nigeria should not just watch with folded arms, but must strive with the political will to develop and strengthen the country's vast lithium reserves.
Imagine a world without the roar of a lion, the flight of an eagle, or the rhythmic dance of ocean waves teeming with life. Wildlife is more than just the animals in their natural habitat. It is the lifeblood of our ecosystems, shaping the environment and maintaining nature's delicate balance. Yet, with each passing year, human activities threaten this balance. Deforestation, habitat destruction, pollution, and climate change are pushing many species to the brink of extinction. That is why World Wildlife Day is marked on every March 3rd, a global call to action to protect and preserve the rich biodiversity that sustains life on Earth. It is a reminder that wildlife is not just about the animals, it is about us, our survival, our food, our medicine, our future. Wildlife Conservation Finance, investing in people and planet, shines on a spotlight the urgent need for sustainable funding to protect ecosystems. It highlights the role of financial investment in safeguarding both wildlife and human livelihoods, because when we invest in nature, we invest in ourselves. From individuals to policymakers, businesses to conservationists, every tree saved, every habitat protected, and every species conserved is a step towards securing a healthier planet for future generations. As humans, let's act before it's too late. The fate of wildlife is in our hands, and in saving them, we just might be saving ourselves. Chike Okolo, Souq News Television.
In Nigeria, when you hear technology, innovation, and e-commerce, then you begin to think of the 21st century visionary leaders who have availed us the luxury of connecting with the world without leaving our spaces. Nigeria, alongside some other developing countries, has occupied the tech space, networking and making a brilliant impact around the world, all thanks to people like LSK. I am Grace Komolafe. Join me on the Corporate Maverick as we unveil the journey of a foresighted leader who foresaw the transformation of technology decades ago. The year 2001, known as the third millennium, stands out for some individuals. It was thought like every other regular year to some people, as they express the excitement that comes with experiencing a new millennium. While many carry on with the feeling of entering the 21st century, some visionary individuals saw it as a strategic period to bet their thought-provoking plans and business goals. Among these visionary leaders and innovators is Leo Stan Eke, founder of Xenox Technology, bringing this tech-oriented company to life in 2001. How much do you know about this tech and business-driven giant? Who is Leo Stan Eke? Dr. Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke, popularly known as Leo Stan Eke, is one of Nigeria's dynamic and influential figures, an African entrepreneur born into the family of Ihentuge Eke on February 22, 1956. in Imo State, Nigeria. His mom, a dietitian, and dad, a nurse. His root is traced back to Ubommiri, Mbaitoli, where he was raised in the household that valued education and hard work. His parents instilled in him the values of discipline and perseverance from a young age. It was within this nurturing environment that Eke's entrepreneurial spirit began to take shape. Like many visionaries, Dr. Eke's journey to success was paved with academic excellence. He attended Holy Ghost College in Owerri for his secondary education, where he honed his intellect and ambition. Eke's dream of becoming the biggest transport company owner in Nigeria changed as a result of his encounter in India, where he had his university studies. It was a turnaround moment in his life. In India, he pursued a Bachelor of Science degree in economics from Punjab University, and the exposure to India's vibrant economy left an indelible mark on him and then tilted towards more realistic business ideas. This led him to get full involvement into ICT.
So I'm a very good testimony of an African who started from nothing, okay, and got somewhere, not there, right? Okay, so in summary, I came in here first of all to the University of Nottingham, or Nottingham University. I was in Cork City University, where I was doing computer science, and I wanted to specialize in user interface as a postgraduate course, okay? And the system, which I'm sure still exists in the UK, that you have university counselors who observe you in classes and direct you properly. And the thought, since I was going back to Africa, there was no computers. And if I got there, I could be frustrated for another 32 years. So they discussed with my parents, and they wanted to know if I could stay in the UK and continue computer science. I said, no, I was going back to Nigeria. I have passion to change the country, and by extension, the continent.
He later went on to earn a Master of Science in Risk Management from the Exton University of Nottingham, England, further enhancing his acumen in the field. With his tech startups dating back to the 80s, Eke can be put in the bracket of visionaries who saw that ICT would define the world in no distant time. His ICT Solutions company commenced operation in 1989, focusing on desktop publishing and computer graphics. Over the last 3 decades, the company extended operations from Lagos to Port Harcourt and Abuja, implementing several ICT projects across the oil and gas, telecoms, manufacturing, and public sectors.
I started small, like any other entrepreneur you read today. Okay, some started in the garage. Okay, most of them didn't inherit wealth. Now, so how could they have started? You start with your own. During our time, you have to start with your own sweat. Okay, until you build such, get to such a level with a system and structure in place. And then people trust you. But because our kids today pass through business schools, connected to people, okay, and they now want to go from average above. You understand? Instead of starting, a lot of us started from -1.
Leo Stan Aker's major hits into the business world commenced with the establishment of Xenox Technology Limited in 2001. With a fervent desire to contribute to Nigeria's technological space, he embarked on a mission to manufacture computers locally. Now a world-class ICT company providing innovative products and solutions. Under his leadership, Xenox Computers have emerged as a trailblazer in the industry, earning accolades for its quality and innovation. One of his notable achievements was the attainment of the Windows Hardware Quality Lab Testing WHQL certification, showing Xenox's commitment to excellence. In 2013, the company made headlines with the launch of its computer tablet line, ZPad, marking another milestone in its illustrious journey. Dr. Aker's entrepreneurial prowess extends beyond the realm of technology. In 2018, his company Xenox made waves with the acquisition of Konga.com, a leading e-commerce platform in Nigeria. This landmark deal underscored Ake's strategic vision and his unwavering dedication to driving innovation in diverse sectors. Konga.com was founded by Sim Shagaya in July 2012 as a third-party online marketplace. 99% of its shares were acquired by Xenos in February 2018. 3 months later, Konga merged with Xenos retail outfit Udala to form the biggest e-commerce company in Africa, retaining the brand name Konga. Leonard Stanley Ake also founded BuyRightAfrica.com Limited in 2008, at a time when credit card and e-payment infrastructures were still strange to many Nigerians. He did this to resolve funding issues for ICT projects and companies. He partnered with international financiers to help Africans acquire technology and compete globally. Some other of his establishments are Technology Distribution Limited, Tax Direct Limited, and iTech Solutions. He is involved in ICT Brokers and ICT Connect.
Okay, but mine had a call. I had a call on the tech sector, and I've been consistent. And if you remember, my first step was to deal with the doubting Thomases, the media people. And it was like an evangelism. If you prove your worth to press people, to media people, because these are the critics of our time, then they follow you. You get to your destination faster. So when I did the whole media houses, transitioning them to digital economy through digital processing, through from typesetting to desktop publishing, computer graphics, okay, and multimedia. Then they started spreading the news. But again, we had to enhance that profile to the corporate world so that people can run offices with data analytics to guide them on advice, projections, okay, and where they're headed to. And then even our election. Okay, so today there would have been crisis in the economy if elections don't have facts and figures. And we did that with the DDC, and then did authentication with a card reader.
If you've come this far, kindly like, comment, and share. Throughout Ake's career, he remained committed to empowering others and fostering socio-economic development. His philanthropic endeavors and advocacy for youth empowerment reflect his belief in the transformative power of entrepreneurship. He launched the Computerized Nigeria project in August 2000, thereby encouraging development and the use of computers. He also launched the Can I scheme, providing affordable laptops to young Nigerians with a repayment plan of 24 months window. Ake's foundation furthers his charitable efforts, supporting various causes with different donations across the country.
Now, I see entrepreneurs trying to live big. Are you with me? Yeah. I see entrepreneurs trying to show off. You must have incubation period. Every successful entrepreneurs are seen to be stingy because they know the value of every dollar spent. But they use the same money to sustain the society. Okay, so I just want to advise Nigerians here. I see a lot of you startups now selling debt. It means technically you are leaving the company. And if I'm an investor, I watch your lifestyle. First of all, I see an entrepreneur, Nigerian entrepreneur. He hasn't started, he has expensive car. Entrepreneurs, startups don't drive the best cars. They hide until they emerge.
He was bestowed with the Icon of Hope Award by former President Olusegun Obasanjo on October 1, 2002. He also got Nigerian Science and Technology Achievers of the Year 2003 and Officer of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, OFR, in 2004. Eke is also a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group and holds a life membership, Nigeria Institute of International Affairs. He also holds an honorary doctorate in business administration from Imo State University, Owerri, Federal University of Agriculture, Makurdi, Federal University of Technology, Owerri, and the University of Jos. He is a fellow of the Lagos State Polytechnic, Lagos, Federal Polytechnic, Ida, and Federal Polytechnic, Nekede, Imo State.
Leadership is big crisis in the third world. Big subject to discuss. I don't have a complete answer, but as an entrepreneur, I can create platforms for you to decide who should be your leader. But my interest is that I'm excited with this 21st century because this is the only century God did not create any person to be poor. In the past, many were called and few were chosen. In 21st century, many are called and many will be chosen. But you have to decide if you want to be one of those to be chosen.
Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke is married to Chioma Eke, the CEO of Technology Distributions Limited, TD Africa, and together they have raised 3 sons and 2 daughters who are doing well in their respective fields of endeavors, just like their parents. As Dr. Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke continues to chart new territories and inspire future generations, it speaks to the limitless potential of the African entrepreneurial spirit. With his visionary leadership and unwavering resolve, Dr. Eke embodies the essence of innovation and resilience, creating indelible marks on Nigeria's business in Africa and humanity. Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke.
Human ingenuity has birthed remarkable innovations, none more so than the rise of intelligent machines. Computers, once more calculators, have evolved into sophisticated systems capable of mimicking human thought processes. Powered by an artificial intelligence, AI, these systems are learning, problem-solving, and making decisions that were once exclusive domain of humans. From accelerating scientific discovery to tackling climate change, AI's potential is vast, but perhaps its most profound impact lies in healthcare. Artificial intelligence, AI, it's no longer a futuristic concept. It's here with the potential to revolutionize patient care, diagnosis, and treatment. AI is emerging as a powerful tool in the hands of medical professionals. From detecting diseases early to optimizing treatment plans, AI is demonstrating remarkable capabilities. It can analyze vast amounts of medical data to identify patterns and predict outcomes, aiding in more accurate diagnosis. Also, AI-powered robots are assisting in surgeries, improving precision, and reducing recovery times. However, despite its promises, challenges persist. Concerns about data privacy, ethical implications, and the need for robust regulatory frameworks are hindering widespread AI adoption. To fully unlock AI's potential in healthcare, collaborative efforts are essential. Healthcare providers, researchers, policymakers, and technology companies must work together to develop and implement AI solutions responsibly. By addressing ethical concerns, investing in AI research, and creating supportive regulatory environments, we can accelerate the integration of AI into healthcare and improve patient outcomes. Joy Chuma, Souq News.
Nigeria occupies a 18th position on the World Coconut Production Index and produced about 225,526 metric tons of coconut in 2021, according to data from the Food and Agricultural Organization FAO. Lagos, which produces half of the output, has doubled production from 70,000 tons to 140,000 tons in 2 to 3 decades to meet the demand. The number of registered coconut processors in Lagos State jumped from 500 to 3,000 in 5 years, 2024, according to the farmers. The chairman and founder of First African Coconut Company Limited, Mr. John Bede Antonio, has said that lifestyle and healthy living are fueling a huge demand for coconut products locally and globally. Antonio noted that the huge demand has spurred investments across the value chain as farmers were growing more coconuts to meet the rising demand. He added that Lagos State was also promoting support in the form of seedlings and training of new entrants of farmers. Coconut farmers were now replacing old trees with hybrid seedlings that brought fruits quicker. Coconut has numerous uses. It serves as a raw material for industries such as pharmaceuticals, cosmetics, food and beverage with limitless domestic and export potential. The most sought-after component of the fruit is coconut water, which is very rich in potassium and other electrolytes. It is considered a health drink and recommended for diabetes patients, among others. It is grown in 22 of Nigeria's 36 states, with Lagos having the largest population. The use of coconut oil and other derivatives is growing daily, owing to benefits, according to Mr. Olakunlehin Oladapo, General Manager of Lagos State Coconut Development Authority. According to him, this is driving local production of coconut, with more people coming into the cultivation, processing, and marketing of the cash crop across the major growing states. Oladapo stated that despite the production increase, the state was still unable to meet the demand likely covered by imports from neighboring countries. Increasing demand is driving new investments into the production and processing of coconut in the country, so says Idowu Agbelekale, the National Financial Secretary of the National Cocoa Producers, Processors and Marketing Association of Nigeria. She explained that entrepreneurs were already exporting some of the byproducts of the crop on a small scale. Agbelekale called on the government to assist in boosting the production of the crop to enable it to earn foreign exchange for the country, saying that Nigeria was here to fully harness the economic benefits from growing the crop despite its huge potential. Also, the Lagos State government was helping farmers to get improved seedlings as it planned to stay ahead in growing the coconut, in growing the commodity in the country, while creating jobs and boosting supply for processors. Coir, the fiber from coconut husk, is used in making ropes, rugs, mats, brushes, caulking for boats, and stuffing for fiber mattresses. The fronds, the leaves, are used for brooms, cooking squares, woven into mats, or burnt to ash to yield lime. Husk and shells are a source of charcoal and can be used for fuel. Ms. Chune Chukwu, an accountant with a manufacturing firm in Ikeja, told me that she started using coconut oil on her hair in 2022, owing to its health benefits, and has not applied any other oil to her hair since then. The increased demand is being felt across industries that use it as raw materials, suggesting that the price will continue to surge according to experts. The prices of coconut has increased by over 100% from an average of 250 naira in January 2024 to an average of 500 naira for a small size currently, according to our survey. There is hope in the coconut. Bayo Olaoye, Souq News.
For more than a century, Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copperbelt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines, operated by renowned international firms such as Barrick and Vendetta Resources, hold majority foreign ownership, with Zambia Consolidated Copper Mine Investment Holdings retaining minority stakes. Smaller mines in the Copperbelt region, backed by investors from countries like China, Brazil, and South Africa, contribute to Zambia's diversified mining landscape. However, the country's mining sector faces various challenges hindering the potential growth trajectory. Fiscal policies introduced by the government, including royalty increases, the taxation policies, have negatively impacted mining profitability. Also, price volatility in global markets, infrastructural deficiencies like inadequate transportation networks, power shortages, and an uncertain regulatory environment further increases the sector's challenges. Moreover, labor disputes, safety concerns, and geopolitical risks stemming from political instability poses additional hurdles to Zambia's mining sector. To propel the nation towards its 3 million tons copper production goal, strategic measures are crucial, and these include leveraging digital technology through partnerships with AI and machine learning firms to enhance sector's efficiency and investment, stable policy framework in order to attract and retain investment, and provision of a conducive regulatory environment. Infrastructure strengthening supported by donor funding and concessional financing can also alleviate critical constraints such as transportation and power shortages. More so, environmental conservation is vital for sustainable development. Hence, mining companies must provide government-approved environmental management plans, prioritize durable equipment, and proper waste disposal techniques to minimize environmental degradation. Given copper's expected dominance in Zambia's exports, maintaining its position as Africa's economic hub demands a concerted effort. Israel Adeyemi, Souq News.
The National Theatre, Igomu, built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, FESTAC, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of legendary contemporary Nigerian artists, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged FESTAC 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Experts Troll, a Bulgarian company mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theater complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages and hectares of large green lawn around. The majestic structure sits in Igomu like a quiet mountain, mesmerizing visitors and passers-by. The National Theatre. Souq Enlightenment.
A very warm afternoon to you and welcome to Souq News Television. We are reaching you live from our studios from the commercial city of Lagos. I am Oyenpriye Krumale. Now let's begin. President Bola Tinubu has called for collective action to end bullying and violence against children in Nigeria. This message came as the nation marked the 2025 Children's Day with the theme Stand Up, Speak Up, Building a bullying-free generation. In a statement today, the president described children as the heartbeat of our nation's future, stressing that no child should grow up in fear or neglect. He said a safe environment, both online and offline, is essential for proper learning and growth. President Tinubu also highlighted government efforts, including the National Plan of Action on Ending Violence Against Children, and noted that all 36 states have now domesticated the Child Rights Act. However, he added that the laws alone are not enough and called on parents, teachers, and community leaders to take responsibility for protecting children's rights. President also urged all stakeholders to embed child welfare into policies and budgets, saying children deserve to grow up in dignity, peace, and love. Now, President Bola Tinubu is expected in Lagos this week to inaugurate major infrastructural projects, including the first phase of the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway. The project is a key part of the administration's push for national development. Also scheduled for commissioning are the Lekki Deep Sea Port Concrete Road, Section 2 of the Coastal Highway, and the 7th Axial Road. The presidency says Tinubu will also launch several road projects virtually across the north, including new sections of highways in Kano, Zaria, and Adejia, while in Lagos. The president will attend the 50th anniversary of ECOWAS, which is currently chairs, and the celebration will include a commemorative address by a former head of state, General Yakubu Gowon, and a keynote speech by Tinubu at Eco Hotels. The visit wraps up with Eid al-Kabir's prayer at the Dodan Barracks before his return to the Federal Capital Territory. Now, the federal government has set up a 12-member ministerial committee to take over and assess a 753-unit housing estate recovered from the former CBN governor, Godwin Emefiele. Minister of Housing and Urban Development, Ahmed Dangiwa, says the committee will inspect the estate's structural integrity, evaluate its current estate, and determine the cost of completing roads, electricity, and water infrastructure. The estate, located in the local Goma area of Abuja, was handed over by the EFCC following a presidential directive. The minister said the goal is to make the houses livable and affordable under the Renewed Hope agenda. A preliminary report is expected in 4 weeks, according to reports. Now, the federal government has begun paying the 35,000 naira wage award arrears to federal civil servants across the country. In a statement released yesterday, the Office of the Accountant General confirmed that some workers have already received credit alerts, while others will be paid in batches. The payment is part of a palliative package agreed in 2023 following the removal of fuel subsidy. Workers are to receive the sum in 5 months installments. The Accountant General's office also clarified the wage award was not excluded from the 2025 budget, contrary to some online reports, and reassured workers that all outstanding payments will be settled. The European Union and the World Bank are supporting Nigeria's ambitious plan to train 3 million young people in digital and technical skills by 2027. The program, known as 3MTT, is a flagship initiative of the Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy. It aims to equip Nigerians with in-demand tech skills and connect them to global job markets. Communications Minister Bosun Tijani says the initiative has already begun, placing thousands of young people in real jobs. thanks to partnerships with firms like the UNDP, which sponsors internship salaries, with over 11 million euro pledged by the EU and more support from the World Bank. The government is also launching Talent City, an outsourcing hub to attract global companies and create more tech jobs locally. Tijani says the goal is not just training, but transforming lives and boosting Nigeria's standing in the global digital economy. Now, global stock markets were mixed on Tuesday as investors weighed the latest signals from United States President Donald Trump on potential trade tariffs. With Wall Street closed for a holiday, market movement is well cautious. However, a threat of 50% tariffs on EU goods, followed by a delay, sparked volatility with traders on the edge. In Asia, markets swung between gains and losses. The yen strengthened after Japan's central bank hinted at more interest rate hikes if economic continuous improvement. Analyst says ongoing uncertainty around the United States trade policy is affecting investor confidence and weighing on the dollar. More clarity is expected when the United States Federal Reserve releases its May meeting minutes later this week. Now, many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms. Don't forget, it's Souq News TV. I am Oyin Priya Krumale. Coming up shortly is Souq Business Landscape. Do stay with us.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, Ishaku Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa Ishaku Rabiu, founder of Ishaku Rabiu and Sons Group. The family operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company. a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in dyed soup products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business to establish BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. Bois started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, Bois had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Ogbela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which was at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother, Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu, was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. It operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, our younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of Bois Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the Best African Economic Leader under the age of 40 in the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute, Chausseo. Bois invested $300 million in a 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 for the refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Ogu-Ogbela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, Bois Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. Bois Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, BUA Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased its direct shares in BUA Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. BUA Foods PLC and BUA Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, BUA Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, and an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development, partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and River States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021, a recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kuki Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu. Trafalgar Square, established in 1844, is a symbol of British naval history and a popular cultural spot in London. Named after the 1805 Battle of Trafalgar, it has been the site of celebrations, protests, and cultural events, representing the changing identity of the city. It houses several landmarks, like the Nelson Column, St. Martin in the Fields Church, and the National Gallery. The Nelson's Column, a tribute to a naval hero, is the main feature of Trafalgar Square. Standing 52 meters tall, completed in 1843, it honors Admiral Horatio Nelson's victory at Trafalgar. The column is topped with a statue of Nelson, and 4 bronze panels at its base show scenes from his battles. Surrounding it are 4 large bronze lions added in 1867, symbolizing British power.
Iconic part of British culture, not just in its look, but this is very much the sort of centre of London. You know, whenever there's a celebration, a protest, it's a public space that's very important for a lot of not just people that live in London, but for the UK. You know, it's a place where people would congregate. You know, I remember being here all around the 2012 Olympics, but it was very much one of the centerpieces of British iconic culture. Yeah, no, you used to be able to climb on the lions when I was younger, but you can't do it anymore. So there you go. That's progress for you.
St. Martin's in the Fields Church, reputed as an architectural gem, was built between 1722 and 1726. It is known for its neoclassical design by architect James Gibbs, and is famous for its portico and steeple, and has influenced architecture worldwide. The church also a rich musical history, hosting concerts and helping the homeless.
Yeah, I actually came to London just on a little day trip, and then I remembered that this church sometimes has classical music on, so I just popped in, and there's no concert, but there were some people practicing. So there's a quartet of violins, and they made some lovely sort of practice for some classical concert. So I really enjoyed just sitting there for 10 minutes listening to it. It's lovely. It's a really nice church, and it's nice that people don't use it much time. So maybe we used to have a nice coffee as well.
The National Gallery, founded in 1824, is a treasure trove of art. Located on the north side of Trafalgar Square, it houses over 2,300 artworks from the 13th to 20th century, with free public access to masterpieces from major European artists.
I'm not really sure. I haven't been through the museum yet, but I'm here for a Christian heritage tour to kind of learn more about the history of the Protestant Reformation in England and Christian history here in England through the paintings that are in the gallery. So that's what I'm here for today.
Trafalgar Square blends Britain's naval history with modern art and culture. It remains an important public space, attracting millions of visitors each year to experience London's rich heritage and vibrant atmosphere. Chike Okolo, reporting for Souq News.
At the heart of a strong currency lies a simple principle. The demand for local goods drives production, creates jobs, reduces reliance on imports, and ultimately stabilizes the exchange rate. Countries like Rwanda, South Africa, and Egypt have achieved remarkable success by investing in their own industries. Rwanda has built a textile industry that competes with foreign imports. South Africa has developed a powerful automobile sector, and Egypt has excelled in agribusiness exports. These nations have strengthened their currencies by prioritizing local production, consumption, and exports. Nigeria, with its vast resources, stands at the threshold of a similar transformation. When Nigerians buy locally made products, fewer dollars flow out of the country for imports, preserving foreign exchange reserves. As local industries become more competitive, they can also expand exports, particularly under the African Continental Free Trade Area, bringing in foreign exchange and strengthening the naira. In 2022, Nigeria spent over $9 billion on food imports. If just half of that had been directed towards locally made goods, it could have significantly reduced pressure on the naira. The key lies in industries with the potential to drive economic growth: agro-processing, textiles, automotive, technology, and leather goods. Nigeria is already a leader in agriculture, but to fully benefit, the country needs to move beyond exporting raw commodities to processed goods. Products like cashew nuts, shea butter, palm oil derivatives, and hibiscus flowers command higher prices internationally. Ghana earns about $2 billion annually from cocoa processing, while Nigeria's cocoa exports lag far behind. With investment in food processing plants and the branding of agricultural exports as premium African products, Nigeria can bridge this gap, reduce reliance on European imports, and tap into Africa's fast-growing middle class. The Nigerian fashion industry has also gained global recognition, but the country still imports billions of dollars in textiles. In 2021, Nigeria imported over $4 billion worth of textiles, while Ethiopia, using local cotton, earned $110 million from garment exports. By boosting local textile manufacturing and using Nigerian cotton, Nigeria could reclaim a significant share of the $15 billion African fashion industry, positioning cities like Lagos, Aba, and Kano as textile hubs. Nigeria's automobile sector also presents an opportunity. The country spends over $8 billion annually on vehicle imports. In contrast, South Africa's automotive sector contributes over $12 billion to its GDP and employs more than 100,000 people. By implementing policies that support local vehicle assembly and production, Nigeria can reduce import dependency, create jobs, and become the region's automobile hub. Nigeria's tech ecosystem, home to fintech giants like Flutterwave and Paystack, is already Africa's largest. If Nigerians prioritize homegrown software solutions, the country can reduce capital flight and strengthen its tech industry, making Nigeria a global player in technology. The leather industry, particularly in Kano, also holds significant potential. While Nigeria produces some of the finest leather in Africa, much of it is exported as raw material. If we focus on producing high-end leather goods like handbags, shoes, and belts, Nigeria can meet local demand and expand exports. Ethiopia's leather exports exceeded $133 million in 2022, while Nigeria's remained under $50 million. By branding and exporting premium leather products, Nigeria can become Africa's leather capital, boosting the naira through increased foreign exchange earnings. To strengthen the naira, Nigeria must prioritize investments in infrastructure, improve product standards, enhance branding, and implement policies that favor local manufacturers. Consumers must also consciously choose locally made products to create jobs and drive industrial growth. The success stories of Ghana, South Africa, and Ethiopia show that this strategy works. It is time for Nigeria to invest in and promote made in Nigeria goods, solidifying and strengthening the Naira for a more self-sustaining and prosperous economy.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight. I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anienichi Iluegbunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior, Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer. He was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli, and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Lee University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Welcome to Souq Business Landscape, your weekly deep dive into the world of business and evolving economy and forces shaping the development across industries and nations. Each episode, we break down the trends, challenges, and of course, innovations that drive markets and move societies forward. I am Olubide Shokoya. Of course, I'm not the only one here. I have the three musketeers, if I may say, one for all for one. Starting from my left, I have Moyo. How are you doing, Moyo?
I'm good. Great to be here. Thank you so much. Yeah.
I also have my very own gentleman.
Hello, Olubide Shokoya. I'm Oyempriye Krumale. Many thanks.
And the next person, I like to call him a think tank.
He's an institution by himself.
He's an institution.
He's an institution by himself.
I don't know when Kumale became a gentleman.
We are all gentlemen. We are all gentlemen.
My name is Awasama. It's a pleasure to be on the show this afternoon.
There's an appellation, an institution,
yes.
Dr. Samansi.
All right, so we have a lot on our plate this afternoon, this morning, wherever you are now, with industrial export. Let's start off with industrial export. Dangote Refinery is set to export fertilizer. Over 16,000 tons of fertilizer is projected to be exported, which will boost Nigeria's revenue. We'll see about that. The European Union and the World Bank have pledged support for Nigeria's plan to train 3 million youths in digital and technical skills by 2027. This will aid youth and employment. The World Bank has also urged Nigeria to issue a presidential order increasing excise duties on alcohol, tobacco, and sugary drinks, and as a key condition for accessing a $750 million loan aimed at boosting non-oil revenue, warning that delay in tax reforms could jeopardize the program. And lastly, China plans to boost investments in Africa by enhancing corporate cooperations driven by continent's economic growth and improved business environment. What did this move mean for Nigeria's economy, investors, and everyday citizens? We will find out after this short break. We'll be back. To Souq Business Landscape. So we start off, let's unpack. The president of Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote, has announced, well, within the next 2 years, the company's 650,000 barrels per day refinery will export nearly 16,000 tons of fertilizer. Speaking during a visit to the managing director of Nigerian Ports Authority, Abubakar Dansoho in Lagos, said Dangote has revealed that these fertilizer exports will generate about $6.5 million. Note that, $6.5 million in daily revenue for the Nigerian government. Dangote emphasized that these exports will position the company as a major contributor to Nigeria's foreign exchange earnings. He also disclosed plans to begin exporting coal and polypropylene soon, with the refinery expected to export at least 25 million tons of various products annually, including 600,000 to 700,000 metric tons of polypropylene. In response, Abubakar Dansoho highlighted the success of the Naira for the crude deal, noting that the Nigerian Ports Authority has managed 57 vessels monthly since October 2024, surpassing projections. He urged continued government collaborations to improve efficiency across economies, stressing that strong agency cooperation will boost other economic sector. Starting with Moyo. This is quite huge. This is quite big. This would definitely, bring about job creations and all that.
Yeah.
But looking at all this, won't this create some sort of monopoly when it comes to price manipulation and all that? What's your thought on that?
I mean, I love that you actually raised that because, we're having a conversation with the doc earlier. And it was a thing where it's not stipulated that only Dangote can be exporting fertilizer, So anybody else who wants to get into the industry, it might be tougher because they might not have all the resources. And also, I think because we're talking about export, it does make us question what the internal consumption rate for fertilizers are. In Nigeria right now, only 20 kg per hectare is being used when it comes to fertilizer, and it is globally one of the lowest ever across the world. So there are a lot of things. Again, it's good, FX will be 6.5 to about $7 million daily. So that's a pro, obviously. But I think when we do all of these things, it should make us think about the cons and what we can do for ourselves here, domestically as well. But of course, it's a right step it's a step in the right direction. Anybody who wants to go into fertilizer exporting, you can go into it. It's not only down. He doesn't have two heads, as we say. You can do that as well. But it would give him an edge in the long run. It's going to be hard for people to want to get in because he has a big foot in it. That's just the reality. It is business. It's what it is.
Thank you. Over to you, Krumale. Now, the report says Nigeria to benefit, but this is a private enterprise. This is one man's business, and it's set to make $6.5 million, monthly. Take us through. Just like Moyo said, we have other people producing fertilizers. How would Nigeria actually benefit from this if it's a private entity?
The thing is, Dangote is going to make these productions available. Is the government buying it from him? That's a question. Is the government buying it from him? I don't think so. There are different players in this fertilizer sector industry, in the, I would say, agriculture industry. Time ago, we have seen cases where the Central Bank of Nigeria has donated fertilizer worth 100 billion naira to Nigerian farmers. And what's their reason for doing that? Because the government is trying to play its role to make sure that we harness our agricultural potential and we have stability when it comes to food and crop production in the country. So the thing is, where is the CBN getting these fertilizers? Are they buying it? No. There are donations from other companies that are running in this industry. So if there are donations, that is, they are playing through the instrument of corporate social responsibility. And the government acknowledges that. But the thing is, most times, the challenge I see is that most times when these products, when these fertilizers are made available by the CBN through this intervention to farmers, do they get into the hands of white paper farmers, or do they get into the hands of real-time farmers who actually own farmlands? Dangote coming into the industry makes the industry more robust and bigger to the extent that we are not only saddled with the responsibility of satisfying the local demands for fertilizer. And if the local demand is quite lower than what we have at our disposal, then we, just the way he is supplying fuel to some other African countries, we can equally do that by making sure we supply this to other African countries who may have need of it. So I think the space is big enough for both Dangote and other participants to play in.
Thank you very much. Coming over to you, Doctor. Earlier on, before we started the show, you asked the question, is there a market for it? So my question is, could prioritizing export, could it actually lead to shortages or higher prices, for local consumers, particularly in fertilizer?
Well, I think there are a whole lot of issues that we have to unbundle here, especially when it comes to fertilizer. And because right from the days of Shehu Shagari, Green Revolution in 1979, to see how Nigeria can maintain a comparative cost advantage in agricultural production. Nigerian has been paying money in tons of billions to subsidize fertilizers. And these fertilizers never get to the farmers. The farmer really never know
what is happening around it. And this is just one way that some people in Nigeria has empowered themselves to the detriment of the nation at large. So that's been the story. And why is this so? Because the things that we should have done, you know, we don't prioritize them. Growing up as a child in the early 70s, I see, they call them extension workers, who were staff of the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and State Ministry of Agriculture, who were moving from village to village, educating farmers on the use of fertilizers, how to use. They were even doing soil testing for farmers to determine the kind of fertilizer that was suitable for their soil. And this was a great service to the nation. And a lot of people benefited from it. But that program has since faded away. We still have extension workers, but they are extending in their offices. Exactly. And they're actually not getting to the farmers to see where the incentives about fertilizers are. You know, when Krumale mentioned about CBN fertilizer, it was actually seized from some people who ordered federal government program. Yes, it was recovered. So, and then of course CBN eventually has to redistribute it, because what people do is that they take advantage, just like we were seeing in the petroleum sector, where you have the former CBN governor Sanusi told us that in one day, in Nigerian port that cannot handle one vessel a day, you will see in the same day about 10 or 9 or 20 vessels have been offloaded in the same port. You just have the paper at NNPC, and some people come to claim the differences because you know the pricing template, the way it is, and they make the claims, and the federal government is always bleeding. And I think these are the story around fertilizer and its use here, because there's a whole lot of illiteracy, because people have wrong perception about fertilizer use. Some people feel that if you use fertilizer for your farm produce, especially for root products like yam, cassava, that of course they get spoiled with time. But again, this is a function of what kind of fertilizer we are using, because in recent time, all we see today is one common brand of fertilizer all across the Federation. But that's not how it used to be. There used to be NPK 1515, magnesium, and all
NPK 2010.
So there were all types of fertilizers that were made for different kind of soil. Yeah. Because across Nigeria, the soil textures are different. So the kind of soil you have in the north is different from the mangroves, is different from what you have in the savannah. All these things are put into consideration, even in terms of production. But unfortunately, there's not so much education, and therefore people also don't even want to use these fertilizers. So this is part and parcel of the challenge. But talking about the story of the meeting that happened between MPA and the petrochemical giant is also to see that Nigerians actually get the real benefit. Because some of the time, we can be fronting as if we are acting for national interest, but what we are actually looking out for is personal gain. And this is the area where, of course, we want to see that, like the MPA said, since the operation of the petrochemical complex started, between October and now, they have received like 64 different kind of vessels. Now, is it translating into revenue for government? So that it will not be like we have done for people who said they are manufacturers, and you are giving them waivers upon waivers upon waivers, and the government is losing revenue, and they are not producing for the country, and then of course some of them produce and they ship it through the back door. So these are issues that of course the Nigerian government must also need to put into consideration. Yes, so much money is going to be made. You are quoting figure. So is this going to be the 6 million that we're talking daily? Is it going to come from the port charges. Yes, of course, we know that there's an indirect benefit that comes to Nigeria, for example, that we are earning forest, and that comes in through the CBN, and then, of course, it can be redistributed. But at the end of the day, Nigeria must define what they are getting from private businesses, and I think that must be the case. And, of course, the corruption-leading fertilizer distribution in Nigeria had to be unraveled, really, so that, and I also think that they just take away the subsidy and then people go buy fertilizer and then people go to the market and sell their product, and government really not patronizing anybody, because that is the only way to take the big elephant away from the room.
In 2024, President Bola Tinubu tend to subsidize or to cut down on the input agricultural produce, on farm produce, and he gave an order, and if permission, I would like to reiterate what I said yesterday. He gave an order about the cut down of 93% input into farming, and I was thinking, how is that going to be possible? Does an executive order translate into effectiveness or effective implementation of the same order without the involvement or the due involvement of the legislative arm of government? And in isolation, if we isolate the legislative arm of government, most executive orders will never come into fruition. And sometimes it's as if when the president gives an order, he just assumes that everything is done and dusted. Because there is no legislative framework, it will fall on a sinking sand. When we talk about the subsidy that you referenced and the distribution of these fertilizers from the Ministry of Agriculture to the farmers, how does the Ministry of Agriculture vet farmers that they are giving these fertilizers to? Are they white paper farmers? Or are they farmers that have land somewhere in Niger State, of which it has been said that if we are next farming in that state, it's going to almost feed the whole country and we'll have excess export? Are they giving to farmers? Do they come to your farm and say, okay, you are XYZ farmer, show us not only your farmland, is your farm even registered as a company under the CAC? Let us even see your tax, if there's tax that you have paid, if you have a tax identification number. Are there other documents or other mechanisms that can be used so that people don't front? And at the same time, because this is what defeated, and you said...
as a student of government, you should understand this principle very clearly, that in presidential arrangement of government, executive order is as strong as the law, because the Constitution clearly empower the president and in certain emergency situations to use that big hammer. And of course, we find it happen everywhere. That's why you can see the harvest of executive orders in the United States of America. Now, the question to ask is to see is whether the government has made executive order, and then, of course, the civil service, which is supposed to be the engine room of administrations, are willing to carry out that order, is a different ballgame completely. And that is why we cannot completely take away the civil service from the problem that we have as a country. And I think the last time I wasn't sure I mentioned it. No nation can grow far beyond the quality of their civil service. And in this regard, it's not as if we don't have civil service that are well lettered, because we're having people from Oxford, people from Cambridge, people from Yale, all Harvard, all manners of universities, first-rate universities in the world working in our public service. But now the question to ask is, why are we not seeing results? We are not seeing results because most of these things that we talk about is seen from the point of view of settlement. You know, so if the fertilizer distribution, government says go and distribute, and then the government sits down in the office, and you don't expect, for example, they said about 50 bags are shipped to some certain place. You won't be there to go and supervise that. The farmer, you don't expect the Mr. President to go and stand and say, okay, I want to see that every farmer gets a bag. It's not going to be possible. You are going to send people. And those human beings that you are going to send, and if they are not trustworthy and they lack integrity, and these people don't even believe in the cause in the first place, they will do as much to sabotage it.
It falls back to the government.
Yes, I know it falls back to the government, but you see, the government is not an individual. So the government is a group. Take, for example, and I think this is a point that you, as a student of government, must take away. Now, look at it. The executive arm of government comprises not just the political appointments, the police, the army, the navy, the air force, civil defense, civil servants, all agencies, all MDA. They are in that executive arm. Now, in Nigeria today, as we speak, we have about 1,000 agencies of government. How will one man be able to supervise one agency of government?
Okay.
And this is the problem. So you find that because the terrain is so massive for one person to look at, then it will take somebody like Elon Musk of Dodge to begin to dig out some of all these things in this establishment. You see what's happening in America today? How you see agencies of government are supposed to be funding causes are now the one funding terrorism in the name of AIDS. And a lot is hidden in it. You can imagine for how long that reign has been until this government say, no, we want to see document. But you see, that take a whole lot. And if you look at it from an American point of view, the level of vilification and all the blackmails that come with it, it tells you what it is. And not to talk about our country, where winning election takes primacy over economic development.
Okay, so...
All right, so before you start, let me quickly ask Moyo. Moyo, looking at all this, what policies do you think the government can put in place now to ensure that benefit of these exports are felt by the local communities?
Again, I think it boils down, it kind of sounds counterproductive when I say it now, when he just made a mention that apparently the executive, and this is independent of the president, seems to be deficient when it comes to following up on implementations, but we do need deeper oversight, right? Again, in the sense that, okay, so we have a Dangote who has the resources to come into this field. What happens to the smaller guys down there, right? How can there be a market for them as well? So that's where the government do come in. Again, I don't know how we're going to work without the government. The government has to come in, and we have to be able to hold them accountable to a certain extent. The government are going to have to come in to create an environment that actually supports everybody in that ecosystem. It's not just enough that I don't think people should be able to just come into an industry because they come in with billions. They should just be able to take over everything. And the government have to ensure that it's a level playing field to a certain degree, because it can never be fully level. That's the power of money.
Did you watch the interview of Matthew Kuka recently?
No, I didn't.
Oh, you need to have watched it, because when, of course, he was on channel when he came back from Rome, and the journalist asked him and said, Bishop, why is it that we're not getting an African Pope? And he said, look, people must think well that the Roman Catholic Church is not like African politics that is a milocon.
Yes.
And that is laden with huge meaning.
Yes.
Because that is where the inefficiency comes from. Because almost every appointment, every recruitment is a form of settlement.
It's a form of settlement, and people thinking they're entitled.
Yes, that's what it is.
People thinking they're entitled.
So, now, there's something I don't want us to divorce ourselves from. And this is very, very important. If I make references to the CBN's intervention because it has an objective to stabilize food production in the country, and the government through the CBN and through the instrument of the Ministry of Agriculture wants to intervene in farming by providing fertilizers worth 100 billion naira. And Doc is saying, in fact, even that 100 billion naira are the ones that were seized because the government actually, gave out that for it to be given to farmers, and people hoarded it. And the government recovered it and wants to redistribute. So let's assume The government did not seize that. Or let's assume the government failed in its responsibility in the first place to give an effective oversight to the distribution of those fertilizers to farmers. That means 100 billion naira has gone down the drain. The reason why we need a leadership in the executive arm of government, in the legislative arm of government, and in the judicial arm of government, is not only for them to come in and, as it is given to them by Section 4, 5, and 6 of the Constitution, to make law, implement law, and adjudicate law. But even within the space where they govern as the executive arm of government, the chief executive has responsibility to make sure that if there is rot in this system, it's going to mar my policies, my objectives, and my plans that I'm going to, the renewed hope agenda that I want to make sure that it holds sway when I'm in office, because it's going to determine my real election, and it's going to actually determine the well-being of Nigerians. So in that specific case, you're saddled with the responsibility. Of course, you're not going to be in every farm, Mr. President, to go. No, there are committees. There are ways that you use committees to execute these laws. And if you're going to be appointing people, and later you're going to come out to give excuse that I appointed X, Y, Z, it did not deliver. In fact, he even made away with 100 billion naira that I gave out for us to purchase or to get 100 billion naira worth of fertilizers. It was misappropriated. Look, the buck falls on your table. You can't really, there is no excuse that you can give that you will be exempted. And so it's a responsibility of the executive arm of government. Look at Donald Trump. He referenced Donald Trump and Mr. Dodge and the Dodge that is being handled by Elon Musk. Mr. Trump has sown this idea into the heart, into the mind and the spirit of Elon Musk. Department of Government Efficiency. Okay, one of the things as a student of government that we are meant to understand is that there is comparative analysis, comparative administration, and comparative government. If you put Nigeria side by side with the United States of America, what do? We look at the efficiency or some of the areas or the sectors where the United States of America is recording efficiency. And as a government of Nigeria, we take a very good look at it and we pick up those things that we think the United States is performing very well. We bring them into our country and into our continent and we implement it because we want to achieve the same result. And if there is going to be any cog or perceived cog in the wheel that is going to put a stop to that, we make sure we take it out. Because you as the chief executive, either at the central level or at the subnational level, the ball falls at your table. And when you leave that particular seat, you have set your legs on the sand of time. And time will hold you to account.
But the point I'm making is that I am not oblivious of the fact that we need leadership. But you see, you are talking about a system. I have made this case over and over. If you have plenty of very few terrible people in a system, you are able to say, okay, let's work around some of all these issues. Because some of the things that we're talking about is not even at the federal level. I remember about 2 years ago when there was this intervention after the COVID issue, the rice that was private donated to a particular state. And they said, how are we going to share it? They said they are going to, the best way to share it was to go through religious institution. The rice was distributed to religious institutions.
Churches and mosques.
Now, the religious institution rebagged those rice and they were selling in the market. They were selling the rice in the market. I give you one very simple
Why did you recline on your seat?
Because where did we go from? In 2011, because you see, we keep saying government, government, government. We have a project in one of the states, in the Federal Republic of Nigeria here. It was a twin city project. You see, where a county in the US want to replicate itself in developing countries. And we happen to have this opportunity to interface with the county and said, okay, bring the project down. We were in that state for 2 weeks, trying to lobby government. In short, I remember in one of those meetings, I was with the commissioner of the chieftaincy affair, 2011. And the man said to me, he said, oh, young man, this is so beautiful. But you know, we have to be in office to enjoy the fruit of this thing you are talking about. I'm not talking at federal level, I'm talking about state level. It was because after all we tried to do, the son of the governor said, look, the only person who have money in this state today that can fund this project is a Ministry of Chieftaincy, that they have some money. Because at that time, the governor himself was struggling how to get a ticket of the biggest party at that time to contest presidency. And then, of course, he was in Abuja. And so I went to the office and the man told me, he said, look, beautiful idea. People will benefit, but we want to be in office to reap the fruits of this thing. So what is important to us now is the elections.
That's it, yeah.
And that is a point that you have to take in, because you have to understand your reality. For most people elsewhere you are looking at, election is not the most important to them. Legacy is important. These people don't even mind they don't win the next election. And that's why at the point they can resign. Here, do you see people resign?
Absolutely not.
They will fight their way because we have not prioritized development. And that is what Professor Cladake of blessed memory has written now in his book, How Politics Underdevelop Africa. That Africa has never placed on their front burner in terms of conversation issues of development. What has always been on the front burner is who gets what, and that is power. Because he who controls power controls the resource. Now, as long as we continue to build our economy on the bedrock of politics, we will not make the kind of advances that you are proposing. So that is why we need to retool and change the narrative, how we play that politics is built on a superstructure, and that superstructure is the economy. And once we don't develop an economy, then of course we will be just making a fool of ourselves.
All right, thank you very much, Doctor. Lastly, I'll come to you, Moyosuri. I'm looking at, now Dangote has diversified into cement, oil, this, that, now fertilizer.
Coal.
So I'm looking at over-dependence on one conglomerate.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I mean, it's dicey. You know, again, because our reality here is quite different. It's dicey because if he doesn't do it, you're like, who's going to do it? Do you understand what I mean? Who's going to do it? He's taking, the first step. Again, this thing is not even just the fertilizer he's going to be exporting. There's coal, polypropylene,
yes,
and all of that, 25 million tons annually. So, yeah, it's going to drive the diversification into non-oil areas, which we need in Nigeria because we're very dependent on revenue from oil. So it's like you got to give some to get some. This is probably going to be the cost of that. He's going to control a lot of this. It's just what it is. But then again, that's why government oversight needs to come in to ensure that it is, to a certain degree, a level playing field for people who want to make new entrances into this, so he doesn't gatekeep. Stuff like that. That's not, again, he's a businessman. He has to make.
He doesn't get.
Yes, he's a businessman. He has to make his money.
Yeah, but I think we need to even appreciate him.
Yes,
not many people have faith here.
No, it's true. Because
a lot of people steal money even from public. Even from private, they take it abroad. But now he has private it, so and he's believing in the economy. He's investing his money and his life in this economy. For me, I think it's commendable. People should just take it from him.
Yeah,
all right.
It is laudable.
Thank you very much. We'll go on a short break now. And when we come back, we'll continue with the rest of the story. Stay tuned.
Wole Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of art. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masque and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
Welcome back to Souq Business Landscape. Let's continue. The European Union and the World Bank have pledged strong backings for Nigeria's 3 million technical talent program, an ambitious initiative designed to train 3 million youths in the digital and technical skills by 2027. The program, led by the Federal Ministry of Communications, Innovations and Digital Economy, aims to connect young Nigerians to global job opportunities while building a skilled workforce for the digital economy. Minister Bosun Tijani described the 3NTT initiative as the world's largest talent accelerator, aligning with President Bola Tinubu's vision to create 1 million technical jobs with a initial training phase completed. The program is now scaling nationwide. The European Union has committed over 11 million euros, while the World Bank is assessing its impact to guide further support for youth employment strategies. Beyond training, the program is focused on job placement, partnering with global organizations such as United Nations Development Programme. Plans are also underway to launch Talent City, which will transform public buildings into outsourcing hubs to meet the global demands for English-speaking tech talent. Moya, over to you. What's your thought about this? It's a good initiative, but are there actually, is there a market? Are there actually jobs? Because when you train this, youths, do they really?
Well, I mean, I think again, that's a thing we have to work on our part. You know, in Nigeria right now, a lot of people are in the digital space. Many of us are not even like working for Nigerian companies and stuff like that. But we must also understand that Nigeria has one of the youngest populations ever. You know, there's so many young people out there. I think I have a statistic on that somewhere here. Nigeria's population under 35 is 70%. Under 35
Under
is 70.
35.
Yes. So this is something that we need. And also, digital economy globally, for global digital services, the market is projected to reach $1.2 trillion by 2030. So having Nigerians who are trained in this regard, who are ready for that, who have the skills for that, is something that is very remarkable. I'm very happy about that. Another thing that we must also look at is that because there's a strategic partnership with the UNDP, to answer your question, because it was one of my things, okay, you train all these people, how did they accept the job? But because of the strategic partnership with UNDP, it's possible that there is a larger scope to this that has to do with, you know, the work ecosystem, you know, that they'll be prepared to get work and maybe get placements and stuff like that. So it's not bad. It's very, very good, and I'm very happy that something like this is happening. If I have any major concern right now is ensuring that people in remote places have access to these trainings as well, and have access to the information where these trainings will take place and how accessible it is to them. That's my only thing.
Coming to you, Krumale, I'm looking at the selection process. Just like you rightly said, people in remote places should have access to this, not just people living in the urban areas and all that. What do you think about it?
Okay, first of all, most of the times when government has very, very laudable programs, very laudable initiatives, and for someone like Bosun Tijani heading that ministry, we don't expect less. He needs to have one thing in his head. Either after 4 years, or maybe as a case may be, just after 4 years. And we cannot access any impact. Because when we was talking, he was talking about, or when you were reading, that the United Nations, or is it the United Nations, UNDP like you said, is going to access its impact. And one other multilateral organization, you know, as a, okay, that's the European Union has committed 11 million euros.
Euros, yes.
To that, while the United Nations are going to access that before, okay, or is it the United Nations or World Bank is going to, you know, contribute its own quota? First of all, about 117,000 students or trainees have gone through the first stage. Yes, and their target is that by the time Mr. President is done with either this first 2 years,
yes, so by
just the first 2 years, or probably in the next year and all of that, they want to get to the milestone where they would have been able to do 1.5 million. 1.5 million of those youths. So the thing is, how did you even recruit? How did you get these people that applied for it? How did you select them? Are there conditions for that? Is there a condition that they must own a boarding startup company? Have you assessed them, the capacity of that company and the potential of that company to come out, to emerge as a really an organization that will be self-reliant? Because not only are they going to be trained, at the end of the training, they are supposed to be going on with some form of
certification.
Not just certification, but some form of assistance coming from the government to aid them and to make sure that they perform productively. Now, I have a lot to say regarding that, and it will take me back to the conversation of government's ability to implement laudable projects, and if it has it, and if it is bringing in legislative framework so that we can be well guided and we can have a platform, a formidable platform to stand. Because if it is not going to stand, it's going to fall flat on its face again. But I want to make reference to NAFDAC 500. These are the topmost companies or non-financial companies that has been listed. And if we look at it very well, if I'm not mistaken, a larger part of them are in the tech industry. Pharmaceuticals are there also, but are the tech industry. So tech startups forms those NASDAQ 500. They are part of those NASDAQ 500, and they are listed in that market. And if they are listed in that market, what does it say? It is a good thing because startups in the tech industry, in entertainment, in media, are operating in that particular platform. So as we speak now, we have less than 200 companies that is quoted in the Nigerian exchange. And if we are broadening the gap by way of 3 million tech talent programs, that means if this program succeeds, it could be that in the next 5 to 7 years, we'll be having tech startups that will have the capacity to be quoted, and we have the number grow from 150 or from 100 companies that are quoted in the exchange at the moment to about 200 or 250. In South Africa, it's about 300 companies that are quoted. And remember when our conversation with the tech expert the other day was talking about the limited number of companies that are quoted there. So this is a laudable project. But the thing is, sir, the box is up at your table. You need to do things rightly. We need to do things in a way, so that we can see it translates. And if the World Bank is going to be assessing its impact, I believe there are certain things that they will be looking at before they can say, oh, I think we can give it a pass and we can equally, make funds available to support the current administration. And that is what we want. Because if we do not hit that mark, then it's as if we never started in the first place.
All right, Doctor, just like you rightly said, the World Bank would be assessing its impact to guide further support for youth employment strategy. What sector, what area would they be looking at?
I really don't believe it is handouts that are given to us. I am quite in sync with the Zambia economist Dambisa Moyo. He wrote a book called Dead AIDS.
You thought you called his name.
Oh, no. I know all my namesakes. Dead AIDS. Why AIDS is not working for Africa and how to get it better. And I think it's a masterpiece that every African child or African student should read. Because we've had years and years of this aid. And according to Dambisa Moyo, these are only perpetuate dependency, corruption, and it does not produce economic growth and sustainability. You see, we must understand that you are in a competition. The world as it is today is in a competition. And it is, they call it the law of natural selection. Is the survival of the fittest. Europe will continually to create a market for its products. In all these things that we're talking about, you see African technology here. They're only creating a market for the consumption of their technology. And that will not give us room to actually build our technology that should compete with Europe. So I think in the alternative, if they so like us and they want to help us, I think the investment should go to our school system.
Education.
We need to see tech companies start up here. I see most of the time you are having children who are even studying computer science in polytechnics. They are looking for places to do IT. And they can't find places. Because the synergy between the town and the gown is so weak here. And most of the time, even those who are teaching and training these children themselves may not even have the competence to do the training. And so you have people who come out with polytechnics degrees, university degrees, and yet really do not understand the rubrics of their courses. That's the fundamental crisis we face. And I think if our managers of the country, they're really serious, is to see how do we really invest heavily, that if we have a child who studies mechanical engineering in a Nigerian university, for example, in a Nigerian polytechnic, and this child is coming out of this school, should have an idea of how to build a prototype of a machine. And I think that is where we need investment at the moment. It may not be very attractive to the political figure. Those people who are trying to help us, because what we're talking about is skill acquisition. So you train people on how to repair a phone. So what that means is that if you are giving them the skill on how to repair phone and how to build phone, is that you have to, your market remain their market. So they can continue to sell spare parts to you and sell their phones to you. Because they have created a base of people who will repair those things. We need African startups to build models that can actually compete with what the Westerners, so that we are not just consuming, but we are also selling out, just like China had done. And I think that is the model that Africa needs. We need more trade with Europe.
Can I interject respectfully? AIDS are AIDS, right? If somebody is giving us aid to do something, by the true nature of AIDS,
the ripening form of HIV.
No, not that. I'm talking about AIDS.
I don't think they are different.
That's I mean, I see your perspective, but let's gloss over that. I just feel like AIDS are AIDS. If a country is giving us AIDS, again, how it is managed is behooves, and the primary responsibility is on us here. If we are mismanaging it, again, they know we will mismanage it. They are very aware, right? But that's on their own, right? For us here, if we're not managing it properly, that's our fault, right? So I'm not saying that, what I'm saying is I'm well on board with this one, right? Because I know young people out there who don't have access to many of these things. Also, you look at a company like Paystack. The major idea when they founded Paystack was that this should be Stripe for Africa. That was the major idea. And fast forward to 2020, Stripe bought that company. So let them come and teach us. We will learn. There are so many startups that are coming up right now. Uber did not start in Nigeria. If you look at it today now, there is a ride-hailing service coming up every other month. Right? So we are learning from them. Again, the major thing that is holding the young people back here is the business, ease of doing business. That's the primary problem here. We don't have infrastructure that encourages us to do that. But what I'm saying is that let them come, we will learn. Those who have the capacity and the intellect would make it serve us.
No. You see, yes, it's good. It is good. I don't like it.
I don't like it. I don't like it either.
Since you are familiar with it, it's okay. I don't like it at all. And that's the exact point I'm making. So when will Africans start to give aid to people?
Oh, we gave to Lesotho during Obasanjo's administration.
South Africa.
It gave lots of money. Of giving aid anyway.
But didn't we, if we go back, didn't we give
this is the current narrative. This is the current narrative. Africans must grow up.
Yes, I agree.
We have to grow up deliberately. And you see, this giving us pretense to create room or creating room for some of this trouble that we are finding in our space, that we cannot settle our skulls within ourselves, that we are fighting ourselves because there is this maxim that look, until the West come, we cannot be who we should be. And I think that African young people must pull paid to it. We must not live life the way our parents currently live it. That the only way to feel that you have arrived is that you are either using a London-made watch or you are using a Japanese-made car. Yeah. So we must begin to believe in ourselves, and that's the point I'm making. Because if you look at it, we have had aid for years. We have had aid for years. Look at it, for example, Moyo. What bank is assessing what they are doing in Africa? They are telling our CBN to keep our rate high so that they can monitor inflation. And this high rate is about 27.5%. In America, what is the rate of borrowing?
So who's at fault here now?
No, yes, of course, because this people...
So who is that? I would like us to say who is the person at fault.
No, this is what it is. We may be at fault because we have become beggarly. Because we are not able to stand up to these people because we think, because we need their pittance. We have to do their bidding. Take, for example, during the Biden administration, Uganda wrote a law to say homosexuality is a crime in Africa. And what happened? They yanked them off AGOA.
Okay.
Safon will come to you. So, because we are so reliant and dependent on these people, so we can't even argue with them. And this is a problem, you see, because
we can argue, we just don't want to work.
When you go to a negotiation table with an empty stomach, I call it the Esau mentality. You accept whatever that is thrown to you at the table, and it's only the crumb that you take. Now, what will make Africa to grow up is to see, what do we really need with the West? We need more trade. We need more trade. We need more foreign direct investment. That's what I'm saying. If they like us so well, let them come and start companies here. Not just taking our resource, our raw material, to go process it and return it back to us at very exorbitant prices, and then after making huge profit on us,
yes.
And then they come from the back door to come and give us pittance so that we can survive and continue to give them the support. That is the point I am making. That somebody is saying, for example, you are taking so much resource from Niger Republic to power the whole of Paris, but Niger is in darkness because they have to buy light from Nigeria. How does that work? So this is where I'm talking about our mental awakening. That all we need, like Moyo said, is not it. We need opportunity to trade with ourselves.
Even in
so that we can have access to their market, they have access to our market as well. So if those opportunities are not created, that all we do is that they have the yam and they have the knife, then of course we only will take as much slice that they will want us to have. And then we will not be able to compete favorably with them. I'm thinking competition really not about survival.
All right, thank you very much. Just like Doctor said, Nigeria needs, or Africa basically needs to grow up, and we need to start looking inwards, not just take loans from and AIDS. Well, we all know. All right, so let's move on to the next story. The World Bank has urged the federal government of Nigeria to issue a presidential order increasing excise duty, on alcohol, tobacco, and sugary drinks. These directives is a key requirement under a $750 million loan aimed at improving Nigeria's non-oil revenue. Now, according to the bank's latest report, the country has received only $1.88 million so far, and a minimum of $10 million is tied directly to this excise hike order. Although Nigeria currently imposes tax on these products, the World Bank said existing rates are too low, emphasis on too low, to meet the revenue goals. It warned that delays in legislative reforms, including pending implementation of sin and green taxes, could hurt the overall success of the program. Despite modest progress in boosting tax revenue and oil income reporting, key disbursement targets remain unmet. Economic experts have expressed mixed reactions to the proposed tax hikes. While some believe higher excise duties could boost government revenue and reduce harmful consumptions, others warn of greater financial strain on households and businesses already burdened by inflation and rising costs. The World Bank rated the program's progress as moderately satisfactory, but highlighted political risk and slow implementation. Let me start with Krumale. This question always comes up anytime I hear the World Bank. Why are they always dictating? Why are they always the ones telling us this? $750 million loan, and you're saying you must do this before we give you this. Why?
What did they do? They didn't do anything wrong.
So we are the ones.
They are not dictating to you. They are the World Bank. They have a right to talk to not just Nigeria, including other economies. And we are not mandated to follow their direction. We are not under compulsion to follow that direction. So they are telling you, you need to increase or hike the fee of tariff of sugary drinks and alcohol. Sometimes, do we need to be told? Do we need to be told as an economy? Do we need to be told? Because currently as we speak, Donald Trump came and said, look, everybody, you take 25%. It's coming from you, you're just 25%. Though he gave respite to some countries whom he termed as non-combative or non-respondent, not retaliatory. He gave them 3 months break. So after 3 months break, what next? Do we, well, sometimes it's good to even ask the Minister of Trade and Investment some of the policies, the strategic policies that the government needs to take to place Nigeria in a strategic position so that trade-wise, there is no lopsidedness within Nigeria and the West. We have comparative advantage in some instances. It could be few, but are we taking advantage of it? Do we have some local companies produce this sugary and alcohol drink? They do. And if we have the foreign part of it coming into the country, is it not just common sense that we place tariff on the foreign sugary and alcohol drink coming into the country? Because common sense in the sense that when we place that tariff, it makes the foreign-made goods more expensive.
True.
And then the local consumers can then turn their attention to the locally produced goods, sugary drinks and alcohol. If they want to buy alcohol drink, then we sort of have a balance when it comes to trade. It's common sense. Why don't we do that? And if we are not going to, one thing that we should not be placing tariff on as a country is technology equipment that we do not have the capacity, the human capital capacity, and the technological capacity, those equipments to manufacture here in Africa or in Nigeria. If we do not have that, and we know that people want to establish factories, people want to establish manufacturing hubs, needs to have access to these equipment and to this technology, then we can open the space. When that technology is being imported into the country, the tariff will be very low. We can make the tariff very low relative to the kind of technology and the amount of money that is attached to it. We can make it very low. If we make it very low, we're bringing this technology into our country. What does that translate into? It translates into technology being moved or being shipped from one country to the locals, because the locals are going to understudy it. There's a professor that gave an analogy. He went to present a program, this lecture. There's this lectures that, when you were in school, these lectures that we normally have where a professor... Inaugural lectures. He wants to become he's a doctor. He's trying to look at him that he cannot become an associate professor, or one who is just a lecturer. He wants to become a doctor and an inaugural lecture. I love attending those when I was in school. And this one was actually in Unilag, and he gave the Lamborghini mentality. Now, he didn't use a Lamborghini. He made those kind of buses that Nigeria used to ferry, or in Lagos State that they used to call Molue. I think he referenced it. He said, when those buses were ferried or shipped into Nigeria and other African countries, they came in the Western technology. The local mechanic by the roadside, has been saddled with this responsibility of servicing these vehicles time in and time out, to the extent that they can extract the engine, study the engine, do with it whatever they please, dissect the engine, fragment it into different places. They can couple it back, look at the body of the vehicle, go to one panabita somewhere, they fix a very long-looking, ugly thing that we now call molue, and they carry the engine, shove it inside, and you know what? It's running from place to place. And they're like, okay, so if we use that technology, like, okay, we look at, were they even taught, those roadside mechanics, were they even taught?
It's reverse engineering.
Yes, so reverse engineering, like you said, so those are the kind of things that we should not put tariffs on. Because when it comes, there is the tendency that we will translate or transfer technology from wherever it's coming from to our locals here, then we can harness it and grow our economy. But we should not put tariff. We can tariff other things that we have the capacity for substitution, for local substitution or import substitution. But we should not tariff things that we know that when they come in, give our people 7, 5 years or even 10 years, will come out with the same thing to reflect it. China did it, and look at where they are today.
Thank you very much. So, Moyo, what do you think? With this, actually, yes, it's said it's been proposed that it to boost government revenue, but will it also reduce over-dependence on imported goods or consumption of imported goods, and will it also give a way for local manufacturers?
First of all, I'm not particularly sure as to whether these excise duties are on imported alcohol, tobacco, and sugary drinks, or if it's every one of them in general. But I would say, it is alcohol. Anybody knows me, I like to have fun a bit, but I do know that alcohol and tobacco are not very healthy. Excessive sugary drinks, they are not healthy as well. So I'm all on board with this, even just from like the basis of, all of it. I'm all on board for this. And also, we must also realize that our tax to GDP ratio in Nigeria is rather low. Right? So I would rather that they come with at alcohol than other things that we actually need, right? Because if you're buying tobacco products and they're getting too expensive, maybe you finally stop.
What about alcohol? People consume
a lot of alcohol, and it's also killing a lot of people. It's also killing a lot of people. I'm going to keep it a buck with you here. You know, liver cancer and lung cancer are the highest killing. You know, millions of people are dying yearly. So I'm not mad at this in any way. Again, if we're going to tax things, you know, this would be what
it's the right.
This would be the right approach to go. This would be the right.
All right. So, Doctor, coming to you, he says that maybe this is not just on imported goods, but it could be also local goods. What do you think about this?
Well, I try to put my head around it, and that's why I say to everybody, as Africans, we must come of age so that the lenses with which we look at things should not be other people's lenses. One of the things that I find quite very frustrating here is the fact that we see everything about ourselves from the lenses of the other people. And that's not so good. He's just talking about alcohol and liver. I know one man in my village, over 120, still very active and kicking. If you want to drink palm wine, it is the stale one. He even ferments it himself. He boiled his stone, roast his stone.
No, sadly, this woman down here does not sell palm wine.
No, wait. He put it inside it, and that is how he brewed his gin.
Sorry.
Oh, yes. But he has not died.
I don't think he can.
And now, so what I'm saying is that all this conversation that we are having, we don't even know what is killing us. Oh, yes. Yeah. Because if you see what we're talking about today because America is God's own country, and that's what we use for example. John Kennedy Jr. is saying, America, stop funding big farmers because they are not interested in health. They are interested in business. Let's teach people how to eat right, and they will not be sick. But here, what do you find? And that's a big fight right now in America because there's a huge opposition from the lobbyists at the Congress that this does not see the light of the day, because most of the things that we are given in the name of medication is to keep the business
going
or the big farmers going.
Yes.
It's not as if they are a solution to
the real health.
What the real health issues of the world actually is. And this is where, for me, life started in Africa. Whether we like it or not, life started in Africa. These guys, they came to learn from us. And not the other way around. So they should not be teaching us what we know. And this is where, for me, the African mind needs to be reawakened. That not until they give us solutions before we see things with the things that make common sense to us. It's not things that we should be expecting that they come. And I tell you, whether I like it or not, the Bretton Woods institutions, for example, are set up to make profits. Who are the biggest investors? The biggest investors are the Western countries. And they are making profit from developing nations. And this, for me, is where it all lies. Africa must do their own research. Africa must own their own narrative. Not because one university elsewhere has said it. Because, like you said, research, you find that it's not as objective as people think. Because there's some element of bias that comes into some of this conversation and narrative. So for me, authentic African research, designed from African methodology, will work better for us than actually over-depending on some of these institutions or their prescription. Because I tell you, if World Bank gives you a prescription, it's not to make Africa grow. is to benefit his sponsor of finance.
But this one is, they gave a very, very good idea.
Sometimes
I wonder why we need to be told for us to do it. The World Bank is telling us, like, hey, you need to do this. Like, don't we know we need to do it?
Yeah, personally, I don't think it should even be a condition for that the World Bank had to give before we explode that area, especially if we're talking about revenue generation through taxes. I don't think it was something the World Bank has to do, and I will stand on it. While I understand what the doc is saying and saying that, you know, again, our bodies are different from person to person, right? So the amount of the person that somebody can drink alcohol from now to tomorrow and nothing happened, but that's not the reality of another person's morphology. Do you understand what I mean? So what we do know right now is too much consumption of alcohol is bad and too much consumption of tobacco is bad.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, there's a negotiation going on in the US right now. And said, this guy said, look, I don't want your wine to enter into our space.
Okay.
Donald
Trump was telling that to
France. I'll cut down your wine because they're selling wine to everybody. See, what I'm saying is...
No, I'm just looking at it from a health perspective. Simple. That's all.
But that's what I'm also saying, that Africa must study its health.
Yeah, but till we do that now. Because when the men from, I don't want to call their business names, the man who said he had cure for HIV and had cure for everything, he was frustrated out of the game. I can't remember his name. He's dead now. He's dead now. He was frustrated out of the game.
But because they...
So who are we going to blame now?
We're
just working on the
This is the challenge. Let me give you a practical example. During the COVID, WHO gave us an idea of what they called that were the conditions that we're going to see to know that somebody had a COVID. And so everybody was watching out for those conditions. So if you don't see those conditions, you feel that you don't have COVID. And whereas a lot of people were living with COVID. My own elder brother had COVID. And he didn't have any of those symptoms.
No, but they did say some people will be asymptomatic.
No. So it wasn't, what I'm saying is that he was sick. Obviously.
Okay, he fell ill.
Yes, he took ill. Now, the symptom he had was different from all the symptoms that was listed.
Okay.
So by the time I looked at it, what gave me an indication was that his boss had same issue. And of course, he was taking, and I said, oh, maybe let us be very sure so we can do a test. So I took him home, we did a lab test and said, oh, it was COVID, that the viral load was quite high. But it didn't manifest all of those symptoms that was listed on the WHO side, that this is a sign that it is. Because the study was not comprehensive or was not complete at the time. Now, at the time, they were only advising us on the basis of the things that they know. And I think Africa must understand this about research, that research is not a finality. Whatever we call that is the cause of a particular program today, it may be what the science say it is the cause. But after all, it may not be the exact cause. That's the point I'm trying to make. So that if somebody is telling you, this kill, this destroy your liver, now, but you see, somebody will say, but I've done this for like 90 years now, and it has not killed me. I remember the last time Obasanjo was making a joke about relation cancer. Look, the only thing he knows to do is to sample wine over 90 years. So, how are we going to take this for a certainty that this is what we know? Because we are seeing the word from the eye of a different man. Who tells us that this is what it is. But can we also really do independent analysis? But at the end of the day here, what I'm saying, simply saying, is that if they are not giving you one product, they are promoting another product. But understand that the origin of that product is from one place. And the person who is shipping his money is for the sake of that. So if you are getting to be understanding what to do locally, somebody say to you, look, this thing is dead, it's not nice. This is not good for your head. Now, but this is what is good for your head. You go ahead, take it, and it'll be fine. So this is what I'm saying, that we as Africa, I take with pinch of salt whatever that's coming from the bench road, because I know that there's an economic motive all around it, because it's not a free lunch.
All right, thank you very much. So we'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll take the last story. Stay tuned.
got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Welcome back. This is still Souq Business Landscape. Let's quickly take the last story. China is set to increase its investment in Africa by promoting stronger corporate cooperation across multiple sectors. Sheng Hang, director at the Ministry of Commerce, West Asia and Africa Department, told reporters in Beijing that the African countries have experienced steady economic growth and an improved business environment, encouraging more Chinese firms to invest on the continent. Over the past 5 years, Chinese direct investments in Africa have averaged more than $3 billion annually, while infrastructure, construction, and manufacturing remain key focus areas. Shen noted a growing diversity of Chinese companies involved in African projects, including a rising number of small and medium-sized enterprises. The ministry plans to boost collaborations by supporting industrial park, logistics, energy projects, and trade integration aligned with Africa's development goals. It will also foster partnerships among young entrepreneurs to deepen ties and maximize mutual benefits. Let me start off with Priye. Billions of dollars have been made just from Africa. It seems Chinese, they are really enjoying their time in Africa. What's your thought about that?
I was surprised when I heard that in fact, they are seeking to expand.
To expand.
And knowing very well that at the moment they are in stiff competition. In fact, they are even giving their competitors headache because their competitors, which is the West, felt that, these people, they're gone, like they've taken over Africa from us. But I am saddened by the fact that annually it's just $3 billion. I think that's quite low.
They should milk us more.
No, not milk us. That is the trade. That's the trade. So that $3 billion, you said, in the continent of Africa, that is what, that's the trade amount when you evaluate it in terms of money, monetary value. It's just $3 billion annually. How many countries do we have?
Imagine that money being retained in Africa.
I don't believe so. China is obviously Africa's largest trading partner. And based on what I came across, the trade volume is $282 billion, and this is as at 2023.
$200 billion.
$282 billion. Yeah, this was as at 2023.
So how much come to Africa and how much
come to Nigeria?
Okay, now that's where you guys can. That's where you can. But so, I'm talking about the trade volume.
Because I remember
the volume is okay, but I'm backing so it's to say whether is this skewed toward Africa or skewed toward the Chinese?
The Chinese.
But I think that China need to do more in Africa.
Yes.
They cannot just be taking our raw resources. We need to see Chinese company established in Congo. We need to see them established in South Africa. We need to see them established in Nigeria.
We have 150 active Chinese companies here in Nigeria.
We need more fee, not just the slipper making companies. We are looking at for real technology.
Electricity.
That are, of course,
electricity bill
meters from them. I think.
Yes, they should. The meter should come here.
Okay, that's
much better.
We have all the resources required to produce a meter, so they should come down to Nigeria and produce meter. And Jakarta State can be revamped. Sure. And it can become a hub for the distribution of meter globally. So there's a whole lot that they can benefit actually putting this thing here. But you understand this again, it's also them thinking about creating a stable economy at home, so that their mortgage, which is currently running low, will not continue to run low. But so need Africa to power that. But I think that we must be aiming for even trade, so that the skewness will not just be at the disadvantage of Africa, but at least we should gain more than what we currently gain from the Chinese.
I agree. So this is where we will draw the curtains today on Souq Business Landscape. It's been fun. It's been a whole lot staying with us. But until next time, I am Olumide Shokoya. Enjoy the rest of your day.
And from me, I am Oyin Priye.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Well, thank you very much indeed. My name is Stephen Kola Balogun. I happen to be a lawyer, and should I call myself a pseudo-politician? Not quite a politician, but I've served in government before, and I'm delighted to be here. Well, thank you very much. Well, yes, is it my family or the wider family? I mean, like I said, I'm the son of Chief Dr. Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Like I said, he was a former politician, a frontline politician. He was the General Secretary of the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, later National Council of Nigerian Citizens. He was the General Secretary of that party for about 8 years. From there, he was appointed by Souq to become a federal minister. He was initially a federal minister without portfolio. Consequently, after that, he became acting minister for labor, social services, and then he became Nigeria's first federal minister for information in 1956. He held that portfolio to 1958. Thereafter, he resigned from government. He had disagreement with the party. And Tafawa Balewa felt that he was a useful politician that could be sent to Ghana. And he went to Ghana to find out what was. Ghana was a bit ahead of us in terms of politics at the time. I think it's fair to say they got independence just before us. And Tafawa Balewa wanted someone to understudy, to find out what we were doing. So he sent Kola Balogun there. Initially, he was commissioner, and later, when we gained independence in 1960, he became High Commissioner. Shortly after that, when we became independent, he yearned to come home. He wanted to take part in the new political atmosphere at the time. He asked the Prime Minister to relieve him, to let him come back, and he did come back home. And immediately he took up the position of being chairman of the National Shipping Line. That was the position he held on to until the military struck in 1966. But even then, when the military did strike in 1966, he still continued. I think General Debayo of blessed memory invited him to join his cabinet, and he served as a commissioner for about 3 years or more. I think he was commissioner for health and was commissioner for education. Later, he also became chairman of the sketch group of companies as well. And that was about it. I think after his stint in government, he decided to go and do a PhD at the University of Ibadan. And then he went back into private legal practice. And then he started this agitation for the creation of Osun State. He and a few others set up the movement. He was the chairman of the movement. And then to the glory of God in 1991, Osun State was created. And that's it.
Tell us about mommy.
Well, yes, my mother. Well, in those days, the women once were not so much in the forefront, But my mother has been my bedrock. She stood by me, and she has backed me in most of the things I've set out to do, And she's still alive. She's 89 this year, and she's still doing well, and she's still
and your wife
going
and
strong.
the kids?
Yes, my children. Yes, I have 3 girls, 3 daughters. My oldest is 31. She studied at King's College London. She did reasonably well. She got a 7th class upper. Proud of her. She's an art curator today. And I have twin girls as well who are also in university now, that they haven't graduated yet. One of them is in Oxford University. She's studying history and politics. And the other is in Cambridge University. She's studying human, social, and political sciences. So, yeah. I did. I mean, my father, Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Yes, he was in the first cabinet in the First Republic, the first ever cabinet Nigeria had, and he served as the Federal Minister of Information and Research. As a matter of fact, he happened to be Nigeria's first information minister. Later, T.O.S. Benson, of course, became the independent Nigeria's first information minister, but independent Nigeria. But Nigeria's first ever information minister happened to be Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. No, I didn't. I took an opposite route from my father. My father went into politics immediately after he finished his education, and then he now ventured into law a little bit later. I decided to look at things differently. I thought that after academics I should practice law a bit, and that's what I've been doing. But at some point, I think that was in about 2011, I was called upon to serve in the Osun State government as a commissioner, and I took up that opportunity, and I enjoyed myself. Well, I am in the sense that I'm 65 years old now, and I think it's fair to say that we belong to, well, I would say the first set, but one of those who benefited from Nigerian education. I schooled here. I went to secondary school in the West. I went to the University of Ife, went to the Nigerian Law School. And I think it's fair to say that all the schools at that time were of high quality, produced top quality students who went on to make names for themselves, not just here in Nigeria, but also abroad. I think we still do that now, even though the standard of education has dropped. The sad thing about it is that Nigeria could have been a lot better in terms of the potential, because Nigeria does have a lot of potential. We do have very brilliant young men and women, and I just think that if we had invested more in education, that we could have, the sky would have been the limit, actually. Well, my take on this is that it's the system of law itself. As a young lawyer, I experienced a few challenges myself, and I think one of the obvious challenges is the appeal structure. It's too easy to appeal against judgments. At the same time, when you file actions in court, there are no penalties for costs. In other words, I can file a frivolous action. I could insult you, as an example, and then you could sue me. And I say to myself, well, I'm going to eke it out. I'm going to take it. You're going to have to take me all the way to the Supreme Court. That doesn't make sense. That's not fair. On the other hand, I could also file a frivolous application against you. And then filing a frivolous application, I could call you something you are not. I could defame you. And in so doing, you expect at least that once you prove your case, that I will be made to pay the penalties for filing frivolous applications. But that doesn't happen. And then, of course, the conditions of the judges. I mean, the judges are still writing longhand. They do trials, they sit there, they listen to witnesses, give evidence, and they have to write all these things down longhand. So there's so many challenges that has hampered the progress of law. And there hasn't been enough investment, I must say. Well, I agree with that, and I'm going to give an example as to how that I think we could possibly do that. Now, the Supreme Court hears everything. It's the final court in Nigeria, so they're going to hear issues related to criminal law, civil matters, constitutional matters, as you know, all these matters that's got to do with elections, so on and so forth. As a matter of fact, when we have an election cycle, the legal system slows down because the judges are hampered. They're too busy listening to the various appeals from the various states and the federal government to do with the elections. So as a consequence, the other matters to do with shipping, banking, criminal law are put on the back burner. I think we need what you call a constitutional court, whereby which the judges in the Supreme Court are divided. So you have those judges whose responsibility it is entirely to deal with constitutional matters, and then you have another set whose duty will be to deal with shipping, banking, civil matters, criminal matters, and so on and so forth. So I believe it's high time Nigeria has a constitutional court to try and aid the Supreme Court with the workload they have, which is, quite frankly, quite a bit. Well, Nigerians, with respect, are very brilliant, very intelligent, and they are very aware. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you're a tailor, you're a driver, you're a lawyer, engineer, they are quite well informed. And the truth of the matter really is that this is the longest republic we've had. This republic started in 1999, and this is 2025, so 26 years. Nigeria's never had a republic this long. But the main flaw is the one you just mentioned. The fact that that constitution that was bequeathed to us by the military in 1999 was never really approved by the people. Now, that doesn't make sense, and that's unfair, in fairness. We ought to be able to look at the constitution, improve upon it, and put our own input into it. Now, there's a way around that, and I've always believed, many people oppose this, but I'm of the view that what Nigerians need to have is a referendum. Have a referendum to ask the Nigerian people whether they want to persist with the 1999 Constitution, or do they want to drop a new one? If the answer to that question is yes, we want to drop a new constitution, then that puts paid to the 1999 Constitution, and then you can now have a system, a constituent assembly, whatever the case may be, where people will sit around the table and fashion out a new constitution. If the people say no, that means I've indirectly approved the 1999 Constitution, and then we continue with it. But what we can't do is continue having this debate, these arguments, as to whether the 1999 Constitution has been approved by Nigerians or not, because it has not been. So I think the way around that is to ask the Nigerian people through a referendum, asking them whether they want to persist with this constitution. If they say no, then we have a new one. If they say yes, we continue with the old one. And that ends the debate. Every system has its merits. Every system has its advantages and disadvantages. To some extent, the presidential system of government has its advantage. It has the advantage in the sense that it has brought government nearer to the people. So the people of Osun, from where I'm from, for instance, now, have their own state. Same thing can be said, it's been replicated across the country. However, the drawbacks, the disadvantage is the fact that it's extremely expensive. Now, look at Nigeria, for instance, now. We have 36 state governments. So that means we have 36 governments in Nigeria. If you add the government of Abuja, if you add the federal government, that's 38. Now, each one of these governments have some form of legislature, judiciary, an executive as well, local government, civil service. It's too expensive. Look, in America, where we borrowed this system from, the states came together to form a union. This is totally different. We are doing it the opposite way. So we've had a structure that we're now going back. So at the end of the day, many of the state governments are still dependent on the federal government. And as a consequence, the kind of progress we ought to be making, we're not quite making it. So I personally, and this is a personal view because others would disagree, I would prefer that we reduce the size of government by having some kind of regional structure. And I believe that that will reduce the burden of governments. And if we can reduce the burdens of government, we can use this money to do many other things. And I also think it will also improve standards as well. Not just standards of government or parliamentary standards or whatever the case may be, but there'll be less people involved in the political system. And that would help us a great deal. Well, I think it's fair to say that since 1999, we haven't had any new state creation. I know there's been agitation for the creation of states, but there hasn't been any. The process for creating a state is quite cumbersome. It's not easy. I think it's in Section 8 and 9 of the Constitution. I don't think it's something we should be looking at. I think, like I said to you earlier, I think we should be trying to reduce the number of states, and I think some kind of regional structure whereby which we can monitor better what's going on rather than having more states. So I personally would not encourage the creation of more states, no. In the 1950s, we had 3 regions, if I'm correct. Those regions were the West, the East, and the North. We had the colony of Lagos, but if I'm right, I think it was the Macpherson Constitution, I think it is, I'm not too sure, that now put Lagos under the Western region. Now, when Lagos was placed under the Western region, lots of people were not happy about that. I remember my father was in the NCNC. The NCNC people were not particularly pleased, neither were the NPC. So they felt that Lagos belonged to everybody. Like you said, lots of people from different walks of life, different tribes, different backgrounds, and all schooled. I mean, Zik schooled in Lagos. He went to MBHS. So it was the issue was sent to London to arbitrate. I think it was Oliver Littleton that arbitrated over the matter. And it was decided that Lagos should stand on its own, that Lagos should not be merged with any of the regions. And that was how Lagos was able to free itself from the shackles of the Western region. It's fair to say that the position of the NCNC was actually argued in London by my father. That's why I'm quite familiar with this. But talking about Lagos, when the military, after that, we had what you called a minister for Lagos. I think there was Ribadu, and I think there was one other person, but I think it was Yaradua, not the same Yaradua, but his father. And then later after that, when the military struck, they created the state of Lagos. So the issue of giving Lagos special status has more or less been taken over by events. Lagos is a state, you know, and as a state, it's still home to different people with different backgrounds, from different tribes, and it's thriving. I think it's fair to say that Lagos is probably the most prosperous state in the country. And it's just a question of its continuing with good governance and improving the strides they have made. Once again, let's go back to the past. We had what we used to call the House of Chiefs, wasn't it? You know, and in those House of Chiefs, many of the members of the House of Chiefs were people who were traditional rulers, chiefs from different backgrounds, and they had a say in the running of the affairs of state. You know, it's like it was more or less akin to the House of Lords. So it wasn't necessarily the chamber whereby which the activities of day-to-day governance took place, but they could always refer issues to them. And I think that if we change our structure of governance, and if, that's a big if, then yes, we can have something like that. We can have a second chamber, which is more or less advisory in nature, similar to the House of Lords, whereby which we will have obas and chiefs and people of influence who will be able to advise government from day to day from the experiences and the way forward, but not necessarily binding. I think that's important. Their decisions won't necessarily be binding on us, but at least they'll be able to share their views and experiences with the people. That's a big issue. I was commissioner for youth in Oshun about 10 years ago under Rauf Aregbesola, and it was an issue we took quite seriously. In Oshun State, we had quite a number of youths who were unemployed, and the governor thought, what can I possibly do to give them something to do, to keep them employed? So he created what we call the Osun State Youth Empowerment Scheme. Now, under the State Youth Empowerment Scheme, unemployed youths were given particular tasks in the state. Help us sweep the roads. Some were part-time lecturers. Some were doing all sorts of things. They were given a stipend. It wasn't a full-blown salary. Or the salary, although the stipend was enough to keep them to be able to buy things, to be able to buy themselves drinks and food, and kept them occupied until they could find themselves a job. And I think the federal government could follow that kind of scheme, set up a youth empowerment scheme whereby which unemployed youths are given things to do. There's so many things that need to be done in Nigeria. You know, there's so many gaps whereby which the youths can help do that. In the interim, while they find themselves something more gainful or something more permanent. So it's a question, it's for government to do. It's for government to think of a way of helping out the youths. And of course, there should be partnerships, a partnership between the government and private enterprise to try and encourage them to take on more of our youths, and not necessarily those who have schooled abroad, who they think are probably the best in terms of employment. No, we have many here who can do a good job as well. Sustaining democracy is about discipline. It's about the people being disciplined. It's about those who rule us being disciplined. I started out by telling you that this is the longest government we've had. It's the longest republic we've had. We've had democracy now since 1999, 26 years. If you go back to the days of independence, there's been no republic that has been this long. So it shows that the people have embraced democracy. They've come to it's part of us now. They've come to enjoy it. Yes, there are hiccups in terms of the fact that we could do a lot better in terms of how we implement things. But in terms of the people yearning for democracy and imbibing it, I think we've done very well. And what we just need to do is just to try and perfect it. One of the ways, like I said much earlier, is to perhaps take a second look at the Constitution, see where areas where we can improve, and try and make people happy, and at the same time reduce the cost of governance. But I don't think democracy is going anywhere. I think it's here to stay.
Well, I would say now he's gotten the job. If this question had come before now, I would be able to say that I do not think we need him. But he's there now, so all we need to do is see what best he can do or what best we can do to support him to succeed. Now, going by his previous records, going by all that he's achieved in sports, ordinarily, one wouldn't have said he's the best for the Super Eagles at this time. But here we are. Decision makers have made their decisions. They've taken the decisions. We can only talk, but they already have their way. Well, I think his assessment will start when he starts playing games. He's not had any game with Nigeria, so we can't assess him. But going by his previous records, I don't think he would have been the best for Nigeria at this time. Not against other homegrown indigenous coaches who have had better records within and outside Nigeria. On a scale of 1 to 10, I don't think Shele will fit in at any point. But of course, having him been appointed, all we need to do is give support and see the best that we can get from him being Nigerians. And of course, at all times, irrespective of whatever decisions are taken, we want Nigeria to excel. Because in Nigeria's excellence, we are proud. In Nigeria's excellence, those of us that are in the media and sporting media, to be precise, we can do business. If Nigeria is not winning, the biggest brand for Nigeria is the Super Eagles, sports-wise. So if Nigeria is not winning, if Nigeria is not making waves, then we don't have business to do. So it's in our interest that he succeeds. So to that extent, I would say yes. But looking at his appointment, I think it's just a part of the over-politicization of the sporting industry. Power show by the immediate past president of the Football Federation, Melvin Pinnick Amaju. Having failed in his 2 terms, continues to transverse the terrain to show he still has power. And of course, he brought Shele. And of course, the Gusau, the incumbent president of the Football Federation, has to listen to his master. So his master's voice, that's what we're experiencing. If they like, let them bring the Sadi. You see, there are things about Nigeria and Nigerian sports that should not surprise anybody. Politics are played everywhere, and balancing of acts are played everywhere. Federal character everywhere. And the federal character thing is just all very pretentious things they do. Yeah, it's definitely not for the interest of Nigeria. Just to show that, okay, we've taken somebody from the south, or we've taken one from the west, or we are now taking from the north. Who will we take in the north? Let's bring Ahmed Musa. He's calm. He'll be able to talk to the players. What is he going to say to the players? He's past his prime a long time ago. So it's all politics and not in the interest of the nation. I can tell you that. But for Chele going around Europe, yes, he has to. Because everywhere you go, to be the chief coach of the Nigerian national team, senior national team, can be a huge task. Because every day you have Nigerian boys showing up. in big leagues, in small clubs, in championship clubs, even around the country. You find players everywhere. Nigeria, I think today, if we are not exporting oil, I think we are exporting footballers to everywhere, even those that are born abroad. I mean, you can imagine this young boy at Arsenal, 17, Ethnan Waneri, and there's an Okoli, there's Ndidi. You have both at Leicester City. So everywhere you go, you see Nigerian boys showing stuff. So to be the coach of a Nigerian team at the level of Super Eagles is a huge task. One would expect that we should have a scouting department. One would expect that we have a department that should take charge of team psychology. We expect that we have the technical department or the directorate for technical at the Football Federation to be well equipped with people that are sound in mind, sound technically, and have capacity to work and deliver. With all of that put together, then they should be able to advise and situate the coach at the point where he can deliver and work well. Well, you see, I said yes because I've been one of those that have always been clamoring that there's need to have a National Sports Commission. Now, having a National Sports Commission that is populated or that is headed by politicians is neither here nor there. It may not take us anywhere. We need to separate our sport. Yes, sports, you cannot do away with politics at some level. But in terms of the administration, in terms of the management, in terms of the execution, there's need to be able to separate sports and politics. In the days where we held sway in sports, where the National Sports Commission functioned effectively, all of those that occupied the position as Director General, as directors in the then National Sports Commission, were professionals. If you recall from the days of Abraham Odia, Awotro Eleya, and of course Isaac Akioye, that laid the structure and foundation for a proper National Sports Commission just after the All-Africa Games, was a thoroughbred professional from the University of Ife. And there are other such professionals all about this country. And you need to ask, if we are not able to seek and give these people jobs and give them tasks to deliver, we always will go look for political loyalists to put in positions so that they answer to us. Politics is just, to me these days, it's more like a window for public relations for political parties and individuals that are into politics to express themselves, or maybe also at the same time also reward loyalists. That's what we find. So in terms of the technicalities on administration and management of sports, in its true sense, we're still very far from it. Plenty improvement, I would say. The current managers of the league are doing everything they can to ensure that our league gets back to a competitive level at the continent, gets back to a competitive level at the rate at which we, those of us local people like myself, can appreciate our football and our footballers once again. The question to ask is to say, are we doing enough? The answer will be no. Who are those not doing enough? The media, the sporting media in Nigeria is not doing well enough. Would I say sporting media? Yes. And also the bigger media is not doing well enough. And because we are not doing well enough, that's why our league is still where it is. We would have gone further than this. The other aspect of it is government. Government across the states. Football business is supposed to be good business. Football business is supposed to be run by private individuals and clubs. There's nothing wrong to say that the people of a particular state cannot run a football club in conjunction with other private individuals who will be stakeholders and are interested in the promotion of sport and football in the sense that we're talking about it now. But what we have is that we have state governments owning football teams, and those that are administering the football teams are SA this, SA that have been appointed as a reward, that have been appointed because they are loyal, that have been appointed because they can talk a little bit about foreign leagues. Somebody can talk about the league, talk about the La Liga and the EPL, and that qualifies him to be SA in charge of sports in some states of the federation. And these are the bunch of persons or the group of persons who are running our football around the country. So who runs the clubs, the texture of the clubs, what names the clubs are bearing, what history behind the clubs, and those are the things that tells you that the states are not doing enough, the Football Federation not doing enough, but I think largely the media, check out our sports programs. All you find are talking heads talking about who scored the best goal in the world, who scored the best goal in Europe, who scored the best goal in England and all that. That's what we find. You hardly will see shows, package shows about the best goals of the Nigerian League over the past weekend. The best goals, the best dribbles, how many passes, proper statistics, because the media is not doing enough. The sporting media, that is journalists that are practitioners there, not doing enough because they are not tasking themselves. They just go on the internet, download one or two things, watch and everything. All you know is you take, as a content creator in sports, you need to just take a shot of the goal that, the assist that Nwaneri gave, or Merino scored a goal for Arsenal, and you superimpose yourself and you talk over it. And that's content. And you post it, and there are likes and there are followers, and that's it, what we do. But you do not have individuals going to places to take content. All around Lagos, that's we look at as we are now, all around Nigeria, sports is going on every day. As a practitioner myself, in those days when I used to be the street reporter, we covered football from everywhere. From Abeson, from Bagada, from Volkswagen, down on Ojo, Abeta, anywhere. All of those places, and boys are still playing football. You go to Evans Square, boys are still playing football. Go to Lafayette, they're still playing football. Go to Alakoro, you still see boxing. So all of these sports are still going on. But where are the journalists that will cover these events and bring them to the fore and package them? The journalists are not ready to do that job. Even those that are ready are not funded. Even those that work are not paid salaries. So everybody is just finding the easy way out, cutting corners and doing their best. Now for our league and our sports to grow, there has to be heavy investment in the media. Because everything you see about the EPL, the La Liga, you take the EPL and analyze it, you see a variety of shows all about the weekend games, the weekend wrap, the best goals, the best flops, the referee angle, even the advertising and marketing. Because when all of this are put in a fray, then people can relate to it. People can leverage on it. Brands can come and give sponsorship. But we are not able to attract sponsorship because there's nothing for the brands to take away. Because if you give brands value, they will attach to it. And it never used to be so. Before 2006, the La Liga was not popular. The EPL was not popular. The Champions League was not popular. What were Nigerians watching? Because the media itself sold out. By investing, Nigerian media organizations came together, put money together, and went to buy rights of the EPL and started broadcasting it on Nigerian television for the consumption of Nigerians, so they can make cheap money from telcos and from the brewing industry. They made more money for themselves. I mean, the media houses, rather than invest in the local league. Then they will tell them, who will watch Nigerian league? I mean, those are the questions they asked at the time. Some of us that were able to find courage. We found courage and we asked them, why would we be doing this? But of course, we were not many enough for our voices to be heard. And that's why we're here. We are where we are. So it's not far when we lost it. Can we redeem ourselves? Yes, we can. If we want to. But it will take a whole lot of courage. It will take a whole lot of work. It will take a whole lot of commitment. God help us.
At the Africa Development Study Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
The world of business is one filled with men and women willing to dine with risk. And when we seek African business shapers, we see individuals who have denied self to build conglomerates. From controlling over 90% of diesel trade in Nigeria to almost throwing in the towel, then getting on the Forbes list, we present Olufemi Peter Otedola. The Nigerian businessman and philanthropist was born in Ibadan, the capital of Oyo State, on the 4th of November, 1962, into the family of late Sir Michael Otedola, the governor of Lagos State from 1992 to 1993. The University of Lagos Staff School, Akuka, welcomed Olufemi for his primary education and secondary education at Olivet Baptist High School, Oyo. Olufemi proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife, for his first degree, graduated and joined the family printing press business, working hard and gaining experience. Femi Otedola ventured out starting Center Force Limited. The company focused on finance, investment, and trading. The oil and gas sector was Femi Otedola's next port of call. From quite a very humble beginning in the oil and gas sector, utilizing connections and networks of family and friends, he cultivated partnerships in diesel supply chain. Him being the last man to the final consumer. Challenges breed opportunities, and in Femi's case, it was a late delivery of diesel from his supplier with a broken truck, and he caught the idea. He could do better and provide better services. He ventured into diesel supply business, buying diesel from a retailer and supplying to companies. Femi Otedola encountered several difficulties securing his supply and timely meeting the demands of his growing clients. This definitely was an opportunity he identified in the fuel retail market. Otedola secured the finance, and Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited was born, petroleum products marketing and distribution company. Otedola, owner and chairman of Zenon,
in 2004 invested 15 billion naira in downstream infrastructure development and acquired storage depots at Ibadan, Apapa, as well as 4 cargo vessels, amounting to a combined total storage capacity of 147,000 metric tons. Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited also acquired a fleet of 100 DAF fuel tanker trucks. By 2005, Zenon controlled a major share of the Nigerian diesel market, supplying fuel to most of the major manufacturers in the country, including Dangote Group, Cadbury, Coca-Cola, Nigerian Breweries, MTN, Unilever, Nestle, and Guinness. Zenon Petroleum and Gas was the name on major invoices and Femi Otedola the name on every lips, playing toe-to-toe with major multinationals. Zenon, in a very short period, silenced the competition and almost unilaterally determined the price of diesel in Nigeria. The competitors came to Zenon for supply. Femi Otedola, with the massive success Zenon Petroleum and Gas achieved, bought a 28.7% stake in African Petroleum. Otedola branched into the financial sector and aggressively stocked up the shares of leading financial houses. He became a top shareholder in Zenith Bank, United Bank for Africa, and the largest importer of diesel in Nigeria. He acquired major shares of Africa's Finance Corporation, Mobile Oil Nigeria Limited, Chevron Texaco, and Visa Phone. Otedola has his hands deep in real estate investments, including an acquisition in February 2007 by Zenon of Stalin House in Victoria Island, Lagos from the federal government. Lagos, London, Dubai, Monaco all have the signatures of FO Property Limited. He was appointed chairman of the Transcorp Hilton Hotel Abuja and tasked with driving its expansion and upgraded to a 7-star facility. Otedola has served as a member of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council since 2004, was appointed by President Goodluck Jonathan to Nigeria's National Economic Management Team. Otedola is Chief Executive and President of the Seaforth Shipping Company Limited and was at one point Nigeria's largest ship owner after extending control over the distribution of diesel products. One of his ships, a flat-bottom bunker vessel with a storage capacity of 16,000 metric tons, was the first of its kind in Africa. In January 2006, Otedola was appointed a non-executive director of Transnational Corporation of Nigeria PLC, a multi-sectoral conglomerate established in 2004 by then President Olusegun Obasanjo to respond to market opportunities requiring heavy capital investment in Nigeria and across sub-Saharan Africa. He held this post until February 2011. Otedola was appointed chairman and chief executive of African Petroleum in 2007 through the acquisition of controlling stake in the business. Following Otedola's entry into the company, African Petroleum's share price rose sharply, increasing the market capitalization from 36 billion to 217 billion naira in 6 months. In March 2009, Otedola became the second Nigerian after Aliko Dangote to appear on the Forbes list of dollar-denominated billionaires with an estimated net worth of $1.2 billion. Otedola announced the move to upgrade African Petroleum's liquefied petroleum gas storage terminals in Lagos, Kano, and Port Harcourt in October 2009. Harsh economic conditions necessitated by the slump in the oil prices and credit squeeze of 2008-09 led African Petroleum to record a loss in 2009. With the world oil price crash came difficult moments for Zenon and Otedola. He was very close to complete bankruptcy.
I said to myself, I was not going to have friends and enemies. I was going to have only competitors. I had 2 options, commit suicide or weather the storm.
African Petroleum, rebranded in December 2010, changed its name to Fort Oil PLC. Otedola paid his near $1 billion debt and invested in the financial industry, making him a top shareholder in Zenith Bank and United Bank for Africa. Otedola restructured the business, focusing on technology and improved corporate governance, and in 2012, Fort Oil returned to profit. Otedola financed 57% of Fort Oil subsidiary, Amperion Limited, which acquired the 414 megawatt Girigu power plant for $232 million in 2013. Fort Oil improved financial position and diversification into power generation resulted in a 1,321% rise in its share price. The first half of 2014 saw the company's pre-tax profit more than double year on year to 4.1 billion naira. Revenue growth for the whole year was 33%. Force Oil sold 70% of its equity to Swiss commodity trader Mercuria Energy Group in September 2015, giving Force access to global commodity markets. The deal was thought to have given Otedola an estimated $200 million. In 2019, Femi Otedola sold Force Oil plc and announced plans to change focus from oil to power with his company, Geregu Power plc. Geregu Power plc became the first power generation company to list on Nigerian Stock Exchange, demonstrating to stakeholders in the sector how they can fix financing and make profits sustainably. The company's market capitalization is now 726.75 billion naira, and the share price now 290.7 naira from the 2.5 billion shares that were listed at 100 naira each. Otedola, the chairman of Geregu Power, sold down a Geregu stake to bring on institutional investors. In October 2021, Femi Otedola was announced as the single largest shareholder of First Bank plc. FBN Holdings, the parent company of First Bank Limited, witnessed a commendable 437.9 billion naira surge in market capitalization. FBN Holdings appointed billionaire Femi Otedola as the new chairman of its board of directors, effective January 31st, 2024. Femi Otedola has had its share of controversies. Zeno was among the number of companies named in an alleged fuel subsidy scam report. This was followed by a case against Farouk Lawan for bribery. Otedola has also lost in the ever-evolving competing space of business acquisitions. Transcorp and Huheli Power Plant are two notable projects he closely bidded and lost. Femi Otedola philanthropy is quite remarkable. Otedola made a 300 million naira donation to the completion of the National Ecumenical Center in Abuja. In 2007, he gave 200 million to the State Security Trust Fund in a drive to reduce crime in Lagos. Donated 100 million naira to the Otedola College of Primary Education in Ekpe. In 2008, he donated 80 million to the Faculty of Agriculture at the University of Port Harcourt. Femi Otedola pledged and redeemed $25,000 to the Super Eagles in the match against Algeria in 2019 AFCON. He gave all 750 students of Augustine University 1 million naira each. Femi Otedola sits comfortably on the Forbes billionaires list of top 20 richest people in Africa. Femi Otedola is married to Mrs. Nana Otedola and have 4 children: Olawumi Christy Tolani, Florence Ifeoluwa, Elizabeth Temi, and Fewa Otedola. Olufemi Peter Otedola is a standout astute business executive.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Marse Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Her historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, Souq Enlightenment.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Cashew nuts, ranked among Ivory Coast top cash crops, play a crucial role in the country's economy, generating substantial revenue and supporting livelihoods across the country. As the world's leading exporter of raw cashew nuts, Ivory Coast contributes an estimated $800 million annually to its economy and also serves as a vital source of income for over 410,000 families, particularly in rural areas where few other opportunities exist. Cashew trees flourish in Ivory Coast northern regions, including Bondukau and Savannah, known for its high-quality nuts and extensive plantations, just as Worondogu and Bagwe in the north central and northwest are also emerging as key producers. These regions not only drive Ivory Coast cashew production, but also support local livelihoods and economic growth. However, the country with over 29 million citizens is yet to fully realize the potential of its cashew industry. Despite being the top producer, the country processes only 7% of its cashew domestically, resulting in lost opportunities for value addition and job creation. Specifically, a recent data reveals that only 22% of the country's cashew nut output was processed domestically in 2023, even as the volatility of global cashew prices poses risks to farmers' income and overall economic stability. Concerns also arise regarding labor practices in some cashew farms and the environmental impact of deforestation for new plantations. To address these challenges and maximize the benefit of its cashew industry, Ivory Coast must focus on key strategies moving forward. These include investing in local processing facilities to boost job creation, export value, and farmers' incomes. Furthermore, the Ivorian government body overseeing the cashew sector, ARECA, must promote fair trade practices and ethical sourcing to ensure better prices for farmers and improve working conditions. Sustainable farming practices will also help to protect the environment and ensure long-term cashew production. According to a recommendation made at a workshop organized by the World Bank, tax exemptions and access to credit facilities will help to tackle some of these challenges. Furthermore, the private sector can also invest in research to develop high-yielding cashew varieties, improve processing techniques, explore new cashew products, as well as develop and implement digital platforms that connect farmers to market in order to facilitate financial transactions. Organizations like the Africa Cashew Initiative, ACI, must also assist in data compilation in the value chain at macro, meso, and micro level. By addressing this and harnessing its cashew potential, the country can further enhance its economy and build a more sustainable future for its citizens. Israel Adeyemi reporting for Souq News. Palm oil has long been a vital component of Nigeria's agricultural heritage, with roots tracing back to pre-colonial times. Originally serving local needs, its importance has grown exponentially, propelling Nigeria into a prominent global producer. Spread across regions like Edo, Delta, Cross River, and Ondo states, the country boasts extensive plantations and advanced processing capabilities. It takes about 4 years for oil palms to produce fruit suitable for harvest. Each tree will then continue to produce fruit for up to 30 years, at which point they will have grown to around 40 feet tall. According to reports, Nigeria's palm oil production increased to 1.4 million metric tons in 2023, witnessing steady growth since 2009, with a peak surge in 2010. Despite a surge in domestic consumption, reaching 1.8 million metric tons in the 2021-2022 crop year, Nigeria still imports 350,000 metric tons, primarily from China and Malaysia. Similarly, some of the challenges plaguing the sector include declined production, outdated equipment, and insufficient financing, resulting in a notable production deficit. To address these challenges, government intervention is imperative, necessitating increased funding, favorable policies, and enhanced environmental protection measures. Furthermore, Nigeria and other African countries must move away from the local way of producing palm oil to a more mechanized method for effective and efficient production. Additionally, fostering collaborations among farmers, processors, marketers or consumers, and equipment fabricators is vital for sustainable production and value chain development. Israel Adeyemi, Souq News.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
For years, uncomplimentary features including obsolete books, lack of power supply, leaking roofs, and sparse library infrastructure have become an integral feature of public libraries. Visits to some of these facilities, particularly in Lagos and Ibadan, indicate a litany of pathetic public libraries. Attempts by governments to turn things around have been weak and sometimes non-existent. Expectedly, the impact of this on learning is telling. This is the basis of today's news talk, which focuses on public libraries. An American writer, Sidney Sheldon,
Hello and welcome to Souq News Television. We're reaching you this afternoon from our studios in Lagos, where we bring you developmental news stories from Nigeria and across the world. I am Grace Komalafe. We'll begin with a very exciting story. It's Children's Day celebration, and the excitement across the country reached us at Souq News Television as young minds from schools around Lagos Island were honored with events highlighting their rights, creativity, and dreams. The chairman and president of Femi Wash Limited, owners of Souq News TV and the I-104.9 FM, Ambassador Victor Wash Oluwafemi, warmly received the students as he addressed them concerning their future and principles of life. The students featured in a Children's Day special program, sharing amazing insights and thoughts with the anchors. Schools present at the event include Marian College, Rio International School, Geoff Rado Private School. Representatives from these schools shared what Children's Day means to them, with topics ranging from education, safety, and their dreams of becoming future leaders, doctors, teachers, and more. The event was not only fun, but educational, reminding all that children are not just the future, they are also the present, and their voice matters.
The theme for this year's Children's Day is Speak Up, Speak Out, building a bullying-free generation. Have you experienced bullying before? Has any of you experienced bullying? Have you experienced bullying before? Have you experienced bullying before?
No.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
I think
that's laudable because I think there are better humans in society now.
Yeah. That's really good. And you've not had cases of bullying in your school or whatnot?
No, that does not happen.
Very interesting. I kind of like that. So if you had the opportunity to be one adult in your life for one day, who would that be?
Probably be Elon Musk.
Speak up.
Elon Musk.
Say it again. Say it louder.
Elon Musk.
Why?
Because he's the world most richest man, and actually the money is actually planned to foundation because all what Nigeria is lacking right now. Basic facility, food, culture, and hospitality, and everything.
That's very interesting. Very interesting.
I don't want to be Elon Musk, but maybe I want his money, but it's fine.
You just want his money?
Yeah, I do.
My number one role model is my parents.
That's beautiful.
My parents.
Real. That's raw.
But aside from them, for now, I would say Ashake.
If you had the opportunity to be an adult for a day, you'd be Ashake.
Yeah, because I like his music. I like everything about him.
Make sure you know what you want from life. Make sure you sharpen your skills. Are you getting me? And make sure you stay focused to achieve it. Also, I want to thank you guys. You are the guys that brought it back. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. God bless you. And the one you get to see me again. My name is Victor Wash Oluwafemi. Okay?
So I am still a child, right? And I wish I could turn back the hands of time so I could also aspire to become Elon Musk. Anyways, so we'll move away from that story and now to another story Vice President Kashim Shettima has emphasized the urgent need for institutional reforms as a solution to 80% of Nigeria's bureaucratic and policy-related challenges. Speaking at the presentation of the draft National Public Policy Development and Management Framework at the State House, Shettima said a stronger institutional structure is critical to achieving economic growth and public sector efficiency. The policy framework presented by the Special Advisor to the President on Policy and Coordination, Hadiza Usman, is designed to streamline government operations and boost investor confidence. Shettima described the initiative as a timely shift that will improve how policies are designed and implemented, enabling the private sector to engage more effectively with government priorities. Commending President Bola Tinubu's bold reform efforts, Shettima highlighted the need for data-driven execution, real-time monitoring, and policy clarity. He added that with clearer defined frameworks and consistent enforcement, Nigeria could unlock new opportunities for economic development and sustainable growth. And now Africa's economic output is projected to rise by 3.9% in 2025, according to the African Development Bank's annual African Economic Outlook report released today. This marks an improvement from 3.3% in 2024, covering all 54 member states. However, the growth projection has been downgraded by 0.2 percentage points due to new trade tariffs imposed by the United States. The African Development Bank, with a capital base of 318 billion United States dollars, also revised its 2026 growth forecast down by 0.4 percentage point to 4.0%. The bank cited continued global uncertainty caused by fresh tariffs and retaliatory trade measures, which have already slowed global demand and hurt African exports and financial assets. Despite these setbacks, the bank noted that 21 African countries are expected to post growth rates above 5% this year, with Ethiopia, Niger, Rwanda, and Senegal leading the continent with over 7% growth. The report adds that Africa's resilience will be tested by how global trade tensions evolve in the coming months. Moving ahead, the cryptocurrency market showed fresh signs of volatility on Tuesday as Bitcoin dipped slightly to trade at $109,072 by 11:22 a.m. West African time. That's earlier today, although the top crypto asset had earlier surged past $110,000. Analysts say long-term holders have been steadily accumulating, taking advantage of market stress and sharp price shifts. Despite the minor decline, Bitcoin remains dominant with a market capitalization of $2.16 trillion and a daily trading volume exceeding $49 billion. Ethereum followed suit with a gain of 1.32%, trading at $2,605. It continues to hover within a narrow price range, supported near $2,500. Other cryptocurrencies recorded mixed results. Binance Coin saw a slight gain, while Solana and Ripple posted declines. Theta held firm around $1. Meanwhile, Ethereum, Politodra Network, Merlin Chain, Bulldon, and Huma Finance stood out as the top-performing digital assets on CoinMarketCap, reflecting renewed investor interest in emerging tokens. And now we'll move to the last story on the news this afternoon. As the threat of tariffs looms large under renewed trade tensions, a growing number of global companies are pivoting their strategies towards expanding operations within the United States. From automakers to tech suppliers, these firms are hedging against potential economic disruptions by localizing production and investing in American soil. The likes of chocolate maker Barry Callebaut plans to scale up U.S. manufacturing to buffer against supply chain instability, while automakers like BMW, Nissan, and Honda are eyeing production shifts and expansion to solidify their market position amid tightening policies. The electronics and tech sectors are also making bold moves. Samsung and LG Electronics are considering relocating appliances manufacturing from Mexico to U.S. plants, aligning with broader reshoring trends. Meanwhile, Taiwan's TSMC and Inventec are pouring billions into new U.S. chip facilities to protect against duties and ensure closer proximity to key partners like NVIDIA. Semiconductors firm from the UK is evaluating similar shifts, underscoring the urgency felt across the tech landscapes and to reduce geopolitical risk and secure supply chains within tariff-free borders. Pharma and luxury brands are not left out, pledging tens of billions in investment for US-based production and research hubs. With promises of jobs creation and innovation, Italian firms are also exploring expanding their US footprint, although some face challenges tied to Chinese affiliations. As the global trade environment remains uncertain, these expansion strategies reflect a broader shift towards safeguarding market access and operational stability through localized U.S. investment. And that's the news this afternoon. We say many thanks for watching. Do not forget to follow us on all our social media platforms at Souq News TV. On behalf of all of the news team, once again, we say thank you. I am Grace Komalafe. Do have an amazing afternoon. Bye.
Eko Atlantic has become Nigeria's most sought-after city for its high-end infrastructure, prestige, and well-planned city layout, as reflected in an 8-lane boulevard, about 13 internal bridges, underground cables, and green footprints defined by over 30,000 trees. Additionally, having a building in the city has become a trend among the so-called big boys, as was the case with Old Ikoyi, Victoria Garden City, popularly called VGC, Osborne Foreshore, and now Banana Island. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye states that this talk of I belong and the prestige mentality has also spread to the big firms. Before now, Kingsway and Ozumba Mbadiwe used to say that Victoria Island were the go-to locations for high-rise office buildings. These locations are home to iconic developments such as Kingsway Towers, Heritage Palace, Fanfa Towers, the Wings and the Waves, among others, making them Nigeria's equivalent of Silicon Valley. The Eko Atlantic City was modeled after the skyscraper district of Manhattan Island in New York City. It has become the new destination for big-ticket corporate firms which are building or relocating their new headquarters to the 10-square-kilometer city, rising off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean in Lagos. The city is attracting investment interests in both residential and commercial real estate, the latest being MTN Nigeria, preparing to build a new headquarters. MTN is coming on the heels of First Bank, which recently turned the turf to build a 40-floor corporate head office, making the city's most iconic development so far. Prior to this courageous and ambitious entry into Eko City by MTN, First Bank, Dangote Group, and the Embassy of the United States of America have taken positions there. developing a new head office and a diplomatic facility respectively. Much earlier, a co-development company had occupied the city as the developer of the Azuri Towers, offering both residential and commercial facilities for high clients and corporate bodies. Arkaland Property Investment and Oak Homes are also in the city, developing A&A Towers simultaneously. These are the residential developments that will be standing on the 22nd floor and the 33rd floors respectively. Other developments are the Pan-African Towers by Periwinkle Residences, Eco Pearl with Champagne Tower and Eco Pearl Black Tower, Amni Towers and Ani International Petroleum Development Company, and Louisville Towers by Total Energy Staff Cooperative and Multipurpose Society. Louisville will comprise 300 residential homes spread between 2 towers, a world-class sporting center and a club, retail outlets and other facilities. It is designed to employ modern technology to achieve smart living and high standards. Eco Atlantic is an exclusive luxury city with superior infrastructure that appeals to the kind of investors we have seen in the city so far.
Well, thank you once again for inviting me over. What would I say? Just doing a lot of wonderful things all over the world, working towards development of humanity in the areas of most especially sports development, football management, football administration, and other businesses I'm involved in. So that's what I've been up to. Well, basically, the National Sports Commission is there to ensure that sports development is put in a proper perspective. There are a lot of papers, a lot of policy papers, a lot of things that have been put in place. So they need to go into it, look at it, and structure something positive out for the development of sports in the country. I'm sure they have all what it takes to do it, and the zeal and the power to go ahead and put those things in place. So that's basically what they need to do. How the implementation is key. And I know, well, one way or the other, they should have the wherewithal to do it. So I wish them all the best. Well, you see, I don't like criticizing. I think I've gone away from areas of criticizing. But the standard of the league is very poor. And they have to put all efforts together to improve on the league. Also, the technicalities of the game, the manpower. We have to, we're still doing what we practiced 15 to 10 years ago. So it's not changed. So all those things have to change. We have to go away from the mediocre ways of running the game and put in more investment in development of the game itself. And the clubs have to be, it's so sad that we in Nigeria prefer to watch the Premier League compared to the Nigerian Premier League. It's a sad story. I remember 40 years ago, you could go to the stadium and watch our local, amateur league, and there were standards. So there's no reason why we can't bring that back. It's the wherewithal, the willpower to do it, and the stem from, having to go away from the area of mediocrity, where we bring in professionalism. We have the people that can do it, without any doubt. But for the system to allow them come in and do those things is another question. How that is going to be done, we've talked about it for many years, but nothing has been done about it. I pray and I hope someday they'll put up the proper perspective and the willpower to do those things. When it comes to grassroots football, we really have to start with kids from a very early age. We must have we have to start with them from age 5 to 16, to 18, to 20. So you have to have a sequence, a system where you build around from the very younger ones, and you have a uniform structure. Number one, we have to identify the kind of football we want to play in Nigeria, our type of football, our ethos, what we want to play. And then we can now imbibe that, put it in our kids from a very early age. So from age 5, you go under 5 to under 8, under 8 to under 12, under 12 to under 16, under 16 to under 18. You have those structures in place, and it's spread around the nation. Now, where it's not the under 5 or under 18 where you put a 20-year-old or 25-year-old. We have to have a system where those kids are registered and we can monitor them from a very early age. You understand me? Where we don't cheat, where we bring in the right age and we train them to perform at different age group levels. And going into from there and then going into the national sides, so we can start playing the under 10, under 15, or under 16, under 18. You understand me? So those structures have to be in place, which we don't have today. There must be uniformity. You understand? So if we can do that in the future, we will progress. But there must be a system in place. We must have coaches that have been trained to work with the kids from that very early age. And those coaches are trained within the system, within the Nigerian Football Federation, and then they're sent out to work with those children all over the nation. The football academies we have today are only out to sell players. You understand me? So what I'm saying here is where we have, I'm not saying academies shouldn't sell players or not. Those players in the academies, if we have uniformity, should be playing in the league. And then we must have a cap where we say, look, until you're a certain age, you can't leave the country. You must play in that league because we've invested in you. We've invested in those kids. So maybe they will have to play till they're 20 or 18 or 19 where they can now go out, you understand, to play abroad. But there must be a structure in place and there must be laws guiding it. That's the only way we can excel. It also goes to it also goes back to what I've been saying. The girls, the female team in Nigeria today, I believe the girls, I call them girls or ladies, are the ones that will ever win the World Cup first. They got the capacity, they got the women football, they can win the World Cup. They've got what it takes. But then it now goes back to our attitude and the corruption in the system. You understand me? If you allow the other girls from a very early age develop, and you have the same system I'm talking about, that cap of under 5, under 8, under 10, and you structure and you do it continuously in uniformity, we will be world beaters. We will win the World Cup at any given time because the women have got the grit. They pick up very faster than our men. They tap the balls. They are more technically better, within that range. So, but it's for us to develop those things and to take away corruption. First, when we talk about indigenous coaches, what coaches do we have? You see, if you don't have a competitive league, a highly professional league, how do you want to get good coaches? You can't get good coaches. The coaches, it's not that we don't have the capacity to build good coaches. We have a lot of talents in this country that can be world beaters, that could be top coaches. I talk to young stars. Youngsters will talk to you about the technicality of the game. You know, they're very bright. Even my son, when he talks to me about football, I think he knows the game better than I do today. The technicalities of the game, you understand me? The formations, how players play, back and forth. It's because you've given them the exposure. And we need to give our youngsters that exposure. We need to develop them. That's what we're not doing. We have to invest in them. But for now, we have not done that. And what we're doing today is those bunch of coaches we have are not good enough to run the national team at that level of competition. I have one or two of them in America that are sound for, you know, they're there. But how many of them can you bring into the system? You understand me? Our local coaches, we need...
National Institute of Sports.
Now, please, let's forget about the National Institute of Sports. That, I use a word, it's been alamalized. That's a very poor system. You know, it has nothing, we have nothing there. I'm serious. I'm not running anything. Our National Sports Institute is a disgrace. So we shouldn't be talking about that. Yeah. If you want to talk about a National Sports Institute, then you go to Australia and other countries and you see what it is. You see the standards. We don't have those things. Ours is archaic.
Is it beyond redemption?
There's nothing beyond redemption. It can be, you know, we can work on it. We can develop it. We'll just have a time frame, work around it. See, there's nothing we cannot do in this country. We got everything possible to do it. It's the wherewithal. Do we have that mindset to do it? Are we ready for it? Those are the things we have to look at. Or do we want to continue with our mediocrity? But really, sincerely speaking, there's nothing impossible. We can do anything here. We've got great youngsters. We have to remove all this old, archaic way of thinking and then bring in a more modern, professional approach to things. So that's it. The media is one of the most corrupt anyway, I'm sorry to say. The sports media and all that, the sports writers. I worked in the system, I know how corrupt they are. Majority of them are corrupt. I'm saying it. They can challenge me, but it's the truth. Until we get rid of all those things, where our boys go and collect envelopes to write or favor people, we're not going to get anywhere. I'm not saying the press, but the sports writers are a disgrace. See, the supporters club is not going to do anything or develop football. This is just to travel, get things. Oh, it's fine. It's good to have fans. But what has that got to do with football development? Nothing. Supporters club is not going to do anything. They're playing their own politics. You understand me? They want to travel. That's it. Travel around the world, do things. But is that part of football development? That is not football development. So let's leave that aside. We're talking about the professional, the technicalities, what it takes to develop national sides or a proper league. Then the supporters club has nothing to do with it. Do you see, how many people do you see at stadiums in Nigeria instead of watching football? Scanty, there's nothing. It's not like in the days where in the 70s or even in the 60s, if you're going to play a game at 4:45 in the afternoon, the stadium is full to capacity at 11 in the morning. You don't have that anymore. So what are we talking about supporters club?
Is there a way we can bring that back, that passion?
Yeah, if you build a league that, you know, has the quality, the professionalism, and all the standards are put in place, then you can bring them back. Then you can bring the crowd back. I think it's very unfair to call it lesser sports. All sports are tops. Yeah, it's very wrong to call them. They're top sports. Basketball is tops. Athletics is tops. It's very wrong. I think it's very unfair to call them lesser sports. See, bottom line is the politics, the greed. You understand me? We have top talented basketball players all over the world. We could put them together. It's all about management. It's all about commitment. But you don't have those things there. It's about myself. It's all about self-aggrandization. What do I get from this? It's not about what do we do to build these teams or these athletes to be world beaters. Do you understand me? So you're not going to get anything out of it. You will never. It's the bottom line. You'll never ever get anything. So you'll always have factions. You'll always have people fighting. Why do you fight for what? If you can collectively come together to build a system, a structure for basketball, for example, because the girls are tops, they can perform, they can do far better than where they are today. I always tell you, the female teams in Nigeria will always excel in athletics, in basketball and all that. Our male are a bit arrogant and clunky in doing things, but the ladies are always more committed. They've got what it takes, but they need good management. It's not that the men can't do it too, the men can do it, but it all also evolves with good management. Taking away politics, taking away greed, not a situation where a coach is collecting money from a player to put a player in the team, or a member of the football association fighting for their children or family to play in the national team, or a member of government is asking someone to put their kids in the team. No, that's not it. Where is the nationalism? Where's that patriotism? Patriotism. I don't care where you come from. If you're good, you're good. If you're better than my own people, then my own people have to sit down and you let them, the others that can perform. Where would you have quota system in football? Where's that done? Do you understand me? So we have a lot of issues we need to resolve. Well, what do you expect? The athletes themselves are far more successful and far more exposed than the administrators. So the administrators obviously are always envious of those ones, and they make life difficult for them. Do you understand me? Where you have people that are not competent enough running a system, people that are not exposed, that haven't got the professional ethics to run the thing, that's what you get. Then the greed aspect, which is a standard norm for us in this country. Greed. Where people believe athletics is only, you being a member of the Athletics Federation is all about traveling. You understand me? He wants to travel, she wants to travel. She wants to be in the, what do you call them, in the group of people that are going away. See, you can never get no results. They're all fighting to get something. And then they don't care about the athletes. They want to be in a delegation that is going to travel. Do you understand me? So that's basically it. They're not interested in the development. They haven't got the zeal. You understand me, sir? So once you don't have those things, you can never get anything right. Yeah, the private sector is one. The cricket has more because, government involvement is not as, I think you have more of the private people, interested private people that have gone to schools, top schools, that played cricket in those days. Those are the ones that are promoting cricket. So you're going to get results, you understand me? Because they're far more exposed, they understand what it takes. So the commitment is there. They're using their own funds to push, to develop the game. You understand sport. So that's why cricket is picking up. Oh, you mean the National Sports Festival? I think for now, we don't really need that. We need to do more with the private sector. I think the new chairman of the National Sports Commission, he seems he's an exposed person. I think he's got to sit right and see how he can profile solutions to these things and change the course of. He's got what it takes to do it. He just has to come out of that shell, come out of that darkness. I'll call it darkness, come into real light. I think he has it. But National Sports Festival, I don't think we're ready. We really need that now. We need to do more with youth development programs. You see, a National Sports Festival in those days was more interesting because you had more schools, inter-school sports. And that is where the best athletes came from. We don't have that anymore. So first we need to build the school sports, schools, athletics and all that, build it to a standard and then go into national sports festivals. For now, we don't have that. And I think the National Sports Commission has to look into that, how they can work with the Ministry of Education and see how they can build that again. School sports. That's where you get the best. In those days, the best athletes. We knew those that will run, that will actually participate and run for Nigeria. We knew the ones that will do high jump, long jump, triple jump. We knew them, both female and females, from secondary school. You don't have that anymore. So where do they come from? Nowhere. So you have, like in those days where some schools will go and get mercenaries, pay for them to come and run. That's what you get today. So it's corrupt. Now, the Sports Commission has to work on that. It has to change it. I know they can do it. They just need to sit back and look at how they will change the course of things. If you want to unite Nigeria with good sports, then you got to give them good results, good teams that can perform. You understand me? In the process of winning competitions, or they have a team, or they have teams that have got the quality that can move the nation, then you unite. Everybody wants to watch good football. Everybody wants to see a great athlete running. You want to see a good high jumper performing at the best. When you see that, it draws everybody together. If you have a good national team that plays excellent football, look, in Nigeria, when you look at our team, the 94 team, we were the 5th in world ranking. You were talking about ranking, which I don't really. When we really had a good ranking, we were number 5 in the world. The 94 team was number 5. The World Cup 94, we were rated as the 5th best team in the world. And you look at the style of football we played. We developed our own style of football, took it to the world, and we were respected. We don't do that anymore. We have to have an identity. You understand me? Our footballers are not the best. We're good, we're very athletic, we're strong, we're physical. You understand me? We've got to build that kind of football. We are not as technical when it comes to techniques and all that, like the Europeans. But when it comes to the physicality, you understand me, we're better. When it comes to the physicality, the mental strength, we have it. So you have to build around that. You're putting a bit of technical things there, but the main issues is we've got to have the muscles, the strength to run any team down. That's the kind of football we should play. We're playing lazy football now. We have to play what we played then, where we run any team down. We can play 2-3 hours non-stop. We never get tired. We don't have that anymore. We can't even string passes. We can't play 2 against 4, 3 against. We don't do it anymore. We're lazy. It's not only the coach. Yeah, the coach and then the association, the federation. They don't have a vision. You have to know what you want to present to the world. It's like any other top team in the world. A Real Madrid, Barcelona, they have their own type ethos, their own style of football. And this is what they sell to the world. We don't even know what we're doing. We have to have what it takes to sell to the world. This is what we want to do. This is how we can perform. This is the style we're going to play. And that style we believe in. And then we build the youngsters from very early to play that same type of football. We have the manual that we can work with. Uniformity. Simple. That's it. No, it's individual and the corporate organizations. They're not doing enough. Everything can't just be government. Today, You don't even have Nigerians pumping money into sports like they used to do that. I'm sorry, I don't want to digress, and I don't want to say what my father did. It will be, I'm not promoting my family, but I knew how he invested millions of dollars building the national teams. Yeah, his personal funds. You don't get those things anymore. Do you understand me? You have to, see, the 94 team was done outside the outside government. It was done by individuals. That was why we were successful. But you don't have those things anymore. You just have a bunch of greedy leaders and greedy individuals or corporate bodies. It's all about them and their family. They're not giving it. So how do you want the kids to perform? How? All the kids are out there wasting away. We've got great talents in this country, but they're wasting away because we're not helping out. We're not encouraging them. We're not building structures, institutions where you can build those, you can develop those kids. Yeah. So they're on the street doing yahoo, doing all sorts of stupid things. Yeah. Because there's no competition. There's nothing to draw their attention. You understand me? Until we do those things, we can never ever change. We can't get it right. Yeah, well, for me, I don't see any difference within for me, whatever you give to the female teams, you also give to the senior, to men. Because our team, our female team, at the world ranking today, we're tops, we're recognized. So you have to also allow, but for men, anywhere in the world, men always have an advantage. But doesn't mean the disparity should be so much. You give the ladies, I remember when I was the FA chairman, I remember once the female team was in camp, and we went there in Ota. When we found out what they were earning, it was disgraceful. They couldn't even buy their, I'm sorry to say that, what you ladies use, your pads, you couldn't even buy it. I had to tell them, these are women. Why are you treating them like rubbish? They have to be looked after, because they're going to need more of those systems, because you have more wastage than men. Don't let me go into what I'm saying, but I understand. So the women have to be well taken care of. Yeah, simple. So you've got to give them what it takes. Strike a balance. You have to strike a balance. The solutions I'm going to give you, I can't give you a straight off head, but really, since first, we have to get rid of greed. We have to go away from all this religiosity in the system, because religion has destroyed the fabrics of a nation. See, being a Christian or a Muslim or whatever doesn't mean you got to cheat people or lie to people or not show love. You understand me? Or the religious, when I come to religion, the churches, the institutions we have today are not developing education. There must be uniformity in education. They're not developing education. Education is key. But you know what we have today? Half-baked educated youths. Half-baked. And that's the worst you can ever have. And that is key in anything we do. First, to have good leaders, well-structured. In Germany, in Europe, and now, the kids that go to the best universities, some kids are developed, they're built up to be top civil servants. So they go to Oxford, they go to Cambridge, they become top politicians. Then you have the ones that will become big and top engineers, and they go to certain universities. All those things are structured. We had it before in the past. It's gone. We've got to find the way. It's not about just giving licenses to universities. But for me, the foundation, education, is very key. When you have half-baked youths and you have half-baked leaders that haven't got that structure in place, that proper education, they can never excel. What are you going to tell them? They will never get it right. So that's very key. Now, when you talk about policies, who are the ones that are going to put the policy papers together if they're half-baked? Because you need policy papers, you need to have a better understanding of your environment, of the society. You have to have a better understanding of how the society will grow. So if you don't have that in mind, you can never develop. So you need those things to make the nation change. I'm just giving it in a nutshell. You need more commercial, you need more private sector funding, you need more sponsorship, and then, like I said, you need more training. You need to train your coaches. Our referees are the most, Nigerian referees, you don't see, do you see any referee participating in any African Nations Cup? No. Because, and you're telling me it's the best league. That's the most corrupt league in the world. Because our coaches are not even, our referees are not even allowed. They never invite them for any Nations Cup. So what are we talking about? What does that tell you? What does that tell you? Every match in the MPFL, most times, most of the games, all home teams win. You don't see away teams coming to win. So are you telling me that's a balanced league? It's not a balanced league. It's a corrupt league. So that has to change first. When that changes, you understand me? And also, then other things will follow. You see, you have the National Olympic Committee that is run, by the private sector and government. Now you need to get the right people in the private sector to come in there to work with some people in government, people that have got the wherewithal, that got the financial muscle and the commitment to do those things. Not just people that are hustlers that just want to get something out of it. It's about people that want to give. That's what Olympics is all about. People that give, that are ready to give, to develop Olympians to be world beaters. People that truly want that mood, that soul of Olympics to excel. That's what we need. And that is what we have to work on. And that comes from leadership, that comes from the system, where you choose the right people that have got what it takes to build the Olympic team.
The Trump administration has once again thrust U.S. immigration policy into the global spotlight with the recent announcement of a new voluntary self-deportation program that offers a $1,000 stipend to undocumented immigrants who agree to leave the country on their own. This incentive-based strategy is a calculated shift from the traditional, more aggressive deportation measures and is already stirring debate among policymakers, immigration advocates, and the public alike. The program, introduced in early May 2025, is being implemented by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. It allows undocumented migrants to register for voluntary departure using the CBP-1 app, after which they will receive a government-funded flight and a $1,000 stipend upon confirmation of their exit. Homeland Security officials argue that this move is designed to save taxpayers significant amounts of money. According to data provided by the DHS, a forced deportation process costs the government an average of $17,121 per individual. In contrast, the stipend program is seen as a cost-effective alternative that also reduces the strain on overcrowded detention centers and court dockets. This new measure is a part of a broader, intensified effort by the Trump administration to curb illegal immigration and tighten control over the U.S. southern border. Since returning to power, President Trump has reinstated several policies from his first term, while introducing new ones aimed at deterring undocumented migrants. Deportation numbers have surged, with nearly 66,000 individuals removed from the U.S. within the first 100 days of his new term. Family detention centers, once heavily criticized for their impact on children, have been brought back into operation, while legal aid for unaccompanied minors have seen severe cuts. These developments come at a time when the United States is experiencing a historic high in its foreign-born population. As of 2023, nearly 47.8 million immigrants were residing in the U.S., with an estimated 11 million of them undocumented. Many of these individuals have lived in the country for over a decade, raising families, and contributing to the economy. Immigrants, regardless of status, are a vital part of the U.S. labor force, contributing billions in taxes and significantly shaping industries such as agriculture, construction, and caregiving. Critics of the $1,000 self-deportation offer argue that the program may oversimplify the complex reasons behind undocumented migration. Many of those targeted by the program have deep roots in the U.S., including U.S.-born children, community ties, and long-term employment. Human rights organizations warn that such policies, while less aggressive on the surface, may pressure vulnerable individuals into making life-altering decisions without legal representation or full knowledge of their rights. There are also concerns about the ethical implications of offering monetary incentives for departure, particularly in cases involving asylum seekers or those fleeing violence. From a strategic standpoint, the administration insists that this approach is a practical way to reduce the migrant population without resorting to mass raids or extended detentions. Supporters say it offers dignity and a choice to undocumented migrants while protecting national interests. However, immigration experts question the actual effectiveness of the program, noting that similar efforts in the past have yielded limited results. The offer of $1,000 may not be enough to motivate individuals who have risked everything to seek better lives in the United States. The debate around this policy underscores the broader tensions within American immigration discourse, balancing border control and national sovereignty among humanitarian obligations and economic realities. With the 2026 midterm elections approaching, immigration remains one of the most polarizing and politically charged issues on the national agenda. In the wider global context, policies like this could set a precedent as other countries monitor the U.S. approach, especially those in Europe and parts of Africa facing rising migration numbers. Questions around voluntary migration, incentives, and state-led deportation policies are likely to spark wider international debates. What remains clear is that the Trump administration's latest move is not just a domestic policy. It is a bold, controversial experiment in reshaping the global migration conversation. I am Moyosore Adibi for Souq News TV.
I hail from Lagos State, from Isaleko. My father hailed from the Olumegbo family. I attended my primary, secondary education in Ibadan at the time because my mother was there. But my religious practicing was always done during the holidays at Holy Cross Cathedral. I was working in the sacristy. We used to prepare for the Mass on Saturdays, and we sell the news magazine on Sundays in front of the church. And I remembered fondly that we used to tease a man called Sunday Boku Boku at that time, and he used to run to chase us and throw stones at, how dare you call me Sunday Boku Boku. Those were fun times. Harvest, Corpus Christi. And I was born, raised, baptized, confirmed, married in the Catholic Church. But I got married to Engineer Larry Phillips, who is an Anglican. And I believe that in togetherness of family, it's best we all do things together. So I moved over with him against the doctrine of Catholic Church to the Anglican Church at Marina, where his family belongs and worships. I attended St. Luke's Demonstration School. We used to climb the mango trees, and there was a mixed school. We used to play at during break time. And in my secondary school was a Catholic school. And it's for you to be prim and prudish in life and, you know, set you on as a lady. And I got some finesse from there too. And, but the most interesting one and the most that I can call a radical one was my HSC in Olivet. I mean, we tried all sorts there. But it was fun and highly educative too. Sportsmanship was there. And from there, I proceeded abroad for my accountancy. And I was lucky to finish in a record time. And I came back, did my articleship, but married in between. I met my husband abroad, and we came back home, got married in Nigeria. I worked as an accountant with USC, very proud of the drill professionally that I got from USC. It had set me on a discipline for working. And I thank God that I had that opportunity, which still helps me today. Apart from the fact that my educational background sets me to be a diversified person in so many professions. And you know, as an accountant, accountancy is the best of all, is the creme de la creme. And I've been able to fulfill my professional exposure in every species of responsibilities that I had opportunity to take upon me. And from USC, I proceeded to work for the bank. I went to politics. I became a commissioner in Lagos State, served with the present president of Nigeria. And you know how Lagos is. Lagos is like a country to other states. We went through governance. My team, as you can see, I have some of my colleagues in Abuja now. I have Honorable Minister Wale Edun. I have Honorable Minister Dele Alake. I have Honorable Mr. Yemi Cardozo, and so forth. And I served in the bank as a director in Keystone. I've been a chairman of so many committees. You can say that again. In different aspects of life, professional, political, social, and currently I'm now the chairman of Souq Insurance PLC. When I was growing up, it was so free and enjoyable. We can take off at 11, 12, escort your friends to Bangboshe here. We go and have the Mosa. We go to the stadium. I remember me in my teenage age, I used to go to Lincoln Stadium here. We watch so many matches, and I used to be with those fans, you know, dancing and waving our fans, you know, and bazaars, Easter Mondays, Fela Sports, I mean, you name it. It was fun. But Lagos was good for all of us. It was cleaner. It was amazing. Security isn't much to fear, you know. You can just live the way you want. And money and values of life are completely different to what they are today. I was with my grandparents, and we had so many tenants, and we didn't realize they were tenants. We were all playing together, eating together, and we are still like one family today. But the story is not the same again. I wish one can turn around and change it, but we have all given our kids sheltered life for the fear of unknown. And I think the disadvantage is very grievous. I think first and foremost, God gave me the chance, the opportunities to pass through that in the journey of life. It's not only money that can make you successful in life. I want you to get that. It's an added support for you if in life you have the opportunities of parents who can financially support you. But at the same time, there are kids who didn't have any financial support and have been successful. So to me, success is about self-determination. I grew up around uncles and aunties who are thoroughly educated, and I've always had it behind my ambition that I must be in that cadre. And thank God the opportunity was there for me, and I seized it. And I remember myself telling my kids, when I was abroad, I never lived like my father was a rich man. No. I was behind the desk reading and reading till I got successful. And I passed in record time. First and foremost, I think I'm a people's person. Secondly, my educational background. Thirdly, my pedigree. And you can't be a Lagos person and don't have a bit of intelligence about how you can maneuver yourself, even in the midst of challenges. And I can tell you that boardroom politics, especially when you're a woman, is tough. But when you manage those that you sit around with, eventually, when they see that you're there to work, it has no business and basis for any other thing. I've had issues on boards because I'm female, and I put my foot down. It is the work we are doing. There is no gender sensitivity in this issue. Even in my early days as an accountant, when I head the accounting department, it was even tough at that level because the young accounting class, some of them can be daring to say, how can you talk to me like that? How can you make it? And I'll say, please, what do you mean? We need to get this target work done. So it's the work that is talking. That's nothing to do with whether I'm a man or a woman. So I will like the idea of gender reasonableness to be better played. At least For now, we are not having that 3 1/3, no. But I guess we are in the region of 20%. And it should be better. You give a woman a chance, she will devote her life to it. But, I mean, when we have 1 or 2 issues from women who have been there, that should not create hurdle or boundary that you say a woman shouldn't cross. No. Nobody is perfect in life. And I want to let you know, it's tough for a woman. These men, when it is a woman having a corrective measure to be taken, they do not handle it the way they do for the men. They're in a rush to pack the woman out. You see from what has happened all over the world. So I will still make an appeal that women should be given better chances, better allowances. It's so quick to make a woman a scapegoat, the sacrificial lamb. Let's take it easy. And please, women, when they put you there, make us proud. I should remember the other women coming after me. If I make this trouble now, they turn around and say, this is why we don't give them the chance to get to the top. So you manage the situation, you know? And let us remember that Africa is still very chauvinistic. It's still a man's world here. We are only trying. So just give us, for now, our required 33 1/3% as per Beijing recommendation. Having been in politics, there are so many factors that bring you up there. Some sensible, which I would call sensibilities. Some sensitive based, which I would call sensitivity. And some as per geographical distribution. If it's not the turn of your section, your district, there's no way they can put you there. But then sometimes it's the turn of your district, the party supremacy decrees that they don't want to use you. What do? You have to show some resilience as a stable character and do whatever you are given very well. Excel. Somehow, one day, you'll be there. Like Martin Luther King. At the end of that tunnel, I can see the light. Someday, somehow, you get there. I was in tourism shortly, and it's not enough time to propagate the excellence of your work. But in special duties, I give the ministry class. I was able to represent my Lagos State very well. NYC was under me. Proudly, I served. And we ensure that all students that need to go to orientation camp are well registered and got their NYC certificates. It's not about where they put you. It's about what you are able to do in that place. And you do it even to the enviable eye of somebody who believes has the best ministry with a lot of funding and allocation. I'm different in that respect. A hard-working man, a man with a lot of sagacity, a man that is very kind, he has human kindness in his heart, a man that is highly focused My office was very close to the roundhouse. And I tell you, I wasn't surprised. And I kept telling everybody, I wasn't surprised he got a clinch that position, because I knew that even when in 99, from the day we stepped in, he's been working towards his election in 2003. So a man like that who is focused, his business is the end of the tunnel. All the distractions you are given, it's not, he doesn't consider it. So don't waste your emotions. You know, when you provoke yourself unnecessarily, and the person you are provoking yourself upon is not even responding on that line, you know you're wasting your time. But he's an astute politician. He knows what to do at every point. And don't try him, because he's a hard knock. And he's easy to forgive. That bit, I don't know how he does it, but it's easy to forgive and move on. He understands politics, maybe from a young age, I don't know, but he seems to have the knack of it at all times. I think that's in the pipeline. I don't have to come here to say that. And even in the insurance company industry that I am now, I'm propagating that, look, you need to take it easy. Is it at these hard times you want to recapitalize the industry and make life harder? Yes, recapitalize, but not with large gap. You know, the variance should not be too much, because you need to recapitalize so that companies will be solidly based to address financial issues and risk issues that we have in the country today. I studied religion for my A-levels in school. I did divinity. It's not just reading Bible. The interpretation, the history, the analogy, all of that I did. And it has helped to shape me for life. It has molded my conscience to a large extent. What I see in religion today, if I go back to the way I have studied religion, I will say I'm worried. The way we have churches established in this country now, I'm talking of my experience in Lagos State. On the street, you can find 6, 8 churches, but there is no school. Education is key. Religion molds the character, the moral values about life. I'm not saying they're all totally condemned, but I think there should be more conferences and seminars to appeal to their conscience. It's one God. And in Lagos, the families, both Christian and Muslims, and the third religion, which is the native religion, we all interact and live together. And usually you find out that all of them talking about this God. I am a Christian. I talk about my God. And I don't denounce anyone in any other religion that faithfully talk about their God. And I don't allow that to affect a lot of decisions that I have to make, and didn't affect a lot of decisions that I had made. The expectation is too high. We are still a developing country. The awareness of covering up your risk is not too much there. In terms of life insurance, in terms of property, people are not still there. People don't cover themselves well enough. They take unnecessary risk. I'm glad Lagos State Governor is saying everybody must have a health insurance now. That, again, will expand the scope of the insurance business. In insurance, there are so many seminars, there are so many conferences that are being put up there now, where the ability to educate the masses, and even the high-ups one, to please insure yourself. And when I say yourself, your life, your property, your children, and see how far it goes. It is important. And you know, in this era of insecurity, it is highly important. Just make sure you insure yourself. And with what the governor had proposed now, definitely Governor Sanwo-Olu did well. Health insurance is key. Health is wealth. First and foremost, inflation all over the world has gone haywire. So it's not peculiar to Nigeria alone. Those who live in the Western world, they're crying hula baloo about the price of petrol, the price of even eggs. So it's not just Nigeria. Let us wake up and see that we're in a global world and everything is intertwined. The issue of the central bank now trying to manage inflation, these are not easy times all over the world. They're not easy times. And when I say we are a developing country, we are still trying very hard. I don't want to say it's sad. It depends on the environment. You know, you can't just bring UAE here into Nigeria. The environment here from inception has not delved too much on tourism. Your tourism is just go on holiday and go back. The beaches are there. And even from 1999, they are trying to redevelop along the beach so that tourist activities can happen. And I'm sure they're still on it. You need tourist attraction where you have every aspect of life when tourists come over. But with the problem of infrastructure that we have in the country, you can't do much tourism for now. It wasn't easy, but as I said, once you try to be a bit methodological about it, then, you know, you get by. Because from the days I came back from England, starting a family, working in large corporations, you just ensure that the home front solidly settled. And it wasn't that easy, because you know that I'm talking of almost 40 years back. To be able to excel amidst men, you probably have to do 2 times, 3 times more than them. I'm lucky I have a husband who accepts me being what I am. Because if you have a partner that does not appreciate your ambition and your dream, he will not support you. But I have the support of my husband, and we are able to keep the home together. Make sure that his food is given. Make sure the kids are well looked after. make sure the husband is well looked after at all times, and don't grudge. I try to give myself to people in terms of needs. I try to recognize people's needs, and at the moment of that need, I try to help. And it's a legacy I try to sound to my kids at all times. Recognize needs at that point and do it. Because at the point that you recognize it, if you don't offer the assistance, it may not be meaningful again. But if at the time that a need arises and you can do it, promptly do it. And I cannot manage people who are not sincere. I cannot. And that is the only thing that bothers me about life. And once I find out that they are not one way, I make my U-turn and I don't go back again. And that's one thing I have learned, I have seen, and I'm trying to learn from Mr. President Bola Tinubu. The way he can switch from being so hot and then swim as if nothing happened and carry on. That is tough for me. And I hope I'll be able to, within the space remaining, I'll be able to copy that. At the same time, I like hardworking. I recognize people who are hardworking, who are intelligent, and I recognize people who are hardworking and need to be helped in terms of training to be a better person. And I like fun. Now, let me start with that girl child. That girl child is not so common again. At least most female children are educated now. Outside Lagos, girl child is a big reference. Yeah, I think everybody should be given equal chance to make a life, and a life worth living and contented with. Because if you don't have enough drive and motivation, then life becomes static and you just wear it out and go. But I believe that for women, don't let the men scare you off. You are equally hardworking and intelligent. Expose yourself, but don't mess yourself around. Don't get corrupt. Do unto others as you want others to do unto you. And there's one good prayer. Everybody that knows me, and I always say, my God is a just God. His judgment is always fair. So whoever hurts you, attacks you, leave them to God. He's a fair God. The judgment of God will come. Just move on and pray that in your lifetime, that judgment comes up. My favorite food, I like eba and ewedu. I'm an expert in cooking. I love cooking, and I tell you, I can challenge anybody to come and compete with me. On that level, I score a good card. But I love fresh fish, with ewedu and eba. I'm not too much of an amala fan, and my favorite color is green. Or it's green, but with that green, I love bright colors. even jewelry, it has to be bright for me. But still worn in a conservative way. As loud as whatever I pick may be, I still give it a conservative umbrella. I love to dance. I'm a good dancer. I love to socialize. I'm a good mixer, but highly disciplined.
I was born on the 16th day of October, 63 years ago. I'm from Opobo, yeah, and went to school. I'm from Rivers State, from Opobo in Rivers State. Went to school in Port Harcourt, lived in Port Harcourt all my life, from primary to secondary school to A-levels. Then after A-levels, I got admission to Unilag. Immediately after Unilag, I got married, and I've lived in Lagos ever since. Well, it was fun for us because me and my husband were very young. My husband was 25, I was 21 and all that. But we learned on the job. We were friends. We were friends for 3 years when I was in Unilag, university, and we came out, we got married. So we're like children that just got married. But I had my parents. My parents were his very good friends. So when I get naughty, he would report me to my parents. When I didn't know these kind of duties were demands of somebody's wife, they would tell me this is my responsibility. I'm like, no. I will agree to some, I will not agree to some. But I mean, it was fun. We had our ups and downs, but kind of pushed through it. And then the children started coming, and it was a different ballgame. When you come from that kind of family, it's like part of your system. You don't really regard it as anything anymore. But sometimes I get the shock of my life because there was a time my in-laws came to Opobo for one ceremony, and I saw the king. And he gave me a hug and he gave me a pick. And they were like, whoa, the upper Benin won't even shake your hand, as a woman. I'm like, okay. I mean, it's the same family, you understand? So we're used to that. I think we take it for granted. But maybe some other people say, you must call me a princess, you must call me that. I'm not into all those kind of things. I'm not at all. I've never been. So I can't start tomorrow. But yeah, great King Jaja of Opobo, my great-great-grandfather. And my children, when they studied it in school, they went to Corona school. So they came, Mom, we're telling our teacher and our classmates that this King Jaja of Opobo, they told them about King Jaja of Opobo in school. And they said, that's my mommy's great-grandfather. Like, whoa, no, it was like a big deal to them. For us, Absolutely, upbringing and my personal choice too, because you could be brought up one way and choose to go another way. You understand? One of my philosophies in life is like this: you're not the tallest in the world, you're not the shortest, you're not the prettiest, you're not the ugliest, you're not the richest, you're not the poorest. Oh, of course, get with it. Do you understand? If you're looking for beauty, there are more beautiful women than you. So if you're looking for ugly, there are uglier women. If you're looking for tall, you're looking for it. So what is it? Do you understand? You didn't come into this world with anything. You're not going to go with anything. So just be grateful to God for whatever you have or whatever you are. Work towards improving on it, improving your relationship with God Almighty and improving your relationship with your fellow human beings. That's my philosophy in life. So what's the point of carrying all the energy? chips on your shoulder. It makes life heavier for you. 7 is my favorite number. It's a number for perfection, and I was born on the 16th of October. My star sign is Libra. We're always looking for perfect balance in everything. It's just an influence from the horoscopes, I'm told. But J is my husband's name, D is my name, and 7 is my favorite number. Lazy way of forming the name of a company, isn't it? So I did, and it stuck. And I knew I was going to go into couture, so that was it. Easy. I was a victim of circumstance. I keep saying it. I didn't really come into business to be a fashion designer, to go into fashion, and creativity has always been something that's innate. Okay, even before I started making clothes or doing this, I used to always give designers the styles that I wanted them to make for me. I didn't have tailors, but when I finished my NYSC at Nigerian Television Authority in Victoria Island, I decided I wasn't going to work there. I wanted to work in a more organized setup. You understand? Because of management traineeship, because I never worked all my life. You know, my parents were very protective. I'm the last girl in the family. They were always very protective. You know? So I said I wanted to work somewhere, and I prayed about it. And I got into Unilever. Then it was called Lever Brothers. And for 5 years, but you know, the intensity of work there became a bit much for me because I was a young mother. I had 2 kids then. Was going on having the 3rd one. So it became a bit time. Sometimes Unilever was one of the biggest. When the international directors come in, we used to be the ones to host them with all the Unilever affiliates. Linkers, the advertising agency used to be here. All the Nigerian breweries, USC, you understand, AJC words, we're all Unilever group. Sometimes I won't get home until 3 a.m. when we're hosting. And with kids in the house, it can be a bit much. So I'm like, I prayed about it and I decided something has to give. It's either your family, your children will not give them the attention they need then, and they were growing fast, or your job will suffer, and then you will not be happy, whichever way. So I decided, you know what, let my priority be my family. And I decided to go back. And I put in my resignation. That was not what I'm fine. When I did, my chairman refused to accept the resignation. So I had to use another way to encourage him to accept it. So I left Unilever. I said, okay, I wasn't the type of person that was suited for being a housewife. I wanted to do the kind of business I would do, but still have 100% time for the kids. So when the kids say, oh, they're having something in school, I'm there, okay? I decided I was going to just market corporate gifts. When I was in Unilever, I was the assistant corporate affairs manager in charge of press. So, and being in Unilever at the corporate affairs level, I already knew a lot of companies. So I used that opportunity to get back to those companies and introduce my new business. And in the first year, I actually made more money than my 5-year stint in Unilever. So that was the number encouragement. You make more money doing your own business. You have more time for your kids, for your family, and for yourself. And you travel quite a bit because you have to go and buy the corporate gift. So it was a win-win. Then, a few years down the line, the president, Olusegun Obasanjo, came in and said they were doing backward integration and they were going to stop the importation of all this corporate gift and a lot of other things. So we were actually forced to look inwards. And when we started looking inwards, that's when it hit me that apart from Big, that was being produced by Eleganza, we're not really manufacturing anything in Nigeria apart from textiles and maybe I think Eleganza was doing food flask or something. And which corporate body do you want to give as end of year gift? So what we had to do now, because a lot of my clientele were like Shell, Chevron, I started looking at what. I said, okay, if I have to do something, I can do beddings, pillowcase trimmings, table covers, table placement, napkins with fabrics like ashok and adira. I can do jute bags, you know. It came to me. So I had to go and buy one machine and employed one tailor. So sometimes they will call me. I did some samples. So when, even in Abuja, when they were going to have, like I remember the West African Women's Affairs, they had a conference. So they wanted jute bags, and we had about 1,000 or 2,000 jute bags, and that was quite nice. Plus, apart from the end of year activities. So that's it. But you know, after those periods, you have periods of lull, like you're not using the machine and the tailor. You have to be paying tailor for doing it. I'm like, why am I going to these people to make my clothes? Tailor, oh yeah, this is the style I want. I started first by giving some of my clothes, repeat it. You did well. So I started designing. I could sketch very well. I was a science student in school, but I could sketch really well. So I was sketching, would do well. And sometimes when I wear the clothes and I go to supermarket, some women will just call me, hey, I really like this thing you're wearing. Please, where did you make it? I'm like, okay, I'll give you the address. I give them the address. They started coming. Before I could say that, within 1 month, I had over 50 women I had to make clothes for. And the one tailor was no longer enough. I had to employ 2 others. That was how we started. From 2 to 4, then I had a whole factory before you could see that. I started making school uniforms, started doing all kinds of things. And then some of the magazines, like Genevieve magazine, look around like, are you sure you make this outfit? I thought you were a broadcaster. I thought you sell. I said, yes, I did. So I did some photo shoot session for her. And I modeled the clothes, actually. And whoa, I started getting calls from Paris, from the UK. I did DC Fashion Week. You know, I was just, and they will pay your ticket, pay your hotel. Please come and showcase for us. Some will even say, please come and open the show for us. Some say, we want you to close this. I'm like, okay. There are places that I would never have thought of going to, like Burkina Faso. They will back me, the top fashion designers there would, when the Alfadi does this thing once every 4 years. Alfadi in Niger. The Niger government sponsors it. He calls all, including Elisab, every international designer, they will go, especially the Moroccan ones, those North African ones, they will come, Indians. So they invite one designer from each country. So they used to call me to come because of what I used to work a lot with Ankara and Ashok, and I do international acclaimed, how would I put it, couture outfits with Ankara, big hats, funny looking, structured clothes and all that. So that was how it went, you know. And I did all the magazines. I've won all the awards. So after a while, you know, I started thinking of concentrating on exports. In the process of doing that, my husband took ill. After 2 years, we lost him. So when I came back home, I gave a lot of things a lot of thought. My kids were still in school. My daughter got married. She was in Australia already. And then my kids, my 2 boys were still in school. So I said, look, this fashion design thing is not going to pay school fees in pounds sterling and dollars. So I said to myself, you know what? Why don't you give the man hours to the industry, the family business that were yielding the most income? That was how I started kind of just saying, you know what, let me just minimize it a bit. My core clients were still coming. So I kept the tailors, my experienced tailors that worked with for years. I kept few of them. And I kind of cut down on that business. I said, you know what, let me just go and face the family business and do this for the people who really know what I'm doing. And word of man goes. So I'm still doing that, but my priority is really not that, you know. When you look at me the first time you see me, you see a fragile woman that don't like to sweat. that is spoiled, that like to be kept. I'm like, what? Absolutely not. My husband didn't want me to do anything. He just felt he wanted to spoil me. I said, that's not how to love me at all. Please. It's either you kind of understand the person I am. I'm a very creative mind. This mind has to keep working, or I'll make life miserable for you, you know. What I will advise, even women who are willing to work, you don't even do one job. You must get at least more than 2 streams of income. Otherwise, you will not make ends meet. That is the truth of today's world. You understand? Then those ones that want to be kept, no matter how wealthy your husband is, wealth is not static. Some people start today. When they retire, everything goes downhill. Some people mean well. They love you. They want to take care of you. But nature calls. They part ways. Some marry other women. Some leave. Some die. You understand? So anything can happen. I will advise them, everybody, try to be as independent as you can. Financially independent. I think you actually earn more respect when you do that. And then also, when things don't work out too well for the husband, no matter how rich you are, you don't have to put him through too much stress. You can take care of yourself, you can take care of yourself, you take care of him, you encourage him, but let him not feel that the world has come to an end. You know, a man feels happy when he knows that his back is covered, even when he's not making it. You understand? It doesn't make him lazy. It makes him very grateful. Yeah. So I will advise everybody, get something doing. Do something that will enable you earn good income if you can. Do something that you also enjoy doing. I've always believed in garbage in, garbage out. Yeah? Garbage in is the stress abound. You cannot control that. But you can control your attitude towards stress. Stress is number one killer and ages of everything in this world. It's your attitude to stress that you have to manage, and that depends on you. What you put in your mouth also depends on you. Your mind, your heart, your spirit, your soul. You have to be loving. You have to be forgiving. You understand? All that depends on you. So it's actually you that decide whether you're going to age gracefully or you're not. Forget about the genes first. It's true. You understand? Some people are so malicious. When you offend them once, oh my goodness, they will carry it in their chest, and the chest will be expanding, and they won't sleep well, and they begin to have problems. Meanwhile, the person you're angry with does not even know you exist. It's crazy. So for me, it's just be free and take life easy. Take it as it comes, and always be grateful to God. I'm too honest and straightforward. It's either I will be killed immediately, or because I will tell you the truth, no matter whose axe is God. I don't think I can play politics. I'm not a politician at all. I am a very straight shooter. I will tell you to your face when you're doing stupid things. That was my relationship with my mom, my dad, my husband. So most times, I'm the last girl in the house. So maybe when they were disciplining the first ones, by the time they got to my turn, they were a bit tired. So we could talk to my parents anyhow. But I don't do it to create whatever. I just feel that if anybody worth talking to, is worth talking to with honesty and integrity. And when you want to play politics, they will see something that is black. They will say it's yellow. I can't do that. For the love of me, I can't. So politics is not my call. And because of that, they will not allow your creativity to come out, your sincerity. What's the point? Yes. I'm actually planning some kind of, I met some of my old models that are doing very well. And you know, when you deal with a lot of these girls, some of them have traveled with me to Niger. Sometimes they'll tell you, bring 2 of your models. You know, some of them, we have very good relationship. We're going to do a reunion one of these days. It will be fun. And they are all calling, when are we going to do? I say, don't worry, we'll get a reunion done. Because we need to revisit the fashion industry, see how things are going. They're doing well. The new ones are doing well. And I just pray that the environment will not discourage them, you know. It's not just Nigeria, it's the world. Whatever is happening in Nigeria is what the truth is. A crate of egg in Nigeria is still cheaper than a crate of egg in the US and in the UK, even with the exchange rate. So it's not just Nigeria, the world is experiencing some kind of. The way I see it is like the pangs of birth before the child finally comes. You know, that intense labor. And then when the child is born, everything is calm and beautiful, everybody's happy. I think we are just towards the end of the labor pain. It's going to get better, but we're going to pass through a lot of that before it gets better. And when it finally gets better, we'll all be smiling. But right now, the whole world, not just Nigeria, is crazy. If you look at international, listen to international news, it's actually crazier than here. I just pray. Yes, I live opposite, I won't even say it, on the street. One of the big men that live on that street, his birthday was yesterday, and the whole street was filled with beggars, hungry people. It was really crazy. I felt so bad. We were pushing each other, killing each other, fighting just to get a plate of jollof rice. It was very sad. It didn't used to be that bad. There were a few people who would come hang around, but the whole street, I couldn't move anywhere yesterday because of it. But I hope it gets better soon, so that the best in all of us can come in. Because hunger and poverty can actually bring out the worst in people. Naturally, yes. I have an NGO that I do. What I do, I take girls, young girls that are not able to complete school because of poverty, and I educate them. You understand? I try to pay school fees, help people, and I believe in education a lot. Yeah, because I don't believe in giving you the fish. I believe in teaching you how to fish. I have few of them from my place come stay with me. Some of them are able to stand the discipline. Some of them are not able. So the ones that are able to stay, they stay, and they do very well. Some of them I train from a distance, and they do well. So I've had university graduates, I have the levels, I have all kinds of things. That's what I do. And most people come to me naturally, not because I'm a trained mentor or anything. When you do anything out of love, an act of sincerity of purpose, and because they see you as genuine, they listen to you. You understand? When you mean well, you tell people the honest truth, and they, it's not easy sometimes, but yes, a kind of mentor.
At the core of what makes us human is our ability to pay attention, be present in our experiences, and channel our thoughts and actions towards meaningful goals. However, for individuals with ADHD, which is considered a neurodevelopmental disorder, a medical condition that affects the brain, this fundamental aspect of human nature is often disrupted, leading to difficulties in maintaining focus, controlling impulses, and regulating behaviors.
Hyperactivity disorder is a neurodevelopmental disorder that occurs in children and adolescents. It's a problem that has to do with brain development and the brain function. And the ADHD symptoms range from inattention, impulsivity and hyperactivity. They may be very restless, fidgeting, and they're always on the move. And sometimes they may be climbing, jumping from here and there. That they may injure themselves in the process.
Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, is one of the most common mental disorders diagnosed in children, though it can persist into adolescence and adulthood. The history dates back to 1798, when a Scottish doctor, Sir Alexander Crichton, observed that some individuals were easily distracted and unable to focus on their activities as others could. He noted that these symptoms often began early in life, which is consistent with what we now recognize as ADHD. The disorder typically manifests between the ages of 3 and 6, with symptoms such as difficulty in focusing, excessive movement inappropriate to the setting, and impulsive actions occurring without forethought. This ailment affects people of all ages, though most commonly diagnosed in children. The average age of onset is around 7 years, with symptoms significantly impacting various aspects of life. Approximately 5 to 10 of children worldwide are affected, with the highest prevalence rates observed in Africa at 8.5% and South America at 11.5%. Variations exist across different countries, with lower rates in Japan and Finland and higher rates in Jamaica and Thailand. In the United States, about 7% of children are diagnosed with this disorder, reflecting an average of prevalence globally.
Differentiate between ADHD and other neurodevelopmental disorders. It starts with comprehensive assessment. And when I talk about assessment, I mean assessment by child psychiatrists, assessment by child psychologists, and other professionals in the mental health team. And of course, there are some basic symptoms that are very clear and obvious. The clinical presentation, when you see a child that is hyperactive, that is impulsive, that is inattentive, that itself can give you a clue that that child may be having ADHD symptoms. And again, you also take further history. You may need to take, if there's a family history of ADHD in the setting, because if there is a family history of ADHD, the child may come up with ADHD in the nearest future.
Individuals affected faces challenges that extend into academic performance, work or personal relationships, and social domains. Some of the signs include constant fidgeting, impulsiveness, and difficulty completing tasks, alongside emotional struggles such as mood swings, low self-esteem, and frustration.
The diagnosis is made following a comprehensive assessment, and you also do some basic psychological investigations, and of course, by combining the report from the child psychiatrist and the child psychologist, you'll be very comfortable to make a diagnosis. And of course, I must say that there are some childhood disorders that may mimic ADHD, like learning disability, like autism spectrum disorders. But the symptoms of ADHD are so very obvious that when you see a child that is hyperactive and oftentimes restless, oftentimes impulsive and unable to follow instructions, that should give you a high index of suspicion that that child may be struggling with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
While it's not a physical ailment like a broken bone, it is a real condition that is frequently accompanied by other conditions such as major depressive disorder, anxiety, substance abuse, learning disabilities, conduct disorder, and oppositional defense disorder, which complicates the management and treatment of the disorder. Treatment for ADHD typically involves a combination of medical, therapy, and behavioral interventions. Stimulants are also the most commonly used, with 70 to 80% of children experiencing symptoms relief. Cognitive behavioral therapy, anger management, and family therapy are key in managing symptoms, along with educational interventions that enhance coping strategies and organizational skills. While these treatments help manage ADHD, they do not cure it, highlighting the need for ongoing support and personalized care. Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is a complex condition with far-reaching effects on behavior, cognition, and emotional well-being. Continued research and effective treatments are vital in helping those affected lead fulfilling lives and contribute meaningfully to their society. Grace Komolafe, Souq News TV.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.